The time is 9 a.m. and I will call this annual town meeting to order. It is Saturday, May 13th, 2023. Welcome to the 2023 annual town meeting. My name is Jim Salvi, 74 West Acton Road. I'm the town moderator, and I'll be presiding over today's meeting. Now, given the beautiful weather that we have out there today, I'm sure that you're all looking forward to spending 2 hours indoors in a room with no windows. But you're here, and that's a sign that you recognize how important town meeting is. And you're right. Town meeting is where the town gathers as a legislature to govern its own affairs. It's where we gather to appropriate funds, enact bylaws, and to conduct other business. It's where the residents themselves are the legislators. The principles that govern it, of course, are pretty simple. Every voting resident is welcome. Everyone has one vote. Everyone has an equal chance to speak. We speak politely, we listen politely, and then we vote. Now, over time, through laws and bylaws and traditions, it's gotten a little more complicated than that. And in a few minutes, I'll address some of those more complicated rules. But those essential principles remain true. And they are what is going to guide us in our work today. For now, though, I just want you to keep in mind some of our more simple rules. There's no food or beverages or other than water in the auditorium. Food is allowed in the cafeteria where we have overflow or alternate seating. There's no smoking anywhere on school grounds. And please turn off or mute your cell phone. Now let's talk a little bit about exactly what we're going to be doing today. What you'll be voting on today primarily will be main motions under the warrant articles. Those motions will usually be made by one of the select board members. The motions may differ in wording slightly from the warrant articles. The purpose of the warrant really is to put the town on notice of the things that might be voted on at town meeting. Any motion language that varies significantly from what's in the warrant should be on the screen in front of you. But the bottom line is, please pay attention to the language of the motion as opposed to the article, because the motion is what you're voting on. We searched high and low to find the most complicated diagram of a clicker that we could. For the most part, we'll be using our clickers at today's meeting. I think I can give a simpler explanation than what is on the screen. You'll see with your clickers the buttons labeled 1A yes and 2B no. Those should be the only buttons that are working today. When you press the button and your vote is recorded, if you press 1A, you'll see A in the little window, 2B, you'll see B in the little window. When it's recorded, you'll see OK on the left side of the window. Please look for that OK. That's what tells you that you actually voted. On each vote using a clicker, I will tell you for how long the voting window will be open. It will almost always be 15 seconds. During that voting window, the last button you press will be the vote that is recorded. So you'll have time to change your mind or make a mistake. The clickers work in the auditorium and in the cafeteria. They should also work in part of the hallway up to about the front door. On votes that require only a simple majority and that I think will not be controversial, I may call for the use of the old-fashioned cards. I'm hoping we all remember how to use the cards. I don't think we need a complicated diagram for the cards, right? You just hold it up. Everybody remembers that. If a card vote is closer than I anticipate, I'll still make the call about whether it passes or not, but my call can be challenged by 7 voters standing. And if that happens, we'll just take another vote using the clickers. Now let me introduce the cast of characters up here on the stage with me and in the front. On the stage with me are Town Clerk Linda Hathaway, Town IT Director Ron Eld, and Town Council Robin Stein. We have overflow seating or alternate seating in the cafeteria where Assistant Town Moderator Alice DeLuca is stationed, and Ed DeLuca may also serve as an assistant moderator. We will need a deputy moderator today for those articles where I either can't preside or want to take a break. The charter says that the moderator gets to nominate someone to be deputy, and I nominate Lisa Lavina of Gleasondale Road to be deputy. The charter also says a town meeting gets to vote on that nomination, and I want to use that vote as a chance to test our clickers. In fact, let's vote on all three nominations, Lisa Lavina as deputy, Ed and Alice DeLuca as assistants. So I will make a motion for Lisa Lavina as deputy, Ed and Alice DeLuca as assistants. May I get a second from anyone? Second. Motion's been made and seconded to have the nominations just specified. As I said, we will use our clickers, and voting will be open for 15 seconds, beginning
1 second.
Beginning in 1 second.
Now.
Beginning now. Sorry. 5 seconds. And voting is closed. And by a vote of 133 to 3, those nominations are approved, and I thank you. Obviously, the moderator's aging eyes might be an issue today. On the floor in front of me are the Select Board and the Town Administrator. Let me introduce them. Select Board Chair Megan Birch McMichael, members Ellen Sturgis, Ingeborg Hegeman Clark, Hector Costanzos, and Courtney Frazier cannot be with us today, and Town Administrator Denise Demkoski. Your warrant contains recommendations from the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee is a committee appointed by me, not by the Select Board, not by the Town Administrator, whose job it is to review all of the warrant articles and make recommendations on them. They are seated in the audience. I'd appreciate if they would raise their hands when I introduce them. Finance Committee Chair Erica Benedict, members Christopher Buck, Kevin Gross, Brian Picciuto, and Evgenia Petrova, and I think Associate Member Peter McManus is also with us. We will also be hearing from the Capital Planning Committee with recommendations on capital items. They're also seated in the audience. Chair Steve Jelinek can't be with us today. Members David Arsenal, Ed DeLuca, Peter McManus, Select Board Member Ellen Sturgis, and Associate Member Missy Reed. Persons who live out of town do not have a right to speak to town meeting, but town meeting can allow them to do so if it so chooses. On the slide in front of you are the names of several out-of-towners who we anticipate wanting to hear from today. They are mostly town employees, school employees, town council, one attorney for a petitioner. Let's use this as a chance to make sure that we all remember how to use our cards. So I should note, interestingly, town meeting time, which is our parliamentary manual, refers to out-of-town people as strangers. So I am going to make a motion to let the aforementioned strangers address us today. Do I have a second for that motion? Motion made and seconded to let the strangers among us speak to us. All those in favor, please signify by raising your cards. Thank you. You can lower them. And those opposed? Thank you. Passes overwhelmingly in the auditorium. Alice, are you there in the
Passed
cafeteria?
overwhelmingly here too, very few voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Alice, do you actually have voters in the cafeteria at this point?
There are people who are doing the check-in.
Oh, that makes sense. Thank you.
We're having an issue with the clickers in the cafeteria.
Okay, we'll send somebody to check that out. Now, I said that I would discuss the rules in more detail. Let's do that. As you might imagine, trying to have an organized conversation among over 200 people and getting it done in 2 hours requires maybe a few ground rules. Town meeting is governed by a small parliamentary manual called Town Meeting Time. It's available in our library. It's also governed by several Stow bylaws. Over time, the moderators of Stow have compiled a 14-page handbook that summarizes and compiles most of the important rules that govern town meeting. That handbook is available on the town website under the moderator page, which I expect everyone in the room to have bookmarked by the end of the meeting. And there will be 10 reference hard copies available here. Just ask one of the tellers or checkers for one. We didn't want to make copies of a 14-page document for everyone in the room for obvious reasons. If you have a procedural question, please go and borrow a copy and put it back. You can also just ask if you can get my attention, me, one of the assistant moderators, the town clerk. But I will cover the highlights for you. There is no cheering, booing, or other verbal outbursts except as I may direct to recognize accomplishments or things like that. No one speaks unless recognized by the moderator, but to be recognized by the moderator is very easy. You go to a microphone and you wait your turn. When it's your turn to speak, you say your name, your street, or your street address, and you address all remarks to me by beginning your remarks with Mr. Moderator. We will have a time limit of 2 minutes per question or comment. 2 minutes is a very long time, folks. The Gettysburg Address was about 2 minutes long. Keep your remarks confined to whatever motion or other matter is pending on the floor at that time, or you'll risk getting ruled out of order. Please either ask a question, make a comment, voice support or opposition to what's on the floor, or make a motion, but don't try to do all 4 things at the same time. If you want to make a motion, please do that first. If it's seconded, I will ask you for the reasons why you made the motion. Speakers can also have one 1-minute follow-up after they receive a response. Repeated questioning until you receive an answer that you think is satisfactory will not be allowed. But if you receive an answer to your question that you don't think is responsive, you can indicate that in your follow-up. Please put any amendments to motions that you intend to offer in writing on a form that is available from the clerk. I think we have a few at that little corner over there. Amendments must have specific language. They have to say something like delete this language from a motion or add this language. Merely saying, I think the article ought to say X is not an amendment, and if it's offered as one, it'll be ruled out of order, though it's a valid comment. Please give preference in line to those who have not yet spoken. If I see somebody at the microphone and somebody behind them has not yet spoken, the person at the microphone has, I may ask the person at the microphone to defer. In Stow, our tradition is to allow debate to proceed for 30 minutes, at which time the moderator will accept a motion to call the question. That means end debate. If you think you've heard enough before 30 minutes, though, you can still make a motion to call the question. But if I don't think that the issues have been aired sufficiently, or if I see a significant number of people at the microphone, I may ask you to defer your motion until the 30-minute mark. As you can see, we lost a number of former employees and committee members in the past year, including a number of former Stow police officers. In particular, I want to mark the passing of Steve Rubenstein, who served recently as an elected member of the Regional School Committee, and of Don Rising, who served in so many capacities for so many years, including 20 years on the Planning Board and 16 years as our representative to the Assabet River Rail Trail Committee. Would you please join me in a moment of silence in remembrance of all these individuals? Thank you. I want to thank a group of local parents who have organized a Kids Town meeting this year for children ages 4 to 11 in the gymnasium. With help from the Cultural Council and other sponsors, they have developed a program, hired an instructor, they're developing a warrant, electing their own moderator, and taking votes. And I am hoping that someone has checked that they can't actually raise our taxes. If you have a child who is not registered for a Kids Town meeting, and that child is in the auditorium with you, they're more than welcome to remain, unless and until we need the seat for a registered voter, which appears to be extremely unlikely, or until the child expresses his or her inevitable boredom in such a way that it prevents others from participating. In that case, you may find that the cafeteria is a little more tolerant of noise, and of course, food is available in there and allowed in there, which might help alleviate the situation. The cafeteria, of course, has full audio and video, and of course, a microphone. At this time, yes, that's your cue. I'd like to invite the kids who are registered in the Kids Town meeting. Now, keep in mind, we don't know whether they can raise our taxes, so be nice to them when they come in, to join us down here in the front for the Pledge of Allegiance.
First article, clicker vote. We want to test the cafeteria. They're having some trouble with some of them.
Sure.
Yep.
Hi, kids. How you doing? Thank you. You guys ready to lead us in the pledge? Okay. Yes, I understand that there were about 30 kids registered, so we're expecting quite a crowd here. Oh, my goodness. Wow. You guys can spread out anywhere you want. Don't worry about exactly where you are. Let me know when you're ready. You ready? Kids, why don't you turn, look at the flag, and lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance Thank you very much, and have a fun town meeting. You're welcome. Yes, please. I think it's a race to see who's going to be done with their meeting first. Stow TV, of course, is recording this meeting, and I want to express special thanks to all of those who pulled this town meeting together. There's quite the cast of characters for that. Stow TV, the Stow IT department, the town clerk's office, all of our checkers, Alice and Ed DeLuca and Lisa Lavina, technical volunteer Kate West, the town administrator, and the select board office. Before we begin, I want to say on a personal note, most of you know or I guess many of you know, that this is my first town meeting as moderator, which explains why town council is right at my elbow. I want to apologize in advance for the mistakes I will make, for the awkward phraseology, for the unexplained silences while I try to think of what to say next. I do that kind of thing every day of my life, so today isn't going to be any different. I will tell you I will be working to make it better. I'll be reviewing the tape of this meeting. I will be accepting feedback from anyone after the meeting, please. And I will work on making it better. And with that, I believe we are ready for our first motion, Ms. Birch McMichael.
Mr. Moderator, I move the reading of the warrant and return of the constable thereon be waived but made part of the record of this meeting, and that the moderator be permitted to refer to each article by subject matter instead of reading each article in its entirety.
Motion has been made and seconded to waive the reading of the warrant. By tradition, the moderator has to read the entire warrant out loud before debate and voting can begin. A yes vote waives that requirement. A no vote, frankly, is almost unthinkable. I don't want to think about it, but we are going to use this as another opportunity to test the clickers. We had an issue in the cafeteria, so voting will be open. Again, the question is waiving the reading of the warrant. This requires a simple majority, and voting will be open beginning now for 15 seconds. Well, that's five seconds. And voting is closed. The motion passes, may I see the total? By a total of 166 to 5. Thank you. And I'm curious about, I don't know who those 5 sadists are out there, but
We had one clicker that worked in the cafeteria.
only one?
Yeah, there were 3 people testing.
To be fair, I have to admit, if it was somebody else standing up here, I probably would have voted no too.
Could we try it longer than 15 seconds? Could we try a vote for longer than 15 seconds?
Yes. We're going to try that vote again to test the system. So again, the question is on waiving the reading of the warrant. It requires a simple majority. This time voting is going to be open for, what would you like, 20 seconds? For 20 seconds, beginning now.
Seven seconds for you.
All set?
Wait, no, wait, there's still, wait,
Now,
wait,
well, no, hold on.
hold on. Hasn't changed,
Close.
And close.
sorry.
We got one more.
Yeah, we did get one more.
Oh.
And voting is closed, and by a total of, may I see that? 160, 162
9.
to 9. People are going the other way. People are protesting by indicating they want me to, that's great. It passes. And how do we do in the cafeteria? Alice, how do we do in the cafeteria?
We had one clicker that worked. Can we just do one more test, please?
Yeah, we'll do Article 1. Let's move,
Remind them to only push yes and no. Somebody pushed abstain.
all right. Let's move to Article 1. Can I get a motion?
I think there's a test your clicker.
Yeah, that's just another motion.
Oh.
Doesn't-
Can I get a motion on Article 1? Ms. Birch McMichael.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town accept the reports of the Select Board and other officers and committees of the town as printed in the 2022 Annual Town Report.
Motion made and seconded to accept the annual reports of the towns and committees. Annual reports are collected in this pamphlet, which no home is complete without. It's available out at I think at the tellers. This will be a clicker vote because we're testing it. Again, the question is on acceptance of the reports. This requires a simple majority to pass. Voting will be open for, let's say, 20 seconds now. Please press only 1A or 2B, not any other button. And voting is closed.
I think we'll have to use cards in the cafeteria. Thank you.
By a vote of 174 to 4, Article 1 passes. Thank you. Alice, I didn't hear what you had to say. Alice.
I think we'll have to use cards in the cafeteria.
All right. I think that's fine. You heard her, folks. We're going to have to use cards in the cafeteria. We're going to have to go back to the old-fashioned system in the cafeteria. Here in the auditorium, we'll still stick with clickers and occasionally cards. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Alice, did voters record their votes on the last motion from the cafeteria? Or are there actual voters there did not have their votes recorded?
There were really only about 6 people in here who were voting, and at least three of them did not get recorded.
So I am going to ask for a new vote in the cafeteria only on Article 1. I assume the folks can hear me. The question is on the acceptance of the town reports. This requires only a simple majority to pass. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. And lower your cards, cafeteria only. Thank you. Alice, did it pass?
There were 3 votes in favor and 3 non-voting.
Okay, that passes. Thank you. And we are ready for a vote on Article 2. I'm just going to reiterate, now we are using a combination of cards and clickers, mostly clickers here in the auditorium, but exclusively cards in the cafeteria. Ms. Sturgis. A motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town accept the reports of the special committees as printed in the 2022 Annual Town Report.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded. This is the same requirement for the reports of special committees, which are the non-permanent committees of the town. Is there any debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. Again, the question is on the acceptance of reports from the special committees. This requires a simple majority. We will use cards in both the auditorium and the cafeteria. All those in favor, please signify by holding up your cards. Thank you. And those against? Passes in the auditorium. Alice?
Passes in the cafeteria.
Thank you. That brings us to Article 3. My spouse is a town employee, and on advice of the State Ethics Commission, and just to avoid any questions, I am going to recuse on both Articles 3 and 4 and leave you in the capable hands of Deputy Moderator Lisa Lavina, who is already approaching. She has a book.
Oh. Make sure you don't hold that with the us. We love it.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me now? Is this good volume? Okay, great. Also, first-time deputy moderator, so we'll all roll together. So this brings us to Article 3, wage and salary schedules for fiscal year 2024. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that the town amend Article 11 of the general bylaws of the town, Personnel Administration, by deleting from Section 20H the existing salary schedules and inserting in place thereof the new schedules A, B, C, and D as printed in the warrant.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion from the audience? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote on Article 3, wage and salary schedules for fiscal year 2024. This requires a simple majority, and we will be using the clickers to vote. That's 4. One. You okay to start? Okay, voting has started. You can't see it very well. And voting will close. And Article 3 passes with 160 in the affirmative and 14 no. And Alice, what about the cafeteria?
6 affirmative in the cafeteria, no, and no unopposed.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to Article 4. The general budget for fiscal year 2024. I'd like to give a little explanation for how we're going to go through this process before we get started. There will be a motion and a second made on the floor. Following the motion, we'll hear recommendations from the Finance Committee and the Select Board. And the recommendations will be followed by presentations from representatives from Neshoba and Minuteman. I'll then go through the article page by page to ask for any line items that you want to have held. I'll recap all the holds, and then we'll proceed through discussion of the holds. After the debate concludes, we'll proceed to a vote on the motion on the floor. All voting will be by the clicker, and it will be a simple majority. Do I have a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $33,111,129 as recommended by the town administrator for items 1 through 81 inclusive, as printed in the warrant under the column indicated FY 2024 Budget Town Admin Recommend. Each item to be considered a separate appropriation for the purposes designated, and the same to be expended only for such purpose.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on the floor. So at this time, I'll ask the Finance Committee if they have a recommendation.
How's my audio coming through? How's that? Is that better? Can you hear me? Beautiful. Good morning. I'm Brian Patuto. I'm a member of your Finance Committee, along with Chris Buck, Kevin Gross, Evgenia Petrova, and our chair, Erica Benedict. The fiscal year 24 estimated revenues top in at approximately $38.2 million, with 91% of that coming from our property taxes. 1% of that comes from state aid, and the remaining 8% coming from local receipts and other sources. We're going to point out a couple of things that we think are important for you to understand. One of the items in this year's budget is an increase to our stabilization account. Now, the stabilization account plays a major part in the long-term financial health of the town, so we think this is a really appropriate and important addition to this fund. This stabilization fund, in addition to our free cash, play a big part in our credit rating. And as such, we think having liquidity in both of them is a very good thing for the long-term financial health. Another addition is an increase in our OPEB allocation. Now, for those of you who don't know, OPEB is other post-employment benefits. These are employment benefits that employers of the town collect after they no longer work for us. These are financial obligations that we make to our community members who keep our town running. Stow is actually positioning ourselves very well. 53% of towns do not fund their OPEB responsibilities greater than 1%. Stow is aiming to be at 17.5% with the proposed 24 budget. Our recommended expenditures for this year, 59% of these expenditures are coming into education. So 59 cents for every dollar of tax you pay funds our school systems. 8% goes to public safety, 9% to general governance, 6% for servicing debt. And the rest sort of are small incrementals that are accounted for in various article items throughout the warrant. Major budget drivers, as you might expect, are significant increases in our assessments at both Neshoba and Middleman school districts, as well as a noticeable increase in the cost of our municipal health insurance. We're also adding 4 additional employees, a full-time firefighter, 2 full-time firefighters, a full-time police officer, and a grant and procurement coordinator. We, the Finance Committee, feel that all of these are reasonable. One thing that we do want to point out is that our town administrator has had her salary renegotiated and brought in line with what was, quite frankly, a significant deficiency. We were underpaying her to the market by a good bit, and we're bringing her salary up in line with the midline for towns of our size in the area. Her total compensation is still below that median, but we feel at the very least we need to bring her up in line with the other people of her tier, and we pay for the talent that we are benefiting from. On that regard, the Finance Committee has reviewed the articles of the warrant and the articles in the budget, and we recommend favorable action on Article 4.
Thank you, Mr. Patuto. Does the Select Board have a recommendation?
Thank you. Hello, my name is Megan Birch McMichael. I am the current chair of the Stow Select Board. This is my first slide.
Turn the microphone on.
Did we turn it off? No. Hi.
Check.
Oh my God. I'm gonna hold it. And not yell at him. My name is Megan Birch McMichael. I am the current chair of the Stow Select Board. We, too, as the Select Board, wanted to address preemptively line item number 5 of the budget, which is also the town administrator's salary. In one of our April meetings, I believe, we voted unanimously to increase the salary for some of the reasons that Brian already stated. We wanted to bring her up. As you see on this first slide, she was at the lowest. And so on the next slide, if it goes, we did not increase her to the top of the comparable salaries, but this is, it's essentially a $25,000 increase. So we had done this salary survey where she had ranked last in the salaries, and so it puts her roughly in the middle of the salary range now. 5 of the other 7 town administrators within that second slide have been hired within the last year. And the fact of the matter is a lot of town administrators are now being hired with much less experience than our current town administrator has for much more money due to the fact that it is not a job that a lot of people are either qualified for or want. And so we, again, we wanted to just sort of address line item 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMichael. I'd now like to invite representatives from the Neshoba Regional School District to make their presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kirk Downing. I am the superintendent of the Neshoba Regional School District. It's great to see you again. I'd like to introduce Finance and Operations Director Ross Mulcairn and recognize Chair of the Neshoba Regional School District, Leah Viverito, and also Stow resident. Here it is. Thank you. Before Mr. Mulcairn gets into the drivers and funding of the district, I wanted to point out on our website is our new revamped budget book. The budget book really outlines all the detail around what you're buying when you approve a school budget and outlines the drivers and gets into the detail of how our schools are staffed. I think what's important to note in the budget process that we have been growing and developing the past 2 years is developing standards for non-salary items across the district, as well as staffing in our classrooms and our schools. We did this in an effort to be equitable across our schools and how we staff them. The result of that was that in this year's budget, while we are going to be maintaining a level population from this year to next year within the school district, we did reduce the employees of the school district by an equivalency of 7.5 positions. Those positions are administrative, supportive, and certified teachers. I illustrate that as an example of how we are fiscally combing through our budget every year to ensure that what we're buying is actualized and is doing the work it's supposed to do in the education of our children. So with that, I will turn it to Mr. Mulcairn. Just use the slide.
Thank you, Superintendent Downing. Thank you for the opportunity to present in brief to you this morning our operating proposed budget for FY24. We thank you for your partnership, and I also thank the Neshoba Regional School Committee and the members of the town that worked with us during the budget building process this year. So the bottom line on our proposed FY24 budget is just under $65 million. The majority of this is made up by our salaries for existing personnel, the insurance and benefits, and then our non-salary expenses that Superintendent Downing spoke to that we are assigning standards to so that there is leveling across the district as far as what is provided in classrooms and available to students on an equitable basis. There you go. Thank you. So our total town assessments are our biggest driver of revenue, followed by Chapter 70 educational aid from the state, which is driven by not just student enrollment, but factors into those student enrollment, whether they meet certain criteria for students within certain subcategories. Different levels of funding are assigned to them. We are also in year 3 of the Student Opportunity Act, which is increasing the Chapter 70 across the state. We'll be seeing that increase over the next 3 years. Regional transportation, we are hearing that it may be a little bit more coming up through the state budget, but nothing is set in stone yet. But as a regional, we do receive partial reimbursement based on the number of riders that meet certain criteria. We also have several other smaller categories of revenue. I do want to point to the E&D, which is essentially the free cash for the school district. Our E&D, our excess and deficiency surplus, is certified by the Department of Revenue on an annual basis, and we are allowed to use a certain portion of that, subject to school committee approval, for a revenue source. This is something that we do want to watch carefully over the next several years, and we'll be engaging a little bit more in understanding our use of E&D. As of right now, it's about 80% of what's certified is being used as a revenue source to offset the budget. So here's the summary for the town of Stow. The fixed assessment, which is set by the state as your minimum local contribution, comes in at $10.8 million. The variable assessment, which is bound by the regional agreement and tied to the 5-year rolling average of student enrollment within the school district from the town of Stow, and the net debt assessment, which is tied to the high school enrollment. The students from Stow go to the high school relative to the debt at the high school for the current building and other projects associated on those grounds, bringing the total assessment to the town of Stow of just over $19 million for the school district, which is up approximately $500,000 from last year, or 2.82%. So again, I thank you for your time this morning. Thank you, Superintendent Down. One more thing that I would like to mention this morning. And I know that we saw it from the FinCom presentation, and I think it was clearly laid out with regards to OPEB, the other post-employment benefit liability that exists for not just the town of Stow, but also for the school district. I'd point your attention to Thursday's edition of the Stow and Bolton Independent, in which school committee member and our budget and warrant subcommittee chair, Mike Haresh from Bolton, is seeking not just our participation from school committee, but from residents of the towns to form an OPEB OPEB management advisory committee in order for the school committee to take a long-term stance on addressing the OPEB liability. We do put an annual amount into the OPEB liability trust to offset that liability, but we want to take a more targeted long-term approach that is sort of set, and we have an agreement as far as what's going to be addressed year to year as we look to offset that liability. Thank you.
Try it again. No. Try it again. Can you? No. Okay. Thank you very much for that presentation. And now we'll welcome representatives of the Minuteman School District.
Hi, I'm Alice DeLuca. I'm the Hello, hello. The mic is off. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me now? Okay, I'm Alice DeLuca. I'm the Stow representative to the Minuteman School District. It's a technical high school with 19 technical programs. I would just like to introduce to you Ms. Nikki Andrade, who is the business manager. She'll be making the presentation. I also want to announce to you that the teacher's contract was settled for the years 24 to 26. And in addition, our audit came back a clean audit with no management letter. Thank you.
Good afternoon, or good morning. Nikki Andrade, Business Manager of Minuteman. Going to quickly go through these slides for our FY24 budget presentation. Overall, our budget is up 4.5% from FY23 at around 30 million for operating and capital. A further breakout of our budget shows our operating request up about 6%, our operating capital consistent, but our MSBA project debt lower by about 1% from prior year. In order to meet our budget objectives, our budget drivers are our new teacher contract that, as Ms. DeLuca said, was successfully negotiated, meeting the needs of increased enrollment. So that would be our 3 new full-time teachers that we're requesting, in addition to inflation that is affecting not only our pockets, but the pockets of the taxpayers in relation to all of the supplies and materials needed for the career technical education materials for the kids to have that high quality learning. The breakout of Stow's assessment is just less than 2.6%, 2.575, without the building project debt, which is excluded from Prop 2.5, just under 2.1 million. This slide has a lot of information, but it's something that we present every year and really tells the story of Minuteman. The purple line is our school capacity at 85%. With the plans for the new school building, we had plans to increase member enrollment, and as you'll see in the tri-colored bar graph, we are doing that with our non-member enrollment, our member enrollment, and total enrollment increasing each year. You'll also see my apologies, the non-member enrollment decreasing each year as the member enrollment increases. What that means as far as enrollment compared to revenue is that we'll have less out-of-district tuition as well as capital fee revenue to offset our member assessments. So here you'll see the comparison from year to year of the assessment for Stow. We use a 4-year rolling average, and as you'll see here, the 4-year rolling average for Stow has increased almost 30%, our assessment increasing about 20%. In here, you'll see a graph comparing all of our member towns and their changes in enrollment to the changes in assessment. And as you can see, those are very strongly correlated in relation to our regional agreement. So as a summary, what you'll see here is our average member assessments increasing much higher than our expenses, unfortunately, due to the changes in enrollment and the changes in revenue able to offset those assessments. Here's a little more detail on the staffing positions that we're requesting for Minuteman. The 3 new full-time teachers. Being cautious of all of the member towns' budgets, we're not requesting all of the positions needed, but certainly the positions necessary to move forward with the increased enrollment at Minuteman. Just a note, it's hard to read, but we don't only rely on member town assessments. We also diligently apply for grants. In this year, we've received almost $3 million additional in grants to help offset any of our expenses. Lastly, OPEB is always a big issue, so we just wanted to present it here. We do have an estimated liability of about $21 million. We did put an OPEB study committee together in 2021 as our balance is just about $500,000. They did put a long-term strategy plan together that was approved by our school committee. And as our ESCO lease, which is an energy saving lease from our old school building, falls off in FY25, we have plans to significantly increase the contribution, and you'll see that in the details of the slide. So bringing our budget presentation to a close, we do have the percent increases, which are all less than the prior year in operating and capital, as well as all of the smaller subject. And lastly, in closing, just bringing our why back to our students, the values, and, thanking you guys for your support of the Minuteman budget in the Minuteman School District. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our presentations. Thank you to everybody for your input. And now we'll move on to making our way through the line items in the budget or in the article asking for holds. So part of this process is you don't need to leave your seat to request a hold. Please just call out hold and indicate the line item number that you would like to have held. Once we go through the whole article, then we'll come back and revisit each hold for questions. So starting on page 1, well, not literally page one, sorry, page one of this list, line items 1 through 9. Any holds? Say it again. Number 7. Line items number 10 through 19. Line items 20 through 29. Say it again. Oh, sorry. I'll go back to 10 through 19. '20 through 29. '30 through 37.
30, 31, 32, 33, 34.
38 through 46. 47 through 53. 54 through 61. 62 through 69. 70 to 76. And 77 to 81. 77. Okay, thank you. So now we'll proceed with reviewing each hold, starting with number 7, the Town Administrator Office Wages. Remember, when you approach the mic, please start with your name and street.
Jeff Needle, 4 Shore Ave. Madam Moderator, I just held a bunch that are significant departures from previous years, and I was looking for a little bit more of an explanation about why they've changed significantly. So ditto for all the ones I held.
Yes, so the town administrator office wage line, the finance committee mentioned it briefly in the report. This is the addition of the procurement grants administrator. She was hired under ARPA funds, and she has been proven very successful to departments bringing in grants and helping with our contracts and procurement. So this is just moving it into the general fund budget.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Moving on to line item 30. Town Planner.
Jeff Needle, 4 Shore Ave. So same question. These 30, 31, and 32 look like we're moving money around. They're all just significantly different than the previous year. So,
Madam Administrator.
Yes, so in response, I will also address 33 and 34. So our zoning board of appeals administrator is retiring, and we are merging the ZBA department with the planning department. So the funds from the zoning board have been added to the planning board's budget line items. You're welcome.
Anyone else? Moving on to number 77. Neshoba Regional School District Assessment.
Hi, Nancy Arsenal at Red Acre Road. I noticed on the budget for Neshoba, it showed school choice income, which I calculated is about for 5 kids. And I know when my kids all went through, they just graduated a few years ago, school choice had been paused for a very long time. And I see the school committee just voted in 40 plus slots for school choice. And I'm wondering, number one, if this is to make up for what I've heard is quite a drop in population at the high school. I saw that Minuteman is way up for Bolton and Stow, and I know there's quite a number of families choosing private schools right now. So I know the 40 is across several levels of school, but I'm wondering about the population at the high school. And the second part also is with adding school choice, I'm wondering if you're all aware of the developments that are being built in the towns that will add school kids, going through school for the next however many years? And how will school choice affect capacity then?
Mr. Superintendent?
So for our school choice, yes, our committee did pass, and it would be 43 students spread out over course grades. It was based on a recommendation of no more than really one student per classroom in those selected grades. So we have the potential of adding upwards of $200,000 to the budget without needing to hire additional staff. In regards to the high school, the significant drop in the high school this year was due to 246 kids graduating in 2022, the largest graduating class in the history of Neshoba, with about 200 kids coming in at kindergarten this year. So that was the significant drop. We are going to be level year over year to next year. And then we do see in the short run, a slight decrease in enrollment at the high school, with that leveling off in the later years. But in consulting with town administrators, and I recently got the Bolton data on their additional expected students, we are going to be well within our capacity. The largest enrollment we've ever had in Neshoba is approximately 1,060 students. And so currently we are at about 830, so we feel very confident we'll be able to absorb students to come to town. And school choice is voted on an annual basis, so we can stop at any moment if any indicators were that we were coming up against numbers that would put us in danger.
But I know once kids are in school choice, like in the elementary grades, they're guaranteed a spot all the way through high school, correct?
Go ahead.
Yes, that is. When a student is accepted into school choice, they are part of the district until graduation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here?
Yes, I'm Mark Jones. I live on Boxborough Road. I'd like to make the OPEB figures visible. I'd like to know what is the outstanding liability for the entire district and what is the annual liability that could have been contributed to keep that even, and what is the actual contribution that is in the budget for this year?
So I'd have to open up our OPEB valuation, Mr. Jones, to look back on finite specific numbers, but I'm going to talk in general terms. So our current OPEB liability based on our June 30th, 2022 valuation is approximately $48 million. Our current OPEB trust balance is about $800,000, and our current contribution in this fiscal year's budget, as it's been in previous fiscal year's budgets, $50,000. Thus, the need to form the OPEB Management Advisory Council.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So that brings us to an end for the holds. So I'd like to return to the motion on the floor regarding Article 4, the general budget for fiscal year 2024. This requires a simple majority, and we will be using the clickers to vote. And you can start the vote now. Couple more seconds. And voting is closed. And Article 4 passes 165 yes, 29 no, 2 abstentions. And Alice, can you report from the cafeteria?
Passed to the cafeteria as well. This is DeLuca.
Thank you. Now I turn this back over to moderator Jim Salvi.
Hey, Mr. Moderator.
Yes. Very nice. Yeah. Very nice. Thank you, Lisa. Can you hear me? Just want to check that the mic's still working. Great. Thank you. I especially am grateful to Lisa for handling that because her son is graduating from college today, and she had every reason to deny my request to be here, but I beg well. So she's here, and I appreciate it. That brings us to the consent calendar portion of the warrant, Articles 5 through 36. The consent calendar is a group of articles that by experience we think will be non-controversial and also will lend themselves to being dealt with effectively through a consolidated motion with no debate. But on the other hand, any resident has the right to have debate on any article. So here's what we're going to do. After the consolidated motion is read by a member of the select board, I will read each article number and its title, and I'll wait a second. Similar to what just occurred with the budget, if you want to debate that article, please shout "hold" in a clear and loud voice. If I hear a hold, I'll then ask you whether it's a quick question or a subject for discussion. A quick question is something that can be answered quickly, a date, a number, something like that. A question like, why do we do this? What is this for? That's a legitimate question, but it's more like discussion because the answer might be kind of long. So please err on the side of saying that it's for discussion. Anything held will be dropped from the consolidated motion and then debated and voted individually. So with that, Mr. Constanzos, I'm ready for a motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the annual town meeting take action on Articles 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36 as printed in the warrant, except that the transfers for Article 21 and 34 shall be from certified free cash without debate on any such articles, and provided that upon the request of any voter at this meeting made before the vote is taken on this motion, an article shall be dropped from the consent calendar and shall be acted upon in the ordinary course and order of business at this town meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
And Mr. Constanzos, I assume when you said that you're moving the annual town meeting take action, you meant favorable town action. You meant favorable action. Yes. And without objection, the motion is so modified. You might notice, the eagle-eared among you might notice that Mr. Constanzos' motion mentioned free cash and not fiscal 22 free cash, 2022 free cash, which is mentioned in the warrant. That wording change is on the advice of counsel. The date in the warrant was unnecessarily restrictive, and there will be other motions today that have a similar small change. Your Finance Committee recommendation is in your warrant. I believe that they recommend favorably on all of them. And I'll now remember I will call out the number and the title of each article. And if you want something, just shout hold. Article 5, revolving fund expenditures. I have a hold on Article 5. Article 6, Cultural Council. Article 7, Springfest. Article 8, Smart 911 Rave Notification System. Article 9, I have the hold on 8, thank you. Article 9, Weights and Measures Testing. Article 10, Transfer to Conservation Fund. Article 11, transfer from Wetlands Protection Fund. Article 12, addition to Conservation Fund. I have a hold on 12. Article 13, update of property valuations. Article 14, highway road machinery, private ways, and municipal parking lots. Article 15, highway engineering fees. Article 16, household hazardous waste collection. Article 17, municipal solid waste disposal. Article 18, Stow TV expenses. Article 19, holiday decorations and lighting fund. Article 20, audit of financial records. Article 21, transfer to OPEB trust fund. Article 22, transfer from, I think this is Municipal Water Pollution Abatement Trust, Harvard Acres Wells loan receipts. Article 23, water system expenses. I have a hold on 23. Article 24, Select Board Small Purchases Fund. Article 25, construction and maintenance of water holes for firefighting operations. Article 26, Lake Boone water quality remediation. Article 27, Planning Board engineering, consulting, and master plan expenses. Article 28, community preservation expenses. Article 29, community preservation reserves. Article 30, veterans benefits. Article 31, online budgeting software. Article 32, replacement of personal protective equipment for structural firefighting. Article 33, Department of Unemployment Assistance. Article 34, opioid settlement funds. Article 35, transfer to sidewalk fund. And Article 36, complete streets transfer. Thank you. I have holds on Articles 5, 8, 12, and 23. Are there any others? Hearing none, we can go to a vote on the consolidated motion. We will use for this motion, again, this is without debate. That's the whole point. We will use cards in both the auditorium and in the cafeteria. It requires a simple majority. This is on the consolidated consent calendar motion. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those against? Clearly passes in the auditorium. Alice, how about in the cafeteria?
Yes, it passed in the cafeteria.
Thank you. And I should have said, though I think you understood, that it's on the consolidated motion minus the ones that were held. We'll now circle back, and I will take a motion on the first article that was held, Article 5. Do I have a select board member to make a motion on Article 5?
Mr. Moderator, I move the town take favorable action on Article 5 pursuant to the provisions of General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, to set the annual spending limits for the following two revolving accounts established in the general bylaws for fiscal year 2024, or take any action relative thereto. Inspection fees, $50,000. Advanced life support, $10,000.
I have a motion and second on Article 5. We'll go to whoever held this item. Speaker, front microphone.
Richard Echo, 53 Adams Drive. I wasn't quite sure where to ask this question, so I chose the resolving funds, but it's in relationship to a revolving fund. So currently right now, the way our ambulance revenue works is when the ambulance generates revenue, which I'm in favor of voting for ambulances, that money flows into the general coffers of the general fund. And I'd love to hear the opinion of the select board, or more likely the town administrator about the idea of establishing a revolving fund. So the expenses related to the firefighters and BLS go directly against the revenue that's generated by the ambulance. And the reason I bring this up is because each year the firefighting budget goes up and we do a great job in the firefighters. I'm a big supporter of that. But we have revenue that would offset that budget and it could be being spent elsewhere. And in particular, we're hiring 2 new firefighters, which I'm in support of as well. I'd just like to see the expenses go directly against the revenue. So forgive me if this is not completely germane to this particular article. Okay.
That's good enough.
Thank you.
Madam Town Administrator?
So because we don't provide ALS services for ambulance, the ambulance receipts come from our private ambulance service into the general fund, as you said. So they are just listed as a revenue source to be reappropriated out. In my conversations with the town accountant, that's the way we need to do it in order to pay their invoices and as well make the necessary transfers to then cover the necessary departmental receipts. We can certainly explore that in the future years to see if there are other options for applying those ALS receipts to a revolving fund. But since I've been here and asked, she said that that is not under municipal finance law.
So it's not, may I speak?
You get 1 minute follow-up.
1 minute follow-up, okay. So do we, so is that just not practice or the law prevents it or?
So I'm not sure specifically. She's just said that under the way we operate with ALS being an outside service, it's not acceptable in municipal finance. Now, I don't know if it's legal versus not legal. I can certainly look into that and let you know.
Okay, thank you.
I now need, we'll now go to a vote. If there are no further questions on Article 5, I think you're here on Article 8, correct? Okay. If there are no further questions on Article 5, we will go to a vote. Again, this is revolving fund expenditure limits. This requires a simple majority, and we will use our clickers in the auditorium and our cards in the cafeteria. And voting will be open now for 20 seconds.
You see that?
That's great.
Guys, do the 2 of you want to vote on Article 5? Right? Article 5?
Yeah.
She was talking to us right here. You still second.
Did that do it?
You said, Clerk was it?
5 seconds. And voting is closed. Oh. By a vote of 198 to 8, the motion passes. Thank you. Alice, how did it do in the cafeteria?
Majority in the cafeteria passed.
Thank you. We'll proceed to Article 8. Do I have a motion on Article 8?
Mr. Moderator, I move the town take favorable action on Article 8 and as funding therefore to raise and appropriate the sum of $6,000, to be expended under the direction of the town administrator for the purpose of paying for a townwide telephonic emergency notification system known as Smart 911 RAVE, including all costs incidental and related thereto.
I need a second. Thank you. I have a motion made and seconded on Article 8. We'll go to the patient gentleman at the front microphone.
Ames Coney, 371 Sudbury Road. I think you saw, I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator, I think there's an error in the article. There says 5,000 in one place and 6,000 in another. Is that intentional?
I doubt that an error is intentional, but I'll have the town administrator respond to it.
It is not intentional. It was an error, and Chair McMichael just corrected that as part of the motion. So the motion is for a $6,000 appropriation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Thank you for spotting that. Is there any other debate on Article 8? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. Again, the question is on the motion on Article 8. This requires a simple majority to pass, and we will use our clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria, and voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. 5 seconds. And voting is closed. And by a vote of 196 to 11, the motion passes. Thank you.
Passed in the cafeteria.
Oh, thank you for anticipating that, Alice. I'll take a motion on our next held item, Article 12.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town take favorable action on Article 12, addition to Conservation Fund, and as funding therefore raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be added to the Conservation Fund.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded on Article 12. And can I get an explanation? And Ms. Hegeman Clark looks like she's ready to spring.
How about, okay, now, sorry. Very simple explanation. There's a typo in the warrant article. We will rewrite the article and present it at another town meeting. Oh.
It's corrected in the adjustment.
Oh, it's corrected. So what am I? It was a typo. End of story.
I believe the typographical. I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the typographical error was the warrant said appropriate and transfer, but the motion said raise and appropriate. Is there any other debate on Article 12? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote, just as with the others. This is the motion on Article 12. It requires a simple majority. We'll use our clickers in the auditorium and our cards in the cafeteria. Voting will be open for 20 seconds, beginning now.
When we close it, it will show those figures in the yes and no.
Oh, that's what I was hoping. Good, thank you. 5 seconds. And voting is closed. And by a vote of 197 to 9, the motion passes. Thank you.
Passed in the cafeteria.
Oh, thank you, Alice. We'll go to Article 23, our last held item. Do I have a motion, Ms. Birch McMichael?
Mr. Moderator, I move the town take favorable action on Article 23 and as funding therefore to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to any balance remaining from previous appropriations to be expended by the facility manager for the purpose of paying expenses related to the operation of the town's public water supply system.
I have a motion made and seconded on Article 23. At the side microphone, did you hold Article 23?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, H. Matthew Sonicson, 101 Packard Road. I rise in support of this motion, but I also just wish to point out that this will be an increasing expense for the town, especially if we add any other public water systems. We are already spending about $2,000 per month per system on testing, and the state is increasing testing requirements. So this is exactly why we must avoid further implementation of public water systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. Oh. We do have further debate. Don't hurry. It's all right. We'll wait.
Susan Coles, 127 Boxborough Road. I was wondering, I have water testing done with my home, and it doesn't cost this amount per month. I was wondering whether you guys shop around a little bit. Has Safewell, they don't charge anywhere near that amount to test water for a number of different things. Have you guys checked into comparison shopping for this? It seems like an extravagant amount.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Town Administrator.
So this is not for just water testing. Because the town, we do not have a water department, we have to contract out the maintenance of the town building water system. This is to operate the town building water system, which operates the town building, the town hall, 2 private properties, and the library. So this is to maintain our entire water system instead of having to bring in a water department in-house.
Thank you. I don't see any further debate, so we'll go to a vote. The question again is on the motion on Article 23. Simple majority. Once again, clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria. Voting open for 20 seconds beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. And by a vote of 181 to 26, the motion passes. Thank you.
Passed in the cafeteria.
Thank you, Alice. That brings us to Article 37, the beginning of the capital requests. This year, the capital requests are divided between two articles, those proposed to be paid for out of free cash in Article 37, those proposed to be paid for out of borrowing in Article 38. None of the ones proposed for borrowing include a debt exclusion. We first have a procedural motion that will govern how we consider Article 37. Ms. Birch-McMichael.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town discuss the items of this article individually and vote upon each separately as to the amount to be appropriated for each item as set forth in separate motions proposed.
I have a motion made and seconded to allow separate consideration for each item in Article 37. Is there any debate? Seeing none, this allows us to obviously take up each item in item 37, debate it, and vote it individually. Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. I think we'll use cards just to keep things simple in both auditorium and cafeteria. All those in favor of the procedural motion, please signify by holding up your cards. Thank you. Lower them. And against? Thank you. Clearly passes in the auditorium. How did it do in the cafeteria, Alice?
Passed in the cafeteria.
Thank you. And we now have a presentation by a member of the Capital Planning Committee, Mr. DeLuca.
Thank you. Thanks. Is this on? This is on. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. I'll try to move through these quickly. Capital Planning Committee worked very efficiently this year, and you are unfortunately stuck with me and not our esteemed leader, Steve Jelinek, to do the presentation, but I will do my best to try to get through this in the manner that he would appreciate. Next, do I go forward? Complete control. Okay. The duties of the capital planning, right? So we're charged with developing and recommending annual and 5-year capital outlays. So we are an advisory committee to the town, and we have discussions about capital items with the town departments, but we're providing advice to town meeting about each particular item, and we will have people commenting on each item as we go forward. This presentation is just to give an overview. Capital expenses include land acquisition, expenditures greater than $10,000 having a useful life of 3 years or more. And we evaluate we have discussions, as I mentioned, with the department, with the departments relating to each, to both of those. So this slide here shows the capital requests in Articles 37, 38, and 50. There is an additional capital request and that's not noted here in Article 62, which we will comment on. That came in late. The first column under warrant describes what's in your warrant, right? So those are the numbers that you will see before you. The second column is what we sort of anticipated to be coming out of the various departments last year, right? So it's the looking forward number. Then the third column is the requests this year, right? Which are different than the warrant requests because things change after the initial requests, discussions, deliberation within the department. And finally, the last column on the right-hand side is what we will be recommending as from the Capital Committee. you need to move over too. All right, another small eye chart here. Sorry about this. So here, the first column again is repeating what's in the warrant. And the second column talks about, this is for this year only, the second column talks about what is being deferred, right? So there were initial requests that had come in. We noted the value there is $3.5 million. And these are things that in discussions look like they could be moved forward. We didn't have enough information to address them. They weren't critical to this to be funded this year. And the items such as those are deferred for further study in the second column. The final column on the right-hand side is a capital item that was funded out of ARPA funds for the Pine Point well upgrade. This allows the funding to be implemented early. There were ARPA funds available, and that since there is a summer season for the use of Pine Point, having those funds available enables that project to move forward more quickly than having to wait for the town meeting approval. Okay. Here's the 5-year plan. So from FY24 is where we are now through FY28 by building department and by department over time. And so this slide, there are upcoming capital items that are substantial that we're anticipating. The Lake Boone Dam is perhaps the most significant one at $4 million. But there are substantial items throughout that infrastructure projects that need to be done, and we will be seeing those in the coming years. Some fractions of those. Some of the projects might be purchased over several years. This project looks back and looks forward. This slide here. So we had a peak of $4+ million of expenses, capital items approved in FY20. It was low for several years. The current year is about $2 million. And then we have some large expenditures looking down the road. And I noted those in the previous item.
15 seconds, Ed.
Thank you. I think we're done. If there are questions on the particular slides, I'll entertain them now, but there will be opportunities to talk about each particular item as they are brought before the town.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. That brings us to Article 37-1, and I am ready for a motion, Ms. Sturgis.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $90,000 for Article 37-1 as printed in the warrant for the replacement of a cruiser with an electric vehicle police pickup truck.
Motion made and seconded on Article 37-1. Your Finance Committee recommendation is in your warrant, and we need a recommendation from the Capital Planning Committee, which is also Mr. DeLuca.
Thank you. So the Capital Planning Committee passed this motion. This was a complex question, and let me provide a little bit of detail. We had several discussions with Chief Solis about the replacement vehicle. The police department has a need for a police pickup truck, and that can be addressed with an internal combustion engine pickup truck or an electric vehicle pickup truck. Both are F-150s. One is the electric vehicle and one is the more traditional internal combustion engine. Both of those vehicles are fully satisfy the requirements specified by the police department. And note that the car that this is replacing, there is also an increase in staffing at the police department, as noted earlier. So this truck will likely be used more than the vehicle it is replacing. So the challenge here...
Mr. Luke, I would like to get to debate. Can you...
Yes, I'm sorry. The challenge here is that the cost for this vehicle is higher than the internal combustion engine version by about $20,000. But there is, and included within this expense is a charging station at the police station. to charge the vehicle. There's an expectation that $15,000 grant could be obtained to offset the cost difference. And I will entertain, that's all I have to say here.
Thank you. Are there questions? Front microphone.
Guy Washburn, 35 Red Acre Road. Just a quick question, why a pickup truck versus another type of vehicle?
Thank you. The police chief noted that there are numerous times in which they need to carry materials that are not really easily fit within the police Explorer standard vans. So it allows for them to move materials. It is also more effective at towing the police boat to Boone, Lake Boone.
Richard Eckel, 53 Adams Drive. Is this a plug-in or is this a hybrid?
This is a fully electric vehicle. So it is, yes, so it would be charged. There's a charging station covered in the warrant cost at the police station for charging the vehicle.
And how much was that?
I think we included about $5K in this cost for the charging station.
So the $20,000 extra dollars we're paying for this truck includes that amount?
The price difference between the internal combustion engine vehicle and the F-150 is about $20K. Then there is the additional cost of the infrastructure for charging.
Does the
Thank
town?
you, Mr. Eckel. I'm going to the next speaker. You had one minute follow-up. Thank you. Next speaker, side microphone.
Catherine Haberly, 20 Indian Ridge Road. So there is part of the charging station. My question is, if we bought another electric vehicle, would we be able to use this same charging station? So is this sort of a cost that we have a one-time that we have to do, and then the next vehicle could use that, or we could add on to the charging station and that would still be less? So I'm trying to figure out if this is like a one-time cost or a one-time plus you'd have to do a little, you know what I'm trying to say.
The town administrator.
So this is primarily for the police station. We do envision that over the upcoming years, we will be purchasing more electric vehicles. We're also working with Hudson Light and Power to procure some funds for additional charging stations for municipal vehicles. This is the first one that is being budgeted for. Quite frankly, we had in mind several electric vehicles, but due to the demand, we actually can't get vehicles at all right now. So we decided to focus on the police pickup truck because they have a necessity for a truck. And then the hope would be over the next few years to continue to invest in EV vehicles.
Front microphone.
Hi, I'm Iris Marcus. I live on Marlborough Road. My name is Iris. Hold on, I'm just going to grab that. Hello. I'm going to rock out. Yeah, here we go. So my name is Iris Marcus. I live at 18 Marlborough Road. And my question is, how much gas do we use in comparison to the other overcosts? So like, what is this? How much are we paying for gas?
Okay, I do not have that number, but there are numbers.
That'd be good, right?
There are numbers from the Green Committee that identify that greenhouse emissions from the town of Stow in the transportation sector amount to about 30% of the greenhouse emissions for the town. And one of the characteristics of the police vehicles is that they are running a lot. They don't necessarily get a lot of miles, but they're on a lot. And so having an electric vehicle certainly allows the engine actually only runs when you're moving the car. But I do not have a number there.
Do I have a follow-up?
You have one up to 1 minute follow-up.
All right, I'm a talker, so I'll be careful. So what I'm getting at is, I think the electric vehicle sounds good, but it might help to know how much we're saving on gas for folks to understand that.
So can the police chief offer anything on this?
Thank you.
Certainly.
Wow, big room.
So as far as the gas goes, typically our cruisers are doing anywhere between 30 and 40 miles per shift. But then the idle time is really what is consuming the gas. I mean, we do try to shut the cars off when we're not in them, but to be on the road and to be observing traffic or doing our police patrol, that's where it really eats up the mileage on the gas. And I can tell you that the car that we're replacing has logged about 9,100 more hours than of idle time, and each idle hour is around 30 miles, 25 to 30 miles equivalent. So the car that we're replacing is definitely eating up gas quicker than a newer car. So as exact gasoline, I can't give you that number because it all depends on exact usage. This vehicle that I'm looking to replace is going to be a mission critical primary vehicle as well. So it will be used as normal patrol. It's a 4-door. It's going to have all the equipment that the cruisers have and even more. Somebody asked why not go with the SUV and why can't we carry that equipment in that? We are switching over to what we call half prisoner cages. This gives the officers more room when they're driving around, which saves on their knees and their back and their hips because they're not crunched up. Because when you have a full cage, the larger, taller officers can't put the seat back as far. So we're trying to save on the medical costs and the well-being of the officers so that cut down on the amount of room that we can put equipment in, especially with what we've had going on with the numerous power outages. Our highway department is amazing, but sometimes we need to be quicker and 2 o'clock on a Sunday morning to get barricades out, to set up intersections because people do drive through Stow late at night. We have to be able to shut roads down and put barricades and cones and signs and continue, the safety of the town. So, and I know I went on a tangent, so I apologize.
Thank you, Chief. Why don't you stay there? And
okay,
hold on for just 1 second. Alice, do I have any speakers in the cafeteria? Alice? Well,
No, none in the cafeteria.
thank you. And you'll let me know if I do, right?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Side microphone.
Thank you. Tom Westberg, 553 Sudbury Road. I have a question about the type of charger. At $5,000, I assume this is an AC, not a DC fast charger. And my question is, what duty cycle will you be spending at the charger versus in use? I understand it's not a lot of miles, but during the winter, when you keep something warm, an electric vehicle warm, running it all day, will you be constrained by the speed of the charger?
So the plan is, I reached out and looked at the different options for the battery capacity and how many miles we get out of it. So the one we're looking at has an extended battery, so it's around 450 miles. And the thought process is, as we do with every gas cruiser now, we gas it up at the end of the shift, and sometimes they do run 16 hours or longer. But if the officer's in the station, we can always plug it in while it's sitting there. So that would be the standard operating procedure. It's going to be new for people to get into that rhythm of, oh yeah, you don't drive over the gas pumps anymore, and hopefully it'll be a new charge every time they need to go into it. So that's the thought process on that. And it's going to be, like, I believe, a 6-hour charging. From 0 to 100, it'll be 6 hours. So if we needed to, my concern is always what happens at the end of a shift. So if an officer worked a double shift and they did 80, 90 miles, and then they get called out at 10 o'clock to something, how long would they last for? And this will get somebody through at least 3 shifts, which is unheard of for officers to work 3 in a row. So they'll always plug it in when they're done.
Thank you, sir. Front microphone. Sir? Sir?
Over here.
Over here. Hey.
Yeah, I think you, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Can you hear?
Yes, I do. Name,
Rich
address.
Dewey from Hudson Road. I think you partly answered the question that I was going to ask. Was there an operational reliability study done on this before going to EV? And the reason I ask that, you all are the frontline troops. We're talking mission capability, and this is a replacement prime vehicle. So if we lose the one it's being replaced, is the operational capability still there? Over.
So, so I understand your question. If I lose a vehicle and this does not pass, will I still have the ability to respond? Is that your question, or to replace it with this one? I just want to make sure I understand.
Correct. Operating time, reliability time. We're talking one station with a plug-in.
Yep.
And there's concerns there because you're supporting the community.
Correct. So I looked into it. I spoke to other police departments that are utilizing this. I've gotten positive feedback. So with anything, we always make sure that we're ready, whether that's gas or electric or whatever kind of vehicle we're going to be using. So to make sure it's going to be on us to, as the administration, to ensure that the officers are trained on how to keep that up and running all the time. If I lose a vehicle, there are other ones available. We have 5 patrol mission critical vehicles right now. So there's always one hopefully there's always one. We have gone down to 0 before, but that's on a rare occasion. But if that is not charged, I mean, not only would the officer who last used it have to explain themselves, but then it's just like if they don't gas up a cruiser, they have to explain themselves. And they also have to make sure their equipment's working. That's part of what we do. We always make sure everything's working before we get into it. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Side microphone.
Mr. Moderator, Arnie Epstein, 51 Taylor Road. Capital planning already addressed the question of emissions from the new vehicle. They're dramatically lower. But I think the question that was asked was also regarding the cost to operate the vehicle. We've done some calculations comparing miles per gallon. So what we've come up with the affordable electric rates we have from Hudson Light and Power is that operating an electric vehicle is equivalent to getting gasoline for about 80 cents a gallon. So there'll be very significant operating savings as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any further debate? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. The question again is on the motion under Article 37-1. This requires a simple majority. We'll use our clickers in the auditorium, our cards in the cafeteria. Voting will be open for 20 seconds, beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. And by a vote of 200 to 28, the motion passes. Thank you. Well, I'm sorry, Alice, how did we do in the cafeteria?
6 in favor, 0 opposed, and the cafeteria passed.
The motion passes. Thank you. I'm ready for a motion on Article 37-2.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $95,000 for Article 37-2 as printed in the warrant for a cemetery truck replacement.
Motion made and seconded on Article 37-2. Finance Committee recommendation is in your warrant, and we have a recommendation from the Capital Planning Committee. Mr. DeLuca.
Yes, Capital Planning Committee supports this article. The Capital Planning Committee supports this article. This is a replacement for a cemetery 1-ton dump truck. It includes radio, lights, and plow. The truck also participates in plowing activities in addition to use by cemetery personnel.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. Do we have any debate? All right. Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. The question is on the main motion under Article 37-2. Again, it requires a simple majority, and we'll use our clickers in the auditorium and cards in the cafeteria. Voting is open for 20 seconds, beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. By a vote of 185 to 30, it passes in the auditorium. How did we do in the cafeteria, Alice?
5 in favor, 0 opposed, passes in the cafeteria.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm ready for a motion on Article 37-3, Ms. Hegeman Clark.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from the free cash the sum of $75,000 for Article 37-3, as printed in the warrant, to mill and pave Militia Circle.
Motion's been made and seconded on 37-3. Again, your Finance Committee recommendation in the warrant, capital planning recommendation from Mr. DeLuca.
Capital Planning recommended approval of this article. This is part of the ongoing repair work for low-volume roads. Militia Circle intersects with Farm Road, for which funding was approved last year. The request in the warrant includes funds to augment that appropriation to cover unanticipated increases in costs. So both Farm Road and Militia Circle will be repaired.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. Is there any debate? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. The question is on the motion under 37-3. Simple majority required to pass. Clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria. Voting open for 20 seconds, starting now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. And by a vote of 182 to 27, the motion passes in the auditorium. Alice, in the cafeteria?
5 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention.
Thank you. So the motion on 37-3 passes. I am ready for a motion on 37-4. Mr. Constanzos.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $70,000 for Article 37-4 as printed in the warrant for Wheeler Road Bridge Culvert Repair.
Motion's been made and seconded on Article 37-4. Your Finance Committee recommendation is in the warrant. Capital Planning recommended. Mr. DeLuca, does anybody on Capital Planning do any work other than you, or you just?
This is the last one I'm presenting.
Oh, all right. I'm just.
Patience is a virtue here.
You've always told me you did all the work. I thought it was true.
Okay, so the capital planning recommended approval of this. This is for a double culvert that is, they've identified cracks and dips in the pipe. The bridge is under restricted usage by the state. The work is going to be done in 2 phases. This request covers the engineering part of the project. The construction phase will come to annual town meeting in about 2 years.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. Do I have any debate? Seeing none, go to a motion. The question is on the main motion under Article 37-4. Requires a simple majority. Again, clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria. Voting is open for 20 seconds, starting now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. One moment, please. I can look at the little numbers.
Unfortunately, percentages.
The software is giving me percentages as opposed to absolute numbers,
Makes sense though, because it's only giving you
and they do not total up to.
I'll have to change it back.
We're going to have to re-vote, I think.
See if we can- Article.
We're going to have to re-vote, and I think we're going to use cards in the auditorium as well as in the cafeteria on 37-4. So, once again, the question is on the main motion under Article 37-4, the Wheeler Road Bridge Culvert Repair. Requires a simple majority. All those in favor, please signify by raising your cards. Thank you. You can lower them. Those against? Thank you. Clearly passes in the auditorium. And what about in the cafeteria?
Passed in the cafeteria, 6-0 on the first vote and 5-0 on the second due to a different number of people being in the room.
Thank you. 37-4 passes. I am ready for a motion on 37-5.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $12,000 for Article 37-5 as printed in the warrant for the replacement of police cell toilets.
Motion's made and seconded on Article 37-5. Finance Committee recommendation is in the warrant. I need a capital planning recommendation. Mr. McManus.
Capital Planning recommends approval of this article.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Is there any debate? Front microphone.
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive, 9 White Pond Road. I'm a little confused. I look at this, Mr. Moderator, and I say, I'm going to spend $12,000 on toilets, and the next two articles are going to be $25,000 to paint the town hall, and another $15,000 on keyless entry. What's wrong with this picture that we can paint a whole building for $25,000 and we can't replace a few toilets for $12,000?
Could everyone hear Mr. Forbes' question? Okay. Madam Town Administrator.
So the police station, these are for the cells, and they're required to be stainless steel by requirements from the state so that a prisoner cannot harm themselves or do any damage. In addition, for any of you who have not been in a police cell, the flushers are not inside there, they're exterior, so they have to be configured to work with the setup, again, for prisoner safety.
I'm okay with it. It just seems kind of weird. I could paint the whole town building, but for 25 grand, and it's
this really
one either seems really cheap, or one seems really expensive.
All right. I just want to remind everyone that we are operating with 2 minutes for your question or comment, and then one follow-up of up to 1 minute. Perhaps that's how I should have phrased it. Thank you, Mr. Forbes.
Thank you. Does the town have?
Could you please go to the microphone?
I've got a whole group of people here. I prefer to. You have to. Okay.
The alternative is somebody could take the microphone off the stand and hand it to the gentleman. I want them to hear you in the cafeteria.
John Wendler, 22 Cross Street. Out of curiosity, does the town have purchasing regulations that require it to go out for competitive bids above a certain amount? And if so, what's that amount? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Town Administrator.
Yes, we're governed by Mass General Law, Chapter 30B, which requires us to do a procurement of anything over $10,000.
Is there any further debate? Seeing none, we are ready to go for a vote. I could use a recommendation from my friends up here about whether we should use the clickers. Okay, we're going to use the clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria. The question again, the main motion under 37-5 requires a simple majority. Voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. And by a vote of 187 to 29, it passes in the cafeteria. How do we do in the it passes in the auditorium. How do we do in the cafeteria, Alice?
5 in favor, 0 opposed, passes in the cafeteria.
Thank you. And Article 37-5 passes. I am ready for a motion on 37-6. Ms. Sturgis.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $25,000 for Article 37-6 as printed in the warrant for the painting of the town building.
Motion made and seconded on 37-6. Finance Committee recommendation in the warrant and capital planning recommendation from Mr. McManus.
Capital Planning Committee recommends approval of this article.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Is there any debate? Seeing none, The town administrator would like to make a comment, of course.
I just wanted to comment to Mark's question earlier. So the $25,000 will not cover the full painting of the town building. It will likely be back again next year, potentially 2 more years to do the remainder of it. This is just to get one side of it done, actually.
Thank you.
And some minor repairs to do the painting.
Thank you. Back to Article 37-6. Do I have any debate on 37-6? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. The question is, the main motion on 37-6 requires a simple majority. We'll use the clickers in the auditorium, the cards in the cafeteria. Voting is open for 20 seconds, beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. And by a vote of 166 to 41, the article passes in the auditorium. How do we do in the cafeteria? Alice?
6 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Article 37-6 passes. Moving to Article 37-7, Ms. Birch McMichael.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $15,000 for Article 37-7 as printed in the warrant for a keyless entry at Pompo/the fire station.
Motion's made and seconded on 37-7. Your Finance Committee recommendation in the warrant, and Mr. McManus, the Capital Planning recommendation.
Capital Planning Committee recommends approval of this article.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Do I have any debate? I do. Front microphone.
Amelia Thomas, 63 Crescent Street. What is the specific advantage of a keyless entry over the current system in place?
And is the building inspector here, or would the town administrator like to handle that?
So to put it plain and simply, we currently use on the Pompasitic Community Center side a keyless entry with a keypad. And we have found people in the building nights and weekends because once they have the code, they always access the building. It provides zero security. Additionally, we're looking to move towards the ability to block off the function space so that people can only enter the function space and not have access to the rest of the community center. So this would just allow us to know people who are accessing the building after hours. We can give specific codes for specific organizations that will help us track who's in that building.
So to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly, this is a $15,000 upgrade to the current keyless entry system as opposed to changing the code.
It's a very outdated system. We don't have anything electronic. It's actually an old push button system. So this would actually make an electronic keyless entry system. So key fobs and using the app so that people can access the building.
Thank you, ma'am. That was your follow-up. Do I have any further debate? There's a gentleman there who, no, I don't. Okay. Okay. And seeing no further debate, we'll go to a vote. Once again, we'll use clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria. The question is the main motion under 37-7, keyless entry at Pompo Fire Station. Voting will be open for 20 seconds, beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. By a vote of 163 to 47, the motion passes in the auditorium. Alice, how did it do in the cafeteria?
6 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. 37-7 passes. Ready for a motion on 37-8, Ms. Hegeman-Clark.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town transfer from free cash the sum of $100,000 for Article 37-8 as printed in the warrant for Hale interior door replacement.
I have a motion made and seconded on 37-8, Finance Committee recommendation in the warrant. And Ms. Reed, I think you have the capital planning recommendation.
Missy Reed, 56 Apple Blossom Lane. Mr. Moderator,
The Capital Planning Committee recommends approval of this article. There are approximately 70 doors of different sizes on the interior of Hale Middle School. The doors are in varying degrees of functionality, many having problems with shutting and or locking properly, which is creating safety issues. The district is looking to replace with steel.
Yikes. Happens to the best of us, Ms. Reed.
I know. And ones that are ADA compliant. This request covers replacement of approximately 30 doors deemed to be the most unsound.
Closer to your mouth, I think. Yeah.
Approximately 30 doors deemed to be the most unsound. The expenditure covers purchase and installation of doors and hardware, including safety mechanisms appropriate for the school. Ed had mentioned that there's a deferral on this item. It's for the remaining doors and hardware for a later year.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. I'll go to the side microphone, the gentleman at the side microphone. Bill.
William Byron, 469 Leesondale Road. I could almost hear the explanation over there. I assume these doors themselves are fairly substantial doors, and couldn't they be repaired or adapted to do whatever you need to do?
Mr. Frieswick?
Rob Frieswick, Director of Facilities for the district. The doors that are currently there are wood doors now. They're delaminating and separating. We have made repairs through bolting the doors together to the hinges to make sure that they're functioning the best that we can. So repairs to the wooden doors are not able to be made at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Frieswick. Front microphone.
Hi. Kathy Flinkstrom, 324 Harvard Road. So you said 30 doors for this year and there's a deferment for next year. What does that involve? And also, are these fire doors or just regular doors?
So there is a fire rating with them. The doors that we're going to be doing this year are the classroom doors. And with that, upgrading the hardware and with increased safety hardware on there.
But what about next year?
Next year will be the auxiliary office doors, things like that. Your hallway doors, your double doors, gym doors, auditorium doors, things like that.
Thank you.
Is there any further debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. Once again, this requires a simple majority. The question is on the main motion under Article 37-8. We'll use our clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria. Voting will be open for 20 seconds, beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. By a vote of 181 to 29, the motion passes in the auditorium. Alice, how are you doing in the cafeteria?
6 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Alice. 37-8 passes. Ready for a motion on 37-9. Mr. Constanzos.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $66,298 for Article 37-9 as printed in the warrant for Hale Auditorium compressor replacement.
Motion made and seconded on 37-9. Finance Committee recommendation in the warrant. Capital Planning recommendation, Ms. Reed.
Mr. Moderator, Capital Planning recommends approval of this article. This request is for the replacement for new compressor motors for the air handling units in this auditorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Is there any debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. The question is on the main motion under 37-9. This requires a simple majority. Clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria. Voting will be open for 20 seconds, beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. By a vote of 171 to 32, the motion passes in the auditorium. Alice, in the
6 in
cafeteria?
favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. 37-9 passes. I'll take a motion on 37-10.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $35,000 for Article 37-10 as printed in the warrant for Hale and Center PFAS filter upgrade.
Motion's been made and seconded on 37-10. Finance Committee in the warrant. Capital Planning recommendation is from Ms. Reed.
Mr. Moderator, Capital Planning recommends approval of this article. As you're aware, water supply in some parts of the town, public water supply is sourced from wells that have been contaminated with various elements of the groundwater, including PFAS. Both Center and Hale schools draw water supply from one of these. The current water filtration system, and I'm providing this background for people who may be new to the town. The current water filtration systems for Center and Hale were newly installed in FY19. The system has 4 filtration tanks at each building using activated carbon filters. Water is tested at the midpoint between the second and third tank and at the end of the cycle of the 4th tank. At Hale, the water is testing outside of the current PFAS limits at midpoint. However, final output is within the limit. At Center, testing is within the limit at both testing points. This request is to move to ion exchange resin filters, which have longer life than carbon filters by a factor of 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Is there any debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. Again, question is on the main motion under 3710. Simple majority, clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria. Voting open for 20 seconds, beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. By a vote of 196 to 19, the motion passes in the auditorium. How about the cafeteria, Alice?
6 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Alice. That is the conclusion of Article 37. That brings us to Article 38. Again, these are capital requests still, but these are proposed to be done through borrowing. Because they're required to be done through borrowing, they will require a 2/3 vote. Alice, that means I'll need exact counts from the cafeteria, but you're already giving those to me. Before we begin, we'll have a similar procedural motion to the one that we had at the beginning of Article 37 for separate consideration. Ms. Sturgis.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town discuss the items of this article individually and vote upon each separately as to the amount to be appropriated for each item as set forth in separate motions proposed.
Second. Motion been made and seconded for separate consideration. I think we'll just use our cards for this. This requires only a simple majority. All those in favor of separate consideration, please signify by raising your cards. Thank you. Those opposed? Thank you. Clearly passes in the auditorium. Alice, how about the cafeteria?
6 in favor, 0 opposed.
Terrific. Thank you. We'll consider them separately. I am ready for a motion on Article 38-1.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town borrow $265,000 for Article 38-1 as printed in the warrant for the replacement of and to equip a large 6-wheel dump truck, S7, including all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with approval from the select board, is authorized to borrow the full amount of the appropriation under General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other general or special law or other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town.
Thank you. Motions are made and seconded on 38-1. The Finance Committee recommendation is in the warrant. Capital Planning recommendation is from Mr. DeLuca.
Thank you. Capital Planning voted to approve this. The S7 dump truck is a venerable vehicle at 24 years of age. Cost savings are going to come from reusing a stainless steel body from the current S7 and putting that onto the new vehicle. The cost includes a new plow, belly scraper. During the summer of 2024, there will be a 3-month period in which neither the old or new truck are available while the stainless steel body is being transferred.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. Debate, front microphone.
Mark Jones, Oxborough. Can the town administrator describe the length of the intent for the compared to the life of the objects being bought? Can the town administrator describe the term of the loan's length compared to the intended or planned life of these objects for the several borrowing articles?
Please.
So normally, equipment like this, we would borrow for a period of 5 years. And we expect, obviously, a 20 to 30-year lifespan.
Any further debate? I think I see, no, I don't see some. We will go to a vote. Again, the question is on the main motion under Article 38-1. Again, this requires a 2/3 majority. We will use our clickers in the auditorium, and I'll need an exact count from the cafeteria. Voting will be open for 20 seconds, beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. Is voting closed?
Yeah.
By a vote of 177 to 26, it passes clearly in the auditorium. What about in the cafeteria?
7 in favor, 0 opposed.
The article passes. Thank you. Article 38-2. I'm ready for a motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town borrow $436,800 for Article 38-2 as printed in the warrant for the replacement of and to equip Ambulance Rescue 16, including all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with approval from the select board, is authorized to borrow the full amount of the appropriation under General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other general or special law or other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town.
Motion made and seconded on 38-2. Finance Committee recommendation in your warrant. Capital Planning recommendation, Mr. DeLuca.
Yes, capital planning recommended approval of this. Rescue 16 ambulance is, the replacement will be a Ford F-150. It will have the required accessories of the auto load stretcher, vital signs monitor, and extraction tool. The current Rescue 16 has 97,000 miles on it. The two town ambulances bring in fees to the town on the order of $200,000 a year.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. Is there any debate? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. Question is the main motion under 38-2. Requires a 2/3 majority, and we will use our clickers in the auditorium and cards in the cafeteria. Voting will be open for 20 seconds, beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. By a vote of 181 to 23, it passes in the auditorium.
6 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. 38-2 passes. Article 38-3, Mr. Constanzos.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town borrow $750,000 for Article 38-3 as printed in the warrant for town building water system repairs and upgrades, including all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with approval from the select board, is authorized to borrow the full amount of the appropriation under General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other general or special law or other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town.
Thank you. Motion is made and seconded on 38-3. Again, Finance Committee recommendation in the warrant, and I have a capital planning recommendation from Ms. Sturgis.
The Capital Planning Committee actually voted to not recommend this motion. We know the project needs to be done. But the study that had been done was, which we spent $30,000, didn't bring any hard numbers to what the actual project cost would be, and we did not have confidence that the requested amount is sufficient to cover the required costs. The breakdown of the cost estimates from the study do not match the requested costs.
Thank you. I have debate. We'll start with the front microphone.
Mark Flinkstrom, 324 Harvard Road. How many people work at the town building that this would be used for? And was there any consideration of using bottled water? Or town hall? Okay, town hall.
I think he means town building and the town administrator. And what happened to my microphone?
So again, this covers more than just the town building. This water system covers the town building, the town hall, 2 private properties, and the library. This is not just replacing the system. This is all of the water mains that connect the buildings we are required to replace. We are continuing to have to pay for leaks in the system. Additionally, for those of you who are not aware, the current water main runs underneath the what I'll call new portion of the library that we are looking to have replaced with the library renovation project. We will have to address this system when we start renovations of the library. If we do not have this funding, I understand that the $750,000 seems like a large number. It may not cover it, but it will cover it enough that we can make the necessary changes that we have to along the time of the library project when that's being done. The reason I'm recommending this to be borrowed is if we don't need $750,000, we don't borrow $750,000. So if the project comes in at $400,000, that's all we would utilize for this. But again, it's more than just the employees. We can't use bottled water. This runs the toilets. This sends the water throughout the whole system, provides sinks and hand washing for all of the structures.
Well, part of my question was how many people work, meaning at the sites versus remote and so forth.
We don't have remote employees. So we have about 35 in town building. We have, we'll say 6 in the library. The town hall is currently not operational for offices, but we do rent that out for activities. And then there are 2 private properties. One is the church, which is very active, and one is a private residence. As part of this funding, we're looking to actually take the church and the private residence off of this system because a lot of the money on the repairs are on the lines that go directly to those private properties. So this is looking to fix this entire system and address the requirements of the DEP to update the water mains that we are under obligation to do.
Side microphone.
Matt Sonicson, 101 Packard Road. Most of my question was answered by the response to his question. I just wanted to point out yet again, this is why we need to avoid adding municipal systems in the town because the expenses will only go up. Thank you.
Thank you. Front microphone.
Kathy Flinkstrom, 324 Harvard Road. You just explained that you would be taking the church off of this, this piece. So would that mean the church would have to cover their own? And I'm just thinking about how they rent to a preschool that has children, which I used to work at, and we just use bottled water and our system was using the toilets fine. So I'm wondering, do we take them off of this?
So as part of this funding, we are looking for the town to put a private well into each of these 2 properties and then hand it off for them to maintain. Quite honestly, the 2 private properties have not paid anything towards the system, have not paid anything towards water. They are actually getting free water from the town with us maintaining the system. The earlier vote on the water expense, the $50,000, we pay that entirely, but these 2 private properties are getting the benefit of that. They're getting the benefit of the PFAS filtration system that we've installed. And not to say that they shouldn't, but they should be handled, their water should be handled like every other property in town. They should have their own well and maintain their own system.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Side microphone.
Catherine Haverly, 20 Indian Ridge Road. We once had to, at First Parish Church, shut down our community dinner. Because.
I think it's on. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah.
We had to shut down our community dinner because we did not have toilets because this system is so old. So I guess I understand some concerns about, not doing these upgrades, but this is a public health concern. And that's the point I would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Front microphone.
Rick Lent, 154 Taylor Road. A couple of points of clarification around the church's use beyond what have already been made. The church has probably 150 people a week that use water in that church. It goes up and down. Of course, it's lower in the summer, but we have special events. We have 2 special events there this weekend involving, over 100 people in each event. And on the history of the well, I know this from my work with the church board maybe 15 years ago. The well used to be the churches in the center of town, way back when Stow was a different kind of community. And then at one point, that well got contaminated and it became the town well. So, and we do pay right now, we are now paying for town water. So there's been a partnership of different kinds, and I believe we do now pay for town water.
So we have no record of payments coming in the last probably 4 years. But to be fair, I don't believe we've billed you in the last 4 years.
That actually became clear at the end, so. Side microphone, sir.
John Wendler, 22 Cross Street. Mr. Moderator, may I make a motion to postpone this to a time certain? Time certain to be determined by when the Capital Committee has accurate numbers on the cost of this. Thank you very much.
You may make that motion. I need a second, though. A second. A motion has been made to postpone Article 38.3 to a time to be determined by the Capital Planning Committee. We'll now take any debate on that motion. I'd like to hear from the Capital Planning Committee.
I guess I would like some clarification on what obligations are being imposed on the Capital Planning Committee.
You know what I know.
The duration of this, clearly this is not happening during the course of this meeting, so it's happening in some future.
I think we can assume that the gentleman's motion is to postpone it to some time other than today.
Okay.
One moment.
They're going to respond to a date, a fixed date, need a fixed date.
Well, that's true. That's true. Yeah. If there is going to be a motion to postpone to a date certain, I need a date certain. So either the moving party, the person who just made the motion should really give me that date. Under the circumstances, I'll let you just shout it out if you have one.
You have a special town meeting in September. There is a special town meeting in September.
Okay. Does the Capital Committee believe that they'll have the numbers by the town meeting in September?
I imagine that we will have further opportunity for further discussion, but perhaps Denise is better qualified to answer that question.
Let me clarify. There is no such thing as a motion to postpone to a vague date. There is only a motion to postpone to a date certain. So either we come up with a date certain right now, or the motion is out of order.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite follow. Sure.
There is no such thing as a motion to just postpone. Well, I am going to reinterpret your motion to be to commit this back to the Capital Planning Committee. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. That's how I'm going.
Thank you very much.
One moment. Madam Town Administrator.
I do want to clarify, some of the difficulty with this is we won't know the actual cost until we hire the consultants that can give us an actual estimate, which is why under procurement law, we can't hire someone without having an appropriation. So that's sort of the catch-22 with this. We need an authorization to spend money to actually hire the consultants, do the full plan, and figure out what the actual cost of upgrading the system is.
So to clarify, the motion that's on the floor is to commit back to the Capital Planning Committee. I believe Ms. Sturgis was next in line.
Thank you very much.
So Ellen Sturgis, 12 Canterbury Road. So I have two hats here. I'm on the Capital Planning Committee as a representative from the Select Board, but I'm actually speaking as much as a Select Board member. I'm actually opposed to postponing. I actually think we do need to approve this money. It was problematic for the Capital Planning Committee to not have real numbers to vote on, and that's why we had to vote against it, in my opinion, and the chair might, or the clerk of the Capital Planning Committee can speak to that. But I think that we do need to move forward. It's a DEP order to fix the system. The library building hopefully will continue to move forward, and it doesn't make any sense for the town to postpone doing at least some of the work. As the town administrator just clarified, we're trying to get the numbers as we can. It was disappointing that the study people that we hired to do the study couldn't give us even an estimate of what the cost was, but we need to move forward on this.
Thank you. Front microphone.
Guy Washburn, 35 Red Acre Road. I wanted to voice my support for this and moving forward with this because the major monkey wrench that it will throw into the library project. I think it's important that we vote in the affirmative.
Side microphone.
Aisha Anderson, 251 Harvard Road. I wondered if the town administrator might be able to confirm whether or not this would impact the ability of the library project to move into the construction phase.
We're discussing only whether or not to send it back to the Capital Planning Committee.
If we do that, would that delay impact the progression of the library project?
Fair enough. Now I understand. Town administrator.
So I don't know that it would delay construction. We would have to figure out an alternative to get water to the church that is on the other side of the library. So we would have to find a way to invest funds to put in some type of system in place to guarantee water if we can't do the replacement all at the same time.
And that would likely be an additional cost.
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
Front microphone.
John O'Keefe, 20 Wildwood Road. And if this approach is out of order, feel free to throw your gavel at me.
Okay,
I get a free gavel out of it, so it's fine.
It's going to have to be about the idea of sending it back to Capital Planning.
Right. So I guess the question is, can we amend this to actually just be that the appropriation is for the consultant? Because that's how we've done other things like the library funding when we were doing the center rebuild, which is we broke this into money for the consultant so that we can actually get a better article when it came time to appropriate.
So I'll answer that. You can't amend it right now.
Okay.
Because we're talking about whether or not to send it back to the Capital Planning Committee, and I don't think you want to amend that. You're talking about amending the main motion. If you want to do that, you need to go get one of those forms I talked about and put in exact language about what you want to add or delete from the main motion. And you need to get it back to me once we deal with this motion.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you have something new to add on the question, or are you just going to repeat what you said? Because I want to end.
I have no desire to monkey wrench the town on reasonable expenditures for water. So if I withdraw my motion.
Without objection.
At this point, we have to have a vote. Okay.
Without objection, the motion is withdrawn. Thank you. My mic? Really? Test. One moment, please. But without objection, it's unanimous consent. All right, thank you. Can you hear me any better now? Can I use the handhelds? Oh, how about now? Can you hear me now? All right. The motion to commit back to the Capital Planning Committee was withdrawn by unanimous consent. We will return to debate on the main motion on Article 38-3. I do not have a motion to amend in front of me. Do I have any further debate? Front microphone.
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive, 9 White Pond Road. I'm a little curious about, I thought we spent a lot of money on the water upgrades recently in the past few years to get this up to standards of what it's supposed to be. What has changed that we're doing this? And how much money is actually getting appropriated for the pipe repairs under the library? That's what you mentioned, of the $750,000.
Town Administrator.
So the funding in the past few years that we've appropriated has been to upgrade the system in the building itself. This is really for the rest of the infrastructure. There is no funding in the library project to maintain the water mains because they belong to the town building system, not the library system. They just feed off of it.
This is something that was caused, okay. Were we not going to do this project, and now because we're doing the library project, that this is becoming an issue that we need to do it to move the lines? I think that's what you said.
So it is twofold. As Ms. Sturgis stated, we are under DEP order because we have continuous trouble with the water lines and breaks and not being able to provide water to the two properties that obviously have folks in there and there are people that live there. The library project just has increased the urgency of us needing to do it now.
Thank you.
Is there any further debate? Seeing none, we will go to a vote on the main motion on Article 38-3. That is the question on the floor. That requires a 2/3 majority. We will use clickers in the auditorium and cards in the cafeteria. Voting will be open for 20 seconds, beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. By a vote of 149 to 69, I'm going to need someone to check my math here.
6 in favor, 0 opposed in the cafeteria.
I'm sorry, Alice, would you repeat that?
6 in favor, 0 opposed.
So add 6 to 189, that's 195 to 69. Sounds like 2/3 to me, but I'm not an engineer. Is it 2/3? The motion passes. Thank you. That concludes Article 38. We'll now move to Article 39. Do I have a motion? Ms. Birch McMichael.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 39, Neighborhood Park in Gleasondale, as printed in the warrant, and as funding, therefore, appropriate and transfer the sum of $24,000 from the Community Preservation Fund reserved for open space and recreation, in accordance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44B, the Community Preservation Act, to be expended under the direction of the Gleasondale Steering Committee in consultation with the Recreation Department for the purposes of improving the school lot in Gleasondale to create a neighborhood park.
Motion's been made and seconded under Article 39. Your Finance Committee recommendation is in the warrant. I need a capital planning recommendation. I don't see anybody on.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Sturgis.
Sorry. Sorry, so this is a small park in Gleasondale. The CPC, we felt it was in line with the use of CPC funds, and the committee voted to support it unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Sturgis. We do have a brief presentation, joint presentation by Ms. Antle and Ms. Seeler, and you can proceed. Thank you.
Vin Antle, 19 Highleybrook Road. I'm chair of the Community Preservation Committee. And I just wanted to do a quick review of current CPA funds. You can, let's see, as you might know, that CPA funding comes from money the town raises through local surcharge and a state match. This year, the state match was 47.1%. That brings in $1,043,435 into our CPA fund, which you might remember we had two large items passed in last year's town meeting, the library and the housing off of Red Acre Road. So our CPA fund was down to $324,000. Earlier in the consent calendar, we took the new money, distributed it in the buckets and to the administrative funds. And so now you can see our available funds going into this. This article is $1,322,521. Thanks.
Hi, is this, okay, there we go, I'm close enough. I'm Joanna Miller, 127 Adams Drive, and I'm a member of the Gleasondale Steering Committee. Slides are up. For the past few years, we've been working on transforming a small empty lot into a pocket park. People may know there's no like open shared green space in the Gleasondale area. If you're driving from the library down Gleasondale Road, the lot is on your right before the bridge. It's a small quarter-acre lot and overlooks the Assabet River. One of the reasons we're very excited about the creation of this park is that it's going to put a plan in place to have this area maintained between Laura and the Recreation Department and Denise. So it's going to create a place in the Gleasondale community to gather and enjoy the space. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to give a brief history overview of the lot. There used to be a school there, which was torn down in 1962. In 2013, UMass did a survey to assess how the mill and the school lot could be used to best serve the community. Feedback from this survey was kept in mind while we were designing the plan for this lot. Last town meeting, the lot was transferred from the conservation over to recreation, who's much better suited to have the park under their domain. After the meeting, a town-wide survey was shared to gather feedback as to how the, sorry. Good sound. Okay, thank you. A town-wide survey was shared to gather feedback as to how the community would best like to see the lot used, and this feedback was also incorporated into the design. Next slide, please. This past March, the CPC voted in favor of putting forth to town meeting an amendment that would allocate the $24,000 of CPC funding toward the cost of renovating the lot. Next slide. Here's an overview of the budget for the lot. It includes picnic benches, marked parking, a historical plaque, a free library, benches, and landscaping. It's just going to be a small beautification project, make the space usable for the folks who live in Gleasondale. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see an overview of the park. There is marked parking that will be broken off from the rest of the park for safety. Since there are no sidewalks in Gleasondale, the parking allows people to safely access the space, especially if they have young children. There's a gravel path that will run along the border of the space, and there's also picnic tables, benches, a historical plaque so folks know what has been there in the past, a free library, and low maintenance landscaping to beautify the space. We're really excited to have a space that residents can enjoy the view of the river, can gather. Many homes in Gleasondale have very small yards, and this lot will be a place for residents to enjoy the outdoors. There's no other space like this in Gleasondale, and we're very grateful for the support we've been given by the CPC, Recreation, and Denise.
Thank you, Ms. Seeler. Before we go any further, I understand there's some questions about the vote total on the last one because I apparently said two different numbers. I don't even realize that I did that. The vote totals were 149 in the auditorium in favor, 6 in the cafeteria in favor, for a total of 155 in favor and 69 against total. Thank you, Ms. Seeler. And we can now go to debate on Article 39. Side microphone.
Hi, Nancy Arsenault, Red Acre Road. I just want a clarification. In the approval part at the bottom, it says passage of this article increases expenditures. But in the second line of the text, it looks like all of the funding is coming from community preservation funds. So that's like in conflict, right? Because if it's coming from CPA, it doesn't increase our expenditure.
Madam Town Administrator.
Well, so it's still a tax you're paying. CPA is still a tax, so it increases it's not new expenditures, but it still increases the amount that we're expending out.
But it's not changing what the homeowner pays in a CPA assessment, right?
Correct.
Okay, so no increase.
Thank you. He was first. Still side microphone.
Chris Buck, 31 Robert Road. I would like to make a motion that at the completion of voting on Article 39, in lieu of continuing on to Article 40, we bring forward Articles 63 and 67, and then back to Article 40, please.
A motion, all right. A motion has been made to advance an article that, one moment. Sir, to avoid any issues about what motion has priority over what, I'm going to ask you to renew your motion immediately after when we take a vote on Article 39. Thank you. Proceeding with debate on Article 39, front microphone.
Hi, Pam Weathers, 89 West Acton Road. A quick question about, it said phase one. So the phase one versus phase two, what's phase two? And are you coming back again? I don't understand.
Rena.
Hello. So phase two, just when we got our designer, she specified a few areas that we could do improvements down the road. We could add like a little pavilion so that people have a place to sit under cover with shade, type of things like that. We didn't include that in our survey, so we decided to hold off on it. And then if we decide to do it, we would come back to the town and ask for those approvals.
Okay, thank you.
Any further debate? Side microphone.
Hi, John Haberly, Indian Ridge Road. Just a quick question. I won't hold you to the numbers, but what is the change in maintenance costs that are going to be incurred by doing this in terms of either lost taxes or annual lawn mowing or versus what's currently being done? Is it increase, decrease, lots?
Of course, it will be an increase on the recreation's budget to maintain it. Can you hear me? Sorry. However, the money that comes out of maintaining the fields, a large majority of it comes out of the revolving account fund. So we program to support maintaining the fields. So we wouldn't come back necessarily to ask the town for more money. As Denise has told me many times, don't ask for more money.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? And seeing none, we'll go to a vote on Article 39.
Point of order.
Point of order. Oh, is there somebody? Is that the point of order that we had somebody heading for the mic? Sir, at the side microphone.
William Byron, 469 Leesondale Road. I just want to make a couple of comments about this project. Most of the people in the town probably don't even know this lot exists. I do. I live very nearby it, have lived there for a number of years, went to school on this lot. So what happens there is of interest to me. Over the years, the maintenance on it by the town who had possession of it was very little. More recently, they have been mowing it more often and doing some maintenance there. I am in favor of this for the fact that it may get taken care of a little better, look a little more presentable as if you happen to want to look at it going by. I have to also say that I am not in favor of the entire plan as presented. And that's just my opinion. The locals have used the lot, since nobody else cared about it, for overflow parking. There's very little parking down there as
30 seconds, Mr. Byron.
throughout the town, throughout the village. If you had some large gathering, a place where you would park there, now the parking is going to be limited. There have been occasions when the group has got together in the village without it being upgraded, but it's just that this is a good thing, appearance-wise, but I'm just not on board with the entire plan as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Byron. Ms. Greeno, yes.
I just want to reiterate that we did have a public forum. We did take into some consideration some of the concerns about fencing, different things like that. And we are going to modify it a little bit to, take in some of those considerations. And as far as parking, it's under the guidance of the Recreation Commission now. So if we don't have a formal parking area there, there's not going to be any parking. So we really can't take that in consideration because it's not a parking lot. It's not safe for the environment to have vehicles leaking on the grass and getting into the soil and stuff like that. So either way, it's not going to be a parking lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Side microphone.
Thank you. Marion Scott, Red Acre Road. And I think it's about time we did something here in Gleasondale. I know I live on Red Acre, so I have lots of wonderful places to go and walk, and I love it, and I take full advantage of it. But I think it would be nice to have something in that area for those folks. So that's my say.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any further debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. The question is on the main motion under Article 39. This requires a majority. We'll use our clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria. Clicker vote will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. And by a vote of 195 to 24, the motion passes. Thank you.
Cafeteria, 5 in
Oh,
favor.
I'm so sorry.
5 in favor, none opposed, 1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you. So by a vote of 200 to whatever I said was in opposition. There's a gentleman I invited to make a motion at this time.
Chris Buck, 31 Robert Road. I would like to make a motion that in lieu of continuing on to, I think it was Article 40, we bring forward Article 63, followed by 67, and then back to the regular order of the warrant, please.
I need a second. Motion's been made and seconded to advance Articles 63 and 67 to the present time. This motion is debatable, and I will go to the front microphone.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. Leah Viverito, Kirkland Drive. With all due respect to Mr. Buck, I would ask the body to take the warrant articles in order. We do have strangers present with us that are looking to present, and this would put a significant strain on that. So I would ask that you vote no.
Thank you. Is there any further debate on the motion to advance Articles 63 and 67? I see a gentleman working his what?
I'd like to advance 68.
No, only at the microphone. I will wait.
Mark Dexter, 259 Great Road. I would like to advance Article 68 as well, as it also pertains to Lower Village, the Lower Village discussion.
I will interpret your motion as a motion to amend the prior motion to include Articles 68 as well as 63 and 67.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Do I have a second for that? This is also debatable. So this is getting complicated. I like how you're testing the new guy. That's all right. We will now entertain debate on that last motion, tacking on 68 to 63 and 67, and only that matter. Do I have debate on that matter? I do not. So let's go to a vote on that. This requires a majority.
What's the vote? I'm sorry.
The vote is to advance Article 68 as well as 63 and 67. And Ms. Wood, the person at the side microphone, does have a comment on 68.
No, I have a comment on 63 and 67, moving those forward.
So why don't you just wait a second?
Okay, that's why I was confused.
That's okay. Do you have a comment on tacking?
Question about, it is getting complicated.
Yes.
If we move 68 forward, does that mean that we've given precedence that everything else can get moved forward? I'm not clear what exactly we're voting on when we say.
Right now, a prior gentleman moved to advance Articles 63 and 67. A second gentleman said, let's do 68 too. So we're voting on 68 too. We're not yet voting on the whole idea of advancing anything. What we're voting on is, if we're going to advance something, it's going to include 68. Okay? So I think on this, I'm going to take a vote by cards. This requires a simple majority. All those in favor of tacking 68 onto the motion to advance, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those against? That is a majority in the auditorium. Alice, what is it in the cafeteria?
I see 1 in favor, 2 in favor, 3 in favor, and opposed? 2 opposed.
All right. So we're going back to the motion to advance articles. The motion to advance articles now includes Articles 63, 67, and 68 in that order. That's what we're debating, and I will go to the side microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Debbie Woods, Great Road, here as a citizen not representing anybody other than myself. I understand moving articles forward. No one wants to be here on a beautiful day. And I understand that 63 and 67 are probably the most meaty of them all, but we're here. We should respect the order that the warrant has been published, and I do not support moving those forward.
Thank you. I should note, for the record, for purposes of our minutes, with the people who made these two motions, please fill out the town clerk's form, which is available over there. Front microphone on the matter of moving forward articles.
Ed DeLuca, 26 Crescent Street. I'm also opposed to this. I think essentially this is stating that some people's time is more worthwhile than other people's time. And I think we have an order. Let's stop the debate. Let's carry on with the order as done and move forward with the meeting.
Thank you. Do I have any further debate on the motion to advance 3 articles? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. The question again is advancing 63, 67, and 68. This requires a simple majority. We'll use our clickers in the auditorium, and we will use our cards in the cafeteria. Voting will be open for the clickers for 20 seconds.
What a yes and no vote are,
Yes.
please.
I'm going to, pardon?
I would like clarification on what a yes vote is and what a no vote is, just so that we're all clear. Thank you.
Sure. So in the regular course of things, we finished up Article 39, and in the regular course of things, we'd be going to Article 40. A gentleman stood up and made a motion to advance a couple of articles. Now it's 3 articles. So the thing we're voting on right now is whether to not go to 40, but instead go to 63 and then 67 and then 68 and then return to 40. So a yes vote means I want to talk about 63, then 67, 68, and go back to 40. A no vote means let's just go on to 40. And I'm going to amend it, and because it's a simple majority, we're just going to use the cards rather than ask the IT department to set up this whole thing for this vote that we did not expect. So again, the motion is to advance 3 articles to the present time. It requires a simple majority, and we're going to use our cards. All those in favor, please signify by holding up your cards. Thank you. All those against, please hold up your cards. Thank you. The motion fails in the auditorium. Alice, how about in the cafeteria?
It's to be split. We did 2 votes, 3-2, 3-3.
All right. On the whole, the motion fails. We'll now progress to Article 40. Do I have a motion on Article 40?
Got to get back to page 40. Sorry. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to accept Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22nd G, the Veterans Exemption Clause.
Do I have a second? I have a motion made and seconded on Article 40. Finance Committee recommendation is in your warrant. I don't think there's an explanation in the warrant, and I was going to ask Mr. Golder to provide a brief English explanation of this.
Oh, good. Thank you. English is good. I assume I'm in order for Article 40, right?
Article 40, yes.
Okay. Lenny Golder, member of the Board of Assessors, and speaking on behalf of the Board of Assessors, we support this motion. What the situation is there are properties that are held in the state, and presently, for a veteran in this situation to qualify for an exemption, the veteran would have to be a trustee. What this article will do is allow a veteran who is not a trustee, but who is domiciled in the property to qualify for the exemption. It's a way of expanding the exemption status to give added benefits to veterans who have served our country.
Thank you, Mr. Golder. Are there any questions, any debate on Article 40? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. The question is the main motion under Article 40. This requires a simple majority. We'll use our clickers in the auditorium and cards in the cafeteria. Voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. By a vote of 164 to 14, it passes in the auditorium. Alice, cafeteria?
6-0 in favor.
Thank you. Article 40 passes. Do I have a motion on Article 41?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town amend the regional school district agreement between the towns of Bolton, Lancaster, and Stow as set forth in the amended agreement titled Neshoba Regional School District Agreement.
I didn't hear a second, did I? I have a motion and a second on Article 41. Finance Committee has a recommendation in the warrant. The Select Board also has a recommendation in the warrant. Does the Select Board want to add anything?
Just to say, I was a representative on the committee. It took a couple of years. There was a lot going back and forth with the state DESI, and I'm sure Leah will tell you more about that, but we were in favor of the changes.
Thank you. And we have a presentation from Ms. Viverito.
Hi, everybody. Can you all hear me? So my name is Leah Viverito. I'm your neighbor in Stow from Kirkland Drive. I'm also currently serving as the chairperson of the Neshoba Regional School Committee. So as you can see on the slide here, I'm going to try to move quickly to respect your time. The Neshoba Regional School Committee has approved an amended regional agreement. This is the document that governs how our three towns combine to provide educational services in the district. This has to go through the school committee first. It then has to be approved at all three town meetings. It has been approved in Lancaster and Bolton. If Stow is to approve it, which I hope you will, it will then go to the Commissioner of Education for final approval and then be put into place. What you will see in the changes is that there's really nothing terribly substantive in the change. It is really just creating some updates. So the reason why this was originally undertaken was to address the fact that we are no longer in compliance with one person, one vote. After we did some calculations, what we decided was that each town needed to get an additional member of the school committee. We've been operating like that since 2020. And so that is already in place. We also created the Regional Amendment Advisory Committee to assist with this process. And many members from our three towns sat on the board, including Select Board Member Sturgis. So the Neshoba Regional School Committee formed it as a working group to propose the changes. They put those before the school committee, and the school committee ultimately approved all of their recommendations, which you guys perhaps found in the cover letter that was situated outside the door. So here are some of the changes that we made. With regard to membership, each town got an additional member. There is now a slightly different vacancy procedure, but it is in line with the town of Stow. The terms extended the terms of the school committee members to begin in the June organizational meeting, which makes a lot of sense considering the old board will wrap up school committee business and then take new members at that new meeting. Included are the powers and duties of the school committee, which are already statutorily given. We talked a little bit about the physical plant and how we want to make sure that any building that serves kids from multiple towns is centrally located. And we also added a clause giving the superintendent and the school committee powers to move students in case of emergencies. With regard to fiscal matters, the school committee must adopt a budget by March 15th, which is just a slight change in procedure. We added a clause that recognizes the limitations that Proposition 2.5 put the towns under. We also require the superintendent to meet with town leaders in a roundtable, which he has already started to do. We articulate that operating costs will be based upon foundation enrollment, which is very similar to the current practice. It's basically based upon a 5-year rolling average. Other district-wide capital costs will be assessed in the same way that operating costs are. Capital costs under $10,000 related to a building owned by one member town will be assessed by the district to such member town. This is language that is currently in the leases, and there's really no change. We've added statutory language about how the regional school district incurs debt, which is exactly the way that we incurred debt in 1998. So there's really no change there. We've already also added statutory language about the need to create an excess and deficiency fund, which is basically free cash. We've added some oversight responsibility to our already existing audit advisory committee, which is just good practice. With regard to transportation, we added a little bit of language that will ensure our reimbursement from the state is never in jeopardy. With regard to amendment procedure, it is virtually the same language, except that amendments that change the number of school committee members going forward will require 2 of the 3 towns to say yes, whereas right now it is all 3 of the towns, which could become problematic because if the towns voted no, if any one town voted no, we would be out of compliance with the law and subject to punishment. With regard to withdrawal / admission of new towns,
The withdrawal is going to require unanimous consent from all three towns, and admission requires unanimous consent from all three towns. We think this is important. Our AAAC committee thought this was important to make sure that there is consistency and dependability. We also added other small statutory language requirements that are by law. And that is the end of that. We hope that you will join us in approving the amended agreement, but I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Viverito. I want to apologize to Ms. Viverito. I have a note that I was going to give her an extra 2 minutes if she needed it. And I was in the process of changing that to give her more 2 minutes, and she ended. So I guess everything kind of worked out. Do we have any debate on Article 41? Nope. False alarm. All right. Seeing no debate, we will go to a vote. This requires a simple majority. Of course, the question is the main motion under Article 41. We'll use our clickers in the auditorium and cards in the cafeteria. Voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. By a vote of 170 to 8, the article passes. The motion under Article 41 passes.
Cafeteria has 8 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Alice. Sorry. Before we move to Article 42, during Article 41, I was handed a written motion to amend Article 38-3. I have to reject it as out of order if for no other reason than the fact that it's untimely. Had I received it in a timely manner, I think I still would have ruled it out of order because it seeks to do 2 different things, substitute a dollar number, actually 3 different things. But I'm ruling it out of order, which is unfortunate. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to say something. There's been an unusual amount of talk at this town meeting and before about amendments. I want to give everybody a little bit of a clue. If you think it's possible that you're going to offer an amendment to a motion at town meeting, the best thing to do is to fill out this form and give it to the clerk or me before town meeting. That way I can take a look at it, consult with counsel, and decide whether it's in order, whether it's within scope. And most importantly, if it isn't, I can tell you why. And to a limited extent, I can help you get it into scope. I have an interest in doing that just to make sure that things go smoothly. So unfortunately, I have to rule this out of order. We will now proceed with a main motion under Article 42.
Mr. Moderator, I would like to make a motion to reconsider the motion to advance Article 63, was it 63, 67, and 68 for a specific reason. I have experience with the caucus convention system in a different state where when there were situations that required people to stay for a longer period of time, then the people who stayed were the ones who were on the polar ends of the spectrum, not the people who were in the middle. We can see that we have a lot of people leaving, and this is an issue that is important to the community. And so I feel that in order for us to hear the voices of everyone who is affected by this, that we do need to advance the motion. And Tracy Winslow, 6 Warren Road, Apartment 2.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's when a person moves for reconsideration, typically the moderator will ask, what new information do you have? Really, no new information has occurred since that vote. What you just said, though probably valid, is along the lines of advocacy for the motion. It would have been perfectly appropriate and could have been said during that debate. So I'm going to have to not entertain the motion and find it out of order. But thank you. Proceeding to Article 42, main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 42, transfer to stabilization fund as printed in the warrant, and as funding therefore, transfer $200,000 from certified free cash to the stabilization fund.
Second.
I have a motion made and seconded under Article 42. Finance Committee recommendation is in the warrant. Do I have any debate? That's a false alarm. Okay, we will go to a vote. Again, the question is the main motion under Article 42. This requires a simple majority. I think we'll just use our cards in both rooms for this one. So all those in favor of the motion under Article 42, please signify by raising your cards. Thank you. You can lower them. And against? Thank you. Clearly passes in the auditorium. Alice, how about in the cafeteria?
Passes in the cafeteria.
Thank you. The motion under Article 42 passes. Article 43.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 43, transfer to capital stabilization fund, as printed in the warrant and as funding thereof, transfer $75,000 from certified free cash to the capital stabilization fund account.
Motion's been made and seconded under Article 43. Your Finance Committee recommendation is in the warrant. And do I have any debate? Front microphone.
Richard Eckel, 53 Adams Drive. I just was curious, are these stabilization funds invested like a trust fund would be, or is it just earmarked money that, I mean, I think they're a great idea. I was just curious.
Nope, they're invested in the Bartholomew Trust Funds.
Okay, thanks.
Do I have any further debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. The question again, the main motion on Article 43 requires a simple majority. We'll use our cards in both rooms. Everyone's anticipating what I'm doing. Those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. I got to go through a point of order.
The warrant article says as far as is that an error?
Yes, it is an error. Councils, thank you for pointing that out. I meant to say that. Council told us that as opposed to taking money out of a stabilization fund, which requires 2/3, putting money into it requires only a simple majority. Once again, those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. You can lower them. And those against? Thank you. Clearly passes in the auditorium. Alice, how about in the cafeteria?
9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Main motion under Article 43 passes. Article 44.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 44, legal services as printed in the warrant, and as funding therefore raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be added to any balance remaining from any previous appropriation for the purpose of funding the town's general legal account.
I have a motion made and seconded under Article 44, Finance Committee recommendation in your warrant. Do I have any debate? I apparently do not. We will go to a vote. The question is on Article 44. We're going to use our clickers on this one in the auditorium. Open for 20 seconds, beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. By a vote of 162 to 11, the motion under Article 44 passes.
Cafeteria 6 and 0.
Thank you, Alice. Article 45.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town borrow the sum of $300,000 for Article 45 PFAS per and polyfluoroalkyl substances remediation expenses, including all costs incidental and related thereto, as printed in the warrant, and that to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow the full amount of such appropriation under General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other general or special law or other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town.
Do I have a second? Motion's been made and seconded under Article 45. I think the moderator has the authority to say that for this town meeting and for all time, just saying PFAS is fine. Finance Committee recommendation in your warrant. And is there any debate? I have some debate. Side microphone.
Yeah, Alan Fierce, Red Acre Road. So a couple of questions. Are we hiring a new LSP, or is this a continuation of the one we've had for the last couple of years? And is this a one-year budget, 500,000, or for an extended period?
Town Administrator.
So I want to clarify, it's 300,000, and it is just a continuation of the ongoing project. The hope is that we don't need this 300,000 through taxpayer funding because we're applying for grants and looking for other funding that has now become available for PFAS. But we know that we will need to expend money in the next fiscal year up to this amount. So hopefully we won't actually have to borrow this. We'll get the funding in other methods, but we do need to continue on with the project in the next phase.
I know the project costs a great deal of money, but is this just for the LSP's services alone?
No, no, no. This is for the actual installation of the POET systems and all the work that we're doing.
I'd be curious to know what that work.
Alan, I think that was your follow-up. Thank you. Next speaker.
H. Matthew Sonnetson, 101 Packard Road. I rise in support of this motion, but I wanted to make a few points publicly. This will continue to grow as an expense until we get rid of the problem, and that won't happen until we get PFAS and all fluoridated chemicals out of use, which we have no control over. They are in things such as food packaging and dental floss, as well as other commonly used products. So please remember, don't put anything on the ground that you don't want to drink later. Thank you.
Thank you. Front microphone.
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive, 9 White Pond Road. I'm only a little confused because it says the ARPA funds were $500,000 for the ARPA funds for this project. Is this project actually an $800,000, possible $800,000 project?
Oh, no, we're approaching $1 million because we've appropriated funds in the 2 prior fiscal years.
Okay.
So fiscal 21, fiscal 20, fiscal 21, and fiscal 22, we appropriated funding. Fiscal 23, we've used ARPA funds, and now we're back again for more funding.
So this has been a serious water problem for the town.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alan, I'll allow one more quick question. The fact that there's no one else in line means that everyone else is probably ready to vote. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking for a quick outline of the work to be done this year.
Town
So
Administrator.
it's the same work that we've been doing. We have a list of all the homes that we need to treat. So it's a matter of installing their POET systems. We have to test all of the water on a quarterly basis for all the houses. And now with the EPA lowering the threshold from 20 down to 6, we have to install additional we have to install potentially point of use systems in addition to point of entry systems. And this is just the estimates for the continuation of all of those installations.
Thank you, Mr. Fierce. We're going to a vote. The question is the main motion under Article 45. This requires 2/3 because it involves bonding. And we will use our clickers. Voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. By a vote of 162 to 13 in the auditorium, it passes. Alice in the cafeteria?
8 in favor, 1 abstention in the cafeteria.
8 in favor, none opposed, 1 abstention. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Article 45 passes. I'm ready for a motion on Article 46.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 46, MS4 stormwater permit requirements as printed in the warrant and as funding therefore raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to any balance remaining and previously appropriated for the purpose of implementing the requirements of the stormwater management plan as required by the town's stormwater discharge permit issued by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency.
Motion's been made and seconded under Article 46, Finance Committee recommendation in your warrant. Do I have any debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. This requires, the question is the main motion on 46. This requires a simple majority. We'll use our clickers in the auditorium. Voting will be open for 20 seconds, beginning now. Five seconds. Ms. Levina? And the voting is closed. By the vote of 155 to 9, it passes in the auditorium. Alice, how to do in the cafeteria?
9 in favor, none opposed.
Article 46 passes. Thank you. I'm ready for a motion on Article 47.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 47, purchase of cemetery equipment, as printed in the warrant and as funding, therefore, raise and appropriate the sum of $9,800 to be expended by the Highway Department for the purpose of replacing a cemetery lawn mower, including all costs incidental and related thereto.
Motion has been made and seconded under Article 47, Finance Committee recommendation in the warrant. Is there any debate? Are you here for debate? No, there is no debate. Well, I'm going to wait. Is this for Article 47? There is no debate on Article 47. We'll go to a vote. The question is the main motion under Article 47. This requires a simple majority. I think we'll just use our cards in both places. All those in favor in the auditorium, please raise your cards. Thank you. Those opposed? Thank you. Clearly passes in the auditorium. How about in the cafeteria?
8 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Article 49. And I may ask the deputy moderator to come up at Article 50. Yes, very good. You're all paying attention. Just wanted to make sure you're awake. Main motion under Article 48.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 48, purchase of cemetery shed as printed in the warrant and as funding thereof, raise and appropriate the sum of $9,500 to be expended to the Highway Department for the purpose of purchasing a confined space shed, including all costs incidental and related thereto.
Motion's been made and seconded on Article 48. Finance Committee recommendation in the warrant. Any debate? Front microphone.
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive, 9 White Pond Road. Mr. Moderator, a little confused. We had the old fire station over at the building where the cemetery personnel uses right now. And now we need a shed for him. We gave him a whole garage, and now we're give him a shed as well. What is the need of a shed when he has the whole garage that the fire department used? Many people used it, and he's only one man using the same shed, same garage.
Madam Town Administrator.
So first of all, we've moved the cemetery out of the former fire station. They are now up at the Highway Department, so they fall under the same umbrella. But you'd be amazed how much time is spent driving back and forth from the cemetery to the fire station, former fire station, and back and forth. This will allow the convenience of having the equipment and the necessary resources right at the cemetery so that time is not spent driving around picking up equipment and necessities.
Okay, so the shed's at the cemetery. It's not.
It will be at the cemetery.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any further debate? No, seeing none. We will go to a vote. The question is the main motion under Article 48. This requires a simple majority. I think we'll just use the cards in both rooms. All those in favor of 48, please signify by raising your cards. Thank you. You can lower them. Opposed? Thank you. Clearly passes in the auditorium. How about in the cafeteria?
10 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Article 49, I will take a motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 49 cemetery survey work as printed in the warrant and as funding therefore raise and appropriate the sum of $8,000 to be expended by the Highway Department for the purpose of conducting survey work on the Brookside Cemetery, including all costs incidental and related thereto.
I have a motion made and seconded on Article 49, Finance Committee in the warrant. Do I have any debate? People walking around, but, no debate. Thank you. We will go to a vote. The question is on the main motion on Article 49. Simple majority. Again, I think we'll just use our cards. All those in favor, please signify by raising your cards. Thank you. Those opposed? Thank you. Clearly passes in the auditorium. How about in the cafeteria?
9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. The main motion under Article 49 passes. I want to ask the deputy moderator to take over for Article 50 and possibly 51.
Lovely to see you all again. So here we go with Article 50.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 50, Cane Land Walking Path Construction as printed in the warrant and as funding therefore, raise and appropriate the sum of $35,000 to be expended under the direction of the Planning Department for the construction of a walking path along Gleasondale Road to access a parcel of land known as the Cane Land.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on the floor, and I believe we have a presentation.
Thank you. My name is Valerie Ortiz. I'm the planning director. Wow, man. Of course. Okay, thank you. My name is Valerie Ortiz. I'm your planning director. This article is for the construction of a safe pedestrian access path for the town-owned Cane Land. This is a shovel-ready project that has broad community support in the Gleasondale neighborhood. Gleasondale is not serviced by sidewalks or pathways, so this serves a very critical need for that neighborhood. It is true that we may have some funds left over after construction of this project. Any remaining funds would head back into the general fund.
Thank you very much. Do we have any debate? Oh, Ms. Sturgis?
A recommendation from Capital Planning. The Capital Planning Committee voted to oppose this request. The bid was received on April 12th for $45,000. They've had previous CPA funds and the current cash on hand is $46,000. So we felt, given that there wasn't a rush to get more funds, given we have a special town meeting in the fall, if they need to ask CPA for more funds, that we shouldn't take it out of current taxes.
Thank you. Gentleman at the mic.
Mark Forge, 39 Adams Drive, 9 White Pond Road. I'm a little puzzled because the numbers up on the board were between 45 and higher, and you're only asking for $35,000. What is the additional funds for, or why isn't there enough funds here to do the project? Or is it, I guess from what Ellen just said, there's some funds already available?
Right, so we're still working to. Is that working? We're still working to confirm the low bidder here. So again, it is possible that we don't need to dip into this account by too much. One item that was not included in the bill was, or in the bid, is police detail. So that would be an added expense above the $45,000. And again, any remaining funds would be returned. If we are unable to confirm the low bidder, we'll have to either go back out to bid or look to delay the project.
Once again, you're asking for 35,000. You just mentioned 45,000. I'm not quite sure what you're actually looking for money.
We're looking for $35,000.
Yes, Madam Moderator.
So they do have money still in their engineering account currently. So they may not need the entire 35,000 to supplement what they already have. So the 45,000 is what she mentioned that they already have in the account.
This is for the project, not just for the engineering.
Correct. But they have funding in their account available that they could apply.
Gotcha. Thank you.
This microphone on the right.
Hi, Joanna Miller, 127 Adams Drive. I used to live in Gleasondale, and at the time that I was there were no walking paths. In fact, there still aren't. And being able to take a safe family walk was a huge issue. We couldn't let our toddler out of the stroller. And so I highly support this because I think it will be great for families be able to go and run into the woods and be able to safely access those paths that are going to be able to be built.
Thank you. This mic.
I agree with her. And I'd like to
You need to identify yourself, please.
oh, sorry. I figured everybody knew me already. I'd go and drop the mic. I'm just kidding. My name is Iris Lee Marcus. I live at 18 Marlborough Road here in beautiful Stow. 9 years ago, a UMass professor who specialized in preserving and restoring old factory villages held a charrette with his graduate students, the Stow Planning Board, and Gleasondale residents. Two glaring issues were identified. One, the lack of gathering space for Gleasondale residents, and two, lack of open space conservation land for walking. Two town parcels here in Gleasondale fit this need. The now vacant school lot where children of the factory workers attended school and the 40 acres of the cane land. No money was spent acquiring either of these properties. Neighbors of Gleasondale have worked on these two projects for almost a decade, organizing day-long cleanup projects of the school lot and tackling the daunting task of cleaning up along the Assabet on the cane land. A final step to creating conservation land trails involves an access route to the cane land. This warrant addresses that step. Gleasondale is an underserved section of the town. There are no sidewalks, as earlier mentioned, no gathering spaces, as earlier mentioned. We ask that you support our efforts to bring our projects to fruition, to bring a neighborhood gathering spot and conservation land trails to Gleasondale. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here, Kathy.
Kathy Sparrow, 74 West Acton Road, and I'll be brief and just say that I agree with everything the last speaker said. I have been working with the folks from Gleasondale as conservation director for years. They've brought a lot of enthusiasm and energy for this project. They have an active group of volunteers trying to make this project happen. We actually already had an Eagle Scout build a bridge across a ditch on the property, which is just sitting there waiting for the rest of the trail. So I urge your support for this article. Thanks.
Thank you. Over here.
Yeah, Pam Weathers, 89 West Acton Road. So I just need some clarification because I'm a little confused about where the money's coming from, because this seems like a CPA project. You know, it should be money that we already have that we could use because it's for a conservation activity. So can somebody clarify?
Sure. We decided to apply as an article rather than go through CPC. This was just a decision made. We were not ready with bids or bid estimates. The bid specifications and plans were not finalized until after the CPC deadline in December.
Gentleman over here.
Hi, John Haberly, Indian Ridge Road. Again, I love all of these conservation projects. I would like them to get an estimate of what the annual ongoing cost is. If you have one, please present it. If not, I recommend that you have it in the future because I love these projects, but I don't want to have an unexpected annual expense that comes up that they knew about ahead of time. If you have an estimate, that'd be great. Thank you.
Ellen?
I want to clarify in terms of capital planning, the project is great, but it should be going through CPA. That is to Ms. Weathers' point. There was no rush, given that they're sitting on cash now. They could have come back and get more CPA funds later.
Any other debate? Okay, we'll move to a vote on the motion. We'll use our clickers. This just requires a simple majority. And voting is open. Oh. Voting's open now. Guess I should finish this. We'll close the vote. And the vote passes 111 to 62.
In the cafeteria, 4 in favor, 4 opposed.
Thank you, Alice.
Thank you. Thank you again, Ms. Lavina. Can you hear me? We're ready for a motion on Article 51.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 51, Comprehensive Plan Technical Assistance, as printed in the warrant, and as funding therefore raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be expended by the Planning Board for comprehensive planning technical assistance.
Thank you. I have a motion made and seconded on Article 51. Finance Committee recommendation is in your warrant. Do I have any debate? I do, at the front microphone.
Yes, Mike Jordan, 166 Packard Road. Could you tell us what this considerable amount of money is actually going to be used for? It does sound like a lot of money. Can you tell us what proposed changes in town are going to come under this project, and whether those changes have actually already gotten town meeting approval?
Ms. Ortiz.
Sure. So this is for a master plan update or a comprehensive plan update. Comprehensive plans are long-range plans of the town. So this is projecting out 10 or 15 years into the future. Comprehensive plans provide a long-term basis for the decision-making in your town of the built environment, municipal services, and finances. So these plans do cost a lot of money because we are anticipating bringing a consulting firm on board to assist us. Of course, I cannot tell you what is going to be within the plan because that is going to come from you. You will be, as town voters and residents, you will be guiding that vision. But master plans typically talk about housing, transportation, economic development. So if you are concerned today with your taxes, with your housing opportunities, with transportation, this is the plan for you to invest in.
Thank you. This is your follow-up.
All right, thank you.
Front microphone.
Mr. Moderator, Marcia Rising, 34 Meeting House Lane. I wholeheartedly support this article. I had the good fortune, maybe it would be called good fortune, to be on the 2010 master plan. And we did not have help for a long time, and we struggled a lot. And it wasn't until we finally, near the end of getting this prepared, that we finally got some help, and then everything was able to come together. So I urge everybody to support this.
Thank you. Side microphone.
Hi, Lori Clark, 39 Bradley Lane. I'm also the chair of the planning board. I think an important point for everyone to understand is that the state also has a lot of laws and guidelines for towns to have these master plans in place. And if you don't, there are implications of what we can qualify for state programs as well. So this isn't something, clearly we want to do it for ourselves, but it's also something that the state looks upon as guidance as well to a lot of other things and how they distribute their program monies as well.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? And seeing none, we'll go to a vote. The question is on the main motion under Article 51. This requires a simple majority. We'll use our clickers. Voting will be open for 20 seconds, beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. By a vote of 156 to 21, the motion under Article 51 passes.
Cafeteria, 8 in favor, 0 opposed.
I apologize, Alice. Thank you. Article 52, take a main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town approve Article 52 Historical Commission funds as printed in the warrant and as funding therefore raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be expended by the Historical Commission for expenses related to having the Stow West School added to the National Historic Registry.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded under Article 52. The Finance Committee recommendation is in your warrant, and we have a presentation by the Historical Commission, Ms. Goldberg.
Goldman.
Goldman?
Yes. Hi.
Sorry, I apologize.
Hi, I'm Stacey Goldman. I'm a member of the Historical Commission, and I will keep this short and sweet. I know there are other things you want to be voting on right now. The West School is a one-room schoolhouse that is on Harvard Road. It was built in 1825, and it's one of the only remaining historic structures of its type. The funds that we're seeking would be to fund getting a consultant to walk us through the process of getting the school on the National Historic Register. This is a long and involved process and is something that generally people use consultants to do. Once we use this expense and we get the school on the historic register, then future work on the school, preservation work, accessibility work, all of that becomes much more fundable via grants. A lot of grants for this kind of work do require you to have National Register placement. And so without that, more expenses will end up coming on the town in the future when we end up renovating, working on preserving the West School down the line. We would like to keep this resource available for future generations because we do have a number of public programs that we do. We have a number of students who have come through in the past. We'd like to be able to continue to do that and to have it be a safe and comfortable place for us to be doing this historical programming. And then we just have some photos, because photos of old things are fun. Next one.
Is that the end of your presentation?
That is it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, feel free to click through the photos while we take a vote if you'd like. Do I have any debate? Front microphone.
Are there any other buildings on the National Historic Register in the town of Stow?
That's actually a great question. I don't know is Dot Spalding still here? She might, she might know. This is a town-owned building and is administrated by the Historical Commission. I don't know if any other town-owned buildings are on the register, but I'm sure there are pieces of personal property that are. But Dot, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I am correct.
Ms. Hathaway would like to answer that.
There are no other town-owned properties on the National Historic Register, but we do have 5 private homes. And that is, I believe, on our town website.
Thank you. Side microphone.
Vin Antil, 19 Highly Brook Road, Chair of the CPC. I just wanted to clarify that CPA funds can't be spent on historical registry applications. We can spend money on consulting, but it has to be directly related to a site project, like construction or something of that sort.
Thank you. Any further debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. I think we'll just use our cards. The question is the main motion, Article 52, which requires a simple majority. All those in favor, please signify by holding up your cards. Thank you. Thank you. Those against? Thank you. Clearly passes in the auditorium. Alice?
11 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Article 52 passes. Ready for a main motion under Article 53.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 53, Green Advisory Committee funds, as printed in the warrant and as funding therefore, raise and appropriate the sum of $14,400 to be expended by the Green Advisory Committee in their execution of duties, including the development of a climate action plan for the town.
Motion's been made and seconded under Article 53. Finance Committee recommendation is in your warrant. Do I have any debate? All right, seeing none, we'll go straight to a vote. This is on Article 53. This requires a simple majority. I think we'll just use our cards. All those in favor, please signify by raising the cards. Thank you. All those against? Thank you. Those in the auditorium? Alice?
8 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Article 53 passes. Article 54.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 54, repurpose previously allocated funds, as printed in the warrant and as funding therefore appropriate and reallocate the sum of $58,385.70 previously approved in Article 36 at the 2019 annual town meeting to replace the town building HVAC to the Randall Library renovation project.
Motion's been made and seconded under Article 54. Finance Committee recommendation in your warrant. Do I have any debate?
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive, 9 White Pine Road. It's my understanding that the library project is like $2 million over what it's supposed to be, was estimated to be from what it was voted on. I'm not sure why we'd be giving any more money to that until we know that project can go forward. The $2 million deficit, I don't think the project's going to go forward. And if it does, they're going to have different funding than another $58,000. I think that should go back to town, back to the town until the library gets more settled.
I'll take that as a comment, not a question. Is there any further debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. This is on the main motion under Article 54. It requires a simple majority. I'd like to use clickers in the auditorium. Voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. If you haven't already figured it out, the 20 seconds is a little ish. I don't really have a clock that's doing 20 seconds. 5 seconds. And voting is closed. By a vote of 145 to 37, Article 54 passed.
Cafeteria is 8 and 0.
I'm sorry, Alice. I appreciate and I need your assertiveness. Article 55, main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 55, debt rescission, as printed in the warrant, and therefore rescind the authorization for unissued debt that had been determined is no longer needed for the completion of various projects.
Motion's been made and seconded on Article 55. Finance Committee recommendation in your warrant. Do I have any debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote on the main motion on Article 55. This requires a simple majority. I think we'll just use our cards. All those in favor of Article 55 indicate by raising your cards. Thank you. Those against? Thank you. Alice, how's it looking? It clearly passes in the auditorium.
7 and 0.
Thank you. That brings us to Article 56, the beginning of the charter review articles. One change from your warrant, each of the charter review articles, Articles 56 to 60, will require a 2/3 majority to pass. Do I have a main motion under Article 56?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 56, Charter Change, Board of Selectmen to Select Board as printed in the warrant, provided, however, that in accordance with General Law, Chapter 43B, Article 10, this proposed amendment shall not take effect until approval by the voters of the town at the 2024 annual town election.
I have a motion made and seconded under Article 56. Finance Committee recommendation is in your warrant, and we will start with a presentation by the Chair of the Charter Review Committee, Deborah Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And thank you all for, good afternoon, and thank you all for being here and staying here. We appreciate it very much. The agenda today, we're going to keep it quick, is to meet the committee. We've been working very hard, so I thought it was fair to make sure you understood who everybody was. Big question is, what's a charter versus a bylaw versus a policy? And they all come into play and they all have different rules and regulations. What our task is as the committee, as well as why we are here. So the Charter Review Committee, we were appointed by two town moderators, both the past and the current town moderator. And we were formed in September of 22. And the current members are myself, who's chair, Dave Walrath, who is, Dave, you want to raise your hand? Dave's over there. Dave Walrath, who is chair, Kathy Kono, who is our secretary, as well as Karen Meyer and Kathy Sfera. So thank you all for a lot of hard work since September. What's what? We throw around these terms, charter and bylaw and policy. So what really do they mean? We have three levels that govern us. These are the three levels that govern us. The charter, it defines the rules in the form of the government. For us, we have open town meeting. That's why we have the privilege of being here today. It establishes limits of both how we conduct business as well as how people conduct business. And it's really our constitution of how we go about doing our business. It is arduous, as you will see, and why you are here today. We'll go through a little bit of that. Bylaw is kind of the next level down, and that is really the local laws and responsibilities. Some examples of bylaws are some of the zoning bylaws that we're going to be talking about today, as well as sign bylaw, for example. Easier to change or to put into effect, just requires town meeting vote. Policies, there are rules and regulations of how we go about day in and day out work. An example of that is code of conduct and employment policy, things like that. The simplest of all three levels to change, just requiring a vote of the select board to either change a policy or add a policy. So our task, a la the charter is to be reviewed every 10 years. So our goal, before we really reached out to the public, our goal was to simplify the charter, make sure it was legal, make sure it was consistent from section to section, and also to reflect kind of today's environment. We gathered reviews and gathered comments, and we got a lot of comments. You can find all of the comments out on the Stow website. Under the Charter Review Committee, you'll see well over 90 different comments that we received. What we did is we went through every single one of these requests for change or comments, and we were very, very respectful and very thorough in our review. And what we did is the first pass is there were a lot of duplicates because it came from the boards, it came from the residents, and came from different committees. So we did kind of combine the duplicates. We also set aside anything that violated Mass General Law or just wasn't really, we wanted to make sure that it was consistent with Mass General Law, and set aside anything that was inconsistent. What we're now going to do is we're bringing forward some today, and then we'll bring forth some more to be determined one of the next town meetings to make the changes. And the changes, the changes, and what we're trying to do is move forward those changes that best serve the town for the next 10 years. Today's process. What we're going to do is we're going to provide a brief overview of the 5 articles, which we'll entertain individually. But as I said, we really thoughtfully and respectfully reviewed all of these changes. And what we have decided to do is we chose a few to bring forward today because we knew it was a daunting task and we could not give justice to all of the changes that were requested. So we've decided to do a few well and save the rest for other town meetings. So for each article, we will talk about the change. In the warrant itself, what is on the page under the article is what we call the red line. So you can see the changes we made. In Appendix B, you'll see the clean copy so that you can see kind of the before and after. A complete red line version of the charter is on the website. We just didn't want to have the cost of putting it in the warrant, but you can find it on the website. So what we'll do is we'll present each change. The town moderator will then open it up for any discussions, and then we open it up for town meeting vote. For every article today that is passed by town meeting, the next step is that it has to go through Attorney General review to, again, make sure it's legal. Anything that passes the Attorney General review then goes to the ballot in May of 2024. So you can see the process is arduous. So we want to make sure that the charter reflects what it really should reflect. Mr. Moderator?
Thank you, Ms. Woods. We'll now have debate on Article 56. On each of these articles, I'll entertain debate on the individual articles, also on the charter change process in general, if you like. But if you want to talk about Article 58, wait until Article 58 or wait till Article 59. Any debate on Article 56? Seeing none.
May I just say a few words about Article 56? Sorry, I thought you were going to make a motion first. Don't you have to make a motion for Article 50?
The motion was
already. I'm sorry. So 56 is change of select everything to select board, select member, basically eliminating the word man or men. It was determined by town meeting of 2021 that was a change the town wanted to make. So we did make the change throughout the charter. So there you go. Sorry about that.
Thank you. No problem. Any debate? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. The question is on the motion on Article 56, charter change proposed. This requires, again, a 2/3 vote, so we'll use our clickers in the auditorium, and I'll need an exact count from the cafeteria. Voting will be open for 20 seconds, beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. By a vote of 183 to 7, Article 56 passes.
Cafeteria votes 7 and 0.
Thank you, Allison. That's important. So 7 to 0. So a total of 196 to 7. It passes.
It was 183 plus 7.
The correct vote is 190 plus 7. So now I understand what happened on that.
190 total.
190 total.
So 7.
To 7. Total vote 190 to 7. Article 57, I'll take a main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 50. Hello? Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator. Now,
I hear you. I hear you.
okay. I move that the town approve Article 57 charter change, initiation of warrant articles as printed in the warrant. Provided, however, that in accordance, there you go, with General Law, Chapter 43B, Section 10, this proposed amendment shall not take effect until approval by the voters of the town at the 2024 annual town election.
Motion's been made and seconded under Article 57. Again, your Finance Committee recommendation is in the warrant. Brief presentation by Ms. Woods.
One of the things we wanted to do is we wanted to be respectful of your time. So on some of these articles, you'll see that there's a couple of different topics. What we tried to do is combine topics that were either on the same section or the same topic. It's important to know we may be talking about, in this case, we're going to be talking about 2 changes. The vote is for all of the changes. So it's not going to be an independent vote. A vote yay for Article 57 will approve both of those. A nay does not approve both of those. And you'll see that for the next couple. Citizens petition. We heard from many citizens that they did not feel it was right for a citizens petition to have to follow different rules than a regular board or a committee. Right now, the charter says a citizen petition has to be 90 days prior to a town meeting, 30 days for a special town meeting. This change takes it to all petitions have to be in by the close of the warrant. And what it does is it makes it consistent with all other boards and committees. The Section 2.8, town official availability. A la the charter, every department head, every town official must attend every session of town meeting, regardless of the topic. And we heard from both department heads and our town administrator, it can be costly to the town to have a town official sit at town meeting when there's really nothing that they might be able to speak to. So the request is to change it to take it out of the charter altogether. This is an example where we felt that instead of it being a charter or a bylaw, it was more of a policy, that it would be like an employment policy or a policy between the town administrator and the department heads, or the department heads and the individuals within their department. So the proposed change is to take that requirement out of the charter and leave it up to a policy.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Do I have debate? Side microphone.
Yeah, Alan Fierce, Red Acre Road. 2 quick points. First, there are many tasks around this town that are provided by volunteers that look like thankless tasks. I just want to thank this committee for its incredible hard work. I mean, I tuned into a number of their Zoom meetings. They were meeting incredibly frequently, detailed work. Who would want to do this, go through the charter and improve it? And that's what they have done here. So I at least as one person, want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan.
Secondly, I'm one of the people that was advocating for a change in the citizen petition requirement. Last year, Sustainable Stow, of which I'm a member, had a citizen's petition all set to go, but we were not allowed to get it on the warrant because we didn't meet the 90-day requirement. And it's too bad. It was a good warrant article, and it didn't get heard by the people who needed to decide it. So I am encouraging you all to vote for this particular Article 57. This is a great change that the committee is making.
Thank you. Front microphone.
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive, 9 White Pond Road. You know, the only part of this article I'm not crazy about is Section 2.8. I believe that town officials should be available for the town meetings. I was a chief engineer for many years, and whenever we had a meeting, all the department heads were responsible to be there. I think it's good town politics to have the people who are running the town at the town meeting. This town meeting is very important on what goes forward through everything that we do in this town. I think they should be firsthand. If any questions should come up, and if nothing else, just for general knowledge of what goes on at the meetings. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I mean, to that point, this does not say town officials will not be at town meeting. This just says it's going to be more of a policy versus a mandate from the charter, so that policies can be in place to ensure that if the town administrator and the select board want to put in a policy to say thou shalt, then thou shalt. Again, it goes back to the onerous part of changing. That's all. That was the thought process.
Okay, I understand. The problem I have is I believe it should be mandatory and it should be in the charter. I don't believe someone else should be determining it later on to make a policy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. Again, this requires 2/3. The question is on the main motion under Article 57, We'll use our clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria, and voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. Five seconds. And closed. Voting is closed. By a vote of 174 to 116, it passes.
6 in favor in the cafeteria,
Thank
0 opposed.
I was going to make a point of asking you, Alice, but you beat me to it. I did get a text from an attorney friend of mine suggesting that the people in the cafeteria may have a class action civil rights suit because I'm not asking. Thank you. Article 57 passes. You want the total vote?
180.
180 in favor and 16 against. Article 58, main motion.
Okay, this again is another one where there are 3 components. Again, you're going to be voting them all together. And this has to do with kind of the regional school committee or school committees, as well as clarification of vacancies. The passing of Article 41, when we were going through this, this change, we did not know whether Article 41 was going to pass, whether or not we were going to have a regional district agreement. Right now, the charter says term begins and ends a la the town rules. So it's, I'm going to get this wrong, town rules. I'm just going to leave it at that. And then the Neshoba Regional wanted to change the commencement dates. They wanted it to be sometime in June, kind of skew it. And their validation was because of some of the changes with the word, not the survey, when you review, there it is, the superintendent's review. I'm sorry, it's been a crazy day. So what we needed to do is we needed to make sure that we balanced both out. We didn't want to just say it had to be the town, because then if the school committee regional district came in, we were kind of stuck. So what this change allows for is if there is a regional district agreement, which there is now for Neshoba, the term beginning and end dates follow that. If there is no agreement, regional agreement in place, which there is not for Minuteman, you follow the town rules. So we needed to clarify, if there's an agreement in place, you follow that. If there's not, you follow the town rules. The filling of the vacancies, we just needed to make sure it said what Mass General Law says. So that's just changed for that. And the very simple housekeeping, it sounds simple, but we have 2 school committees, but yet it referred to a school committee. So we now change it to any school committee. I think that's it. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. I neglected to get a main motion on Article 58, so I'll take that motion now.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 58, charter change elected officials, as printed in the warrant, provided, however, that in accordance with General Law, Chapter 43B, Section 10, this proposed amendment shall not take effect until approval by the voters of the town at the 2024 annual town election.
Okay, now I have a main motion made and seconded. We've had our presentation. Finance Committee recommendation is in your warrant. Do I have any debate on Article 58? And seeing none, we will go to a vote. Again, this requires 2/3. The question is the main motion under Article 58. Clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria. Voting open for 20 seconds beginning now. That is not a bad idea. 5 seconds. And voting is closed. Alice, what was the vote? This is a great idea. What was the vote in the cafeteria?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It was 6 in favor, 0 opposed with 1 abstention.
And the vote in the auditorium was 183 to 3, making a total of 189 to 3. Even I can do that in my head. So Article 58 passes. I will take a main motion on Article 59.
Sure, Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 59, Charter Change, Board of Assessors to amend the Charter, Article 3, entitled Elected Officials, and Article 5, entitled Administrative Organization, with text to be inserted shown in with text to be inserted, shown in underline, and text to be deleted, shown in strike through, as printed in the warrant, and to strike the words "a Board of Assessors" from Section 3-1A of Article 3, provided, however, that in accordance with General Law, Chapter 43B, Section 10, this proposed amendment shall not take effect until approval by the voters of the town at the 2024 annual town election.
I have a motion made and seconded under Article 59. Those of you who are paying close attention to the motions may notice that Ms. Birch McMichael mentioned Section 3-1A of the Charter, whereas the warrant only mentions Sections 3-8 and 5-5. When the warrant was put together, it did not address language in 3-1A. 3-1A just lists all the elected boards in town. So a natural thing, a ministerial change would be to delete Board of Assessors, which is what Ms. Birch McMichael just proposed to do. It's so ministerial in nature and flows directly from the rest of the motion. I didn't really have any difficulty finding that it was within the scope of the article, but I wanted to point it out to you. Having said all that, we have a short presentation again by Ms. Woods.
Simplified version, we forgot to move it from elected to appointed. So that's what the correction's all about. So we had a lot of discussion on this and we received a lot of comments and recommendations on this. Currently, the Board of Assessor is a 5-person board, three-person board, 3-person board, all elected. Over the years, they've struggled trying to get either even a candidate to run for the seat because each position is up every year. Over the past couple of years, I just did some quick numbers. Last year, we had a candidate for 1 seat. In 2021, there were no candidates and someone won with 6 write-in votes. 2020, no candidates and the person with 4 write-in votes said no thank you. 2019, there were 3 positions available and there was 1 person per each position. 2015, 17, and 18, we had candidates, 2012 write-ins. So you can see that it's been very challenging. This year, we have the first time the records go back to 2012, we have a contested race. So it's the first time. So because of that, and because of the requirements that a assessor has to go through, it's not just show up to a meeting and conduct business. They have to go through a fairly rigorous certification process of 10 different modules, and they must do that within the first year. So a lot of people, when they either sign up for assessor or say yes to a write-in vote, they're not necessarily aware of that requirement. So the change was requested from both the town administrator as well as the chief assessor because they really want to make sure that they have, when people step up to be an assessor, they are certified or are at least understand what the certification process is, so we don't run into the difficulty of having a non-certified person on the board. We're not changing anything about their duties. All the duties remain the same. The size of the committee remain the same. It's just taking it from elected to appointed. Recommended, powers and duties stay the same. So everything is the same, just taking it from elected to appointed, and the appointment would be done by the select board. Mr. Moderator?
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Any debate? Side microphone.
Yeah, I can speak. Lenny Golder, member of the Board of Assessors. And as Deb pointed out, we've had trouble getting people to run for the Board of Assessors, except this year when I'm running, it seems we have an opponent, but I don't know if that's a good incentive to keep it as an elected board, though. I mean, I suppose, but I doubt it. The thing is, if it were, ideally, I'd like to see an elected board because, people are answerable to the voters. However, as Ms. Woods pointed out, it has really been difficult getting people to run. So ideally, what I had thought would be a good compromise would be to keep the 3 elected board members and add 2 appointed members, have a hybrid board. But the feedback I got from people in town government was, we've never done it this way before, and there just wasn't much support for it. So given the situation between the problem of getting people to run on an elected board versus an appointed board, I support the appointed board because, at least we'll have people, hopefully, that'll step up, people who might not otherwise, decide to run for office.
Thank you, Mr. Golder. Side microphone.
John Wendler, Cross Street. So my question is, what happens when positions go vacant or you don't have anyone stepping up for election? Does the board appoint people to conduct the duties? So the default would be no one wants to be elected, and the board then has the power to appoint.
My understanding is the authority to appoint belongs with the select board.
Okay, so the select board appoints people to fill the position that they know if no one steps up for elections as things stand.
Denise, go ahead.
Town
Yeah.
administrator.
Yes, so currently, any vacancy that occurs in an elected board, it's a joint appointment between the existing members of the remaining board and the select board.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I think I could add, as a practical matter, what often happens when no one takes out papers for a position is that a write-in candidate will get elected with 5 or 6 votes. Sometimes that's good and sometimes that's bad because somebody who didn't take out the papers sometimes isn't truly committed to the position. So if there's truly a vacancy, though, then it is appointed as was said. Further debate.
My name is Laura Corbin, White Pond Road. I have a question related to that then. If someone is written in but they don't want to serve, can they decline to serve and then? Okay, so in that case, it seems to me we should continue electing assessors. If they come forward and they want to serve, we should elect them. And if we can't elect someone, then the board can appoint someone. That's a perfectly serviceable process. Yes, go ahead. Oh.
Town administrator.
So one of the difficulties that we have, however, is sometimes folks step up to be elected and they serve in that role. And then because it's an elected board, they cannot be removed if they fail to show up. And with a 3-member board, to only have 2 people continuously showing up has created some problems because you can't vote on your own property. You can't abstain because a vote of 1 doesn't count. So it's created an issue where we have only, for the last year, have only had 2 active members, and we cannot remove an elected official.
I have one more.
Go ahead. I wasn't sure you were done with your question. Ms. Demkoski was eager to answer, so go ahead.
Yes, no, I did, and I appreciate that answer. And I am all for practical resolutions to problems. So if that's the practical issue, then great. I mean, my only concern is, it seems to me if you have the select board appointing assessors, you don't have that person coming from the electorate, it creates, the potential for a conflict because it could be that the town would want assessors who favor, gathering taxes for the town. And the electorate may want to not have assessors that have that kind of lean or tilt. So just for potential conflict interest, I thought maybe that would be worth considering as a town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question from the cafeteria.
Go ahead, Alice. Thank you.
It's actually Alice DeLuca, 26 Crescent Street. It's clear that an elected board is representing, those people are citizens, residents of the community. Are the appointed members required to be members of the community?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote on the main motion on Article 59. Again, this requires 2/3. So we'll use our clickers in the auditorium and cards in the cafeteria. Voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. Alice, what is the vote in the cafeteria?
Mr. Moderator, it's 6 in favor, none opposed, 1 abstention. Thank you.
And in the auditorium, the vote is 154 in favor, 37 against. So that clearly passes, but the exact vote total is 160 in favor and 37 against. Thank you. Article 60, we're in the 60s, folks.
Home stretch.
Go ahead.
Mr. Moderator?
I'll take a main
Moderator.
motion on Article 60, Ms. Sturgis.
I'm not projecting it. Hello. Mr. Moderator,
I move that the town approve Article 60, charter change, gender change, as printed in the warrant, provided, however, that in accordance with GL Chapter 43B, Section 10, this proposed amendment shall not take effect until approved by the voters of the town at the 2024 annual town election.
Thank you. I have a motion made and seconded on Article 60. Finance Committee recommendation is in your warrant. Presentation by Ms. Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So this is one I mentioned up front. We had a couple of goals that we set for the charter. This was one of those, bringing it to today's environment of gender neutral. So with the change of the select man, select men to select board, that took care of one large kind of gender change. When we went through the rest of the charter, there was only one other notation that we found that said chairman. It was I think it was chairman, not chairmen. Regardless, it now says chair. So that's the change that we're doing here, is to just make sure that the charter does not reflect a specific pronoun, that it is gender neutral.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Any debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote on the main motion on Article 60. Again, this requires 2/3, and we'll use clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria. Voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now.
come on,
5 seconds.
it's not registering.
And voting is closed. Alice, what's the vote in the cafeteria?
Mr. Moderator, it's 8 in favor, 0 opposed.
And in the auditorium, the vote is 184 in favor, 5 opposed. So that is a total of 192 in favor, 5 opposed. Thank you. Article 60 passes.
There should be one more slide. No? No? There should be, but no?
Okay, the last slide said, thank you very much. And you did such a great job. First of all, since everything passed today at town meeting, all of these will go to the Attorney General, and then anything that passes the Attorney General test, you'll see on the ballot in May. So I thank you very much, and you did such a great job. You get to do it again, either in the fall or at next town meeting. Thank you again very much.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Article 61, do I have a main motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 61, adoption of specialized energy code as printed in the warrant.
I have a motion and a second under Article 61. Your Finance Committee recommendation is in the warrant, and I believe I have a presentation from Mr. Epstein.
Thank you. I'm Arnie Epstein, Chair of the Stow Green Advisory Committee. We are sponsoring Article 61 for the adoption of the state's new specialized energy code. For those who aren't familiar with us, the Green Advisory Committee was established by the Select Board nearly 2 years ago. Our committee is comprised of members of other town boards and committees, as well as representatives from the town as a whole. We were established in response to the signing of comprehensive climate legislation by Governor Baker in 2021. This legislation requires statewide reductions in greenhouse gas emissions over the next 30 years, with 2030 as the first major target. Part of the charter of the Green Advisory Committee is to help Stow align with these state targets. This same climate legislation also called for the creation of a municipal opt-in energy code compatible with the statewide emissions targets for new construction. This resulted in the development of the specialized energy code we are voting on today. With support from the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, Stow developed what is called a greenhouse gas inventory. This inventory determines the town-wide sources of emissions. What was found is that fully half of Stow's greenhouse gas emissions are from our buildings: residential, commercial, and municipal. Of that half, 90% of the emissions result from the burning of fossil fuels: fuel oil, natural gas, and propane, mostly for heating, but also for hot water and other appliances. Am I still? No? Hello? Of that half, 90% of the emissions result from the burning of fossil fuels: fuel oil, natural gas, and propane, mostly from heating, but also from hot water and other appliances. We have a challenge to reduce emissions from our existing buildings, but we shouldn't make that task harder with new construction. This is the main goal of the Specialized Energy Code. As you may know, there are plans for new developments which will significantly increase the housing stock in Stow. What does the Specialized Energy Code do to help minimize the greenhouse gas emissions from new construction? It encourages new buildings to be all electric. When using electric heat pumps for building heating and cooling, greenhouse gas emissions are well over 10 times lower than using fossil fuels. However, the Specialized Energy Code doesn't require new construction to be all electric. If the builder chooses to use fossil fuels, there are additional requirements designed to future-proof the new building. These are pre-wiring the building to enable future conversion to all electric, and rooftop solar, when not shaded, to offset These are pre-wiring the building to enable future conversion to all electric, and rooftop solar, when not shaded, to offset the added emissions from the use of fossil fuels. For large new homes over 4,000 square feet, the requirement is to install enough rooftop solar to offset the total annual energy use of the home. The Specialized Energy Code has no impact on renovations or additions to existing homes and buildings. And when new construction is built all electric to begin with, as we expect will be the case for most new buildings, there are no added requirements beyond the current building energy code. What are the benefits of all-electric construction? Similar or lower construction cost. The state did an analysis of different building types and found a range of construction costs, but in all cases, all electric construction was either lower than or similar to using fossil fuels. This is in part due to the use of, can you still hear me? No. Hello? Sorry. But in all cases, all electric construction was either lower than or similar to using fossil fuels. This is in part due to the use of coal electric heat pumps for heating and as well as compared to separate heating and cooling systems when using fossil fuels. There are much lower heating costs as compared to any fossil fuel. With affordable electricity from Hudson Light and Power, heating costs range from 2 to 3 times lower when compared to fuel oil and propane, to 50% lower when compared to natural gas. All electric homes mean there is no fuel combustion in the building. In addition to greenhouse gas emissions, fossil fuels can generate harmful gases such as carbon monoxide and nitrogen dioxide. There are also substantial financial incentives for building all electric. Hudson Light and Power now has a rebate for building each new all-electric home. There are also federal incentives for all-electric construction. As already noted, adopting the Specialized Energy Code has no impact on renovations or additions to existing homes and buildings. Finally, the primary benefit of adopting the Specialized Energy Code is reducing greenhouse gas emissions from new construction, an important component of Stow's goal of meeting the statewide targets for emissions reduction. Yes. Stow is particularly well positioned to adopt the Specialized Energy Code. Our electric rates are one of the lowest in the state. Combined with high efficiency cold climate heat pumps, this results in much lower heating costs compared to fossil fuels. Although the Specialized Energy Code has only been available for adoption since January, already over 20% of state residents live in communities that have adopted the new code, including Concord and Acton. Stow has a history of supporting the environment, from preserving and enhancing our open space and forests to our designation as a green community. The Green Advisory Committee conducted a climate awareness survey last year. More than 300 residents took the survey, and over 3/4 said that encouraging energy-efficient, all-electric new construction is a priority for the town. Adopting the Specialized Energy Code continues our tradition of supporting a healthy environment. Vote yes on Article 61.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein. We'll go to debate, and I think most of it is over here on the side microphone.
Jen Sylvester, Naira Road. Mr. Moderator, I'm voting in favor of warrant article number 61 today for a number of reasons. I wanted to reiterate that this only applies to brand new construction. It does not impact any of us who are completing renovations on our existing houses. Also, in my opinion, the future is electric, with one sign that we saw today with us voting in favor of the electric police truck. The specialized energy code will better prepare the future Stow homeowners and renters with comfortable and affordable heat pumps for heating and cooling their homes. And I wish the builder of my home had been forward-thinking so I didn't have to upgrade my electric panel in order to install the heat pumps in my house to replace my oil boiler. Even though it was possible in my existing home, it would have been much easier if it had been done during new construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Front microphone.
Missy Reed, Apple Blossom Lane. I might become unpopular. I would support this if it was strictly for public construction. I struggle with a town guidelines, policy, whatever we call this, mandating the private sector to adhere to a public statement for this. I'm all for the effort. Don't get me wrong. Okay, I'm for the environment. I'm for the efforts going forward for sustainability, for cleaner energy, for a better environment. That's not my concern here. I would, like I said, I would support this if only it was for the public buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. For anyone else who comes down to speak, I'm going to ask those in favor to line up over there, those against over here. If you're neutral or just asking a question, it doesn't matter. And if you're already in line, don't worry about it. Over here.
Good afternoon, Dave Corn, 133 Crescent Street. I'm glad I lined up in the right spot, by coincidence. I wanted to voice my support for this article. There's really a dual benefit here. It's helping the environment, but it's also, as Arnie points out, a lower cost way of heating and cooling our buildings. So it's a dual benefit with really no downside to future buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Front microphone.
Martin Meyer, 25 Brook Mill Road. I'm in favor of this for a number of different reasons. I grew up the child of a guy who built houses for a living, and I know that my dad was always looking at tons of different things about the buildings whenever he was working on them. He had to worry about the window installations, he had to worry about flooring, painting, all of the finishing details, screens that go up around the pool, stuff like that. And focusing on the HVAC system and the insulation and the other energy efficiency requirements wasn't really at the top of his mind. He would tend to use the same contractors from one house to the next. He would tend to use the techniques he was familiar with. And it wasn't because he didn't care, it was because it was what he was familiar with and it was what had always worked. And there was no reason to do anything different. In addition to that, we have standards for buildings in a number of different areas. It's not just energy efficiency. I mean, you can't build a house with no insulation anymore. That hasn't been allowed for a very long time. What this energy code does is increase the minimums that are required. And what that's going to have the effect of doing is marginally increasing the cost of the houses, but greatly improving the comfort of the people that buy the house later on. And the people that buy the house are ultimately the ones that really matter here, not the builder, because these things will pay for themselves very quickly over time with operational cost decreases. So I think overall this is really a good thing for us to do, and I think we should all really vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Side microphone.
Kerry Lynn, 30 Orchard Drive. I'm an engineer working in the clean energy sector. I think the most important impact we can have as individuals to combat climate change is to electrify the big loads, space and water heating, automobiles, et cetera.
Mr. Moderator, we're having trouble hearing this.
Sir, you're kind of tall. You might want to take the mic out of its stand. It might be easier. Or just get closer.
How's this?
That's fine. That's fine.
Kerry Lynn, 30 Orchard. I'm an engineer working in the clean energy sector. I think the most important thing that we can do as individuals to combat climate change is to electrify the major loads that we control. Heating our homes and water, electrifying our automobiles. There's a great book from MIT Press called Electrify. I will donate one to the public library. It's got all of the rationale and supporting documentation. And I hope that my fellow residents of Stow will join me in becoming early adopters of this and taking the lead instead of kicking the can down the road, because we have no time to waste. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Front microphone.
Hi, I'm Brock Alia, 472 Gleasondale Road. I had the misfortune this winter of having my furnace die on me. And so I started looking at heat pumps and renewable energy and what I could do. And my shock about all this was that not only was a lot of this very expensive, it also didn't seem to be nearly as efficient as they would like. The most efficient ones, which were the ground source heat pumps, I was seeing quotes of 50, 60,000 to get it installed for a home of my size, and I would need 2 furnaces, and it would probably take, with the higher efficiency, 75 years to pay for itself. So seeing some of the things that are recommended for this, I cannot support this. There are things about this that I really like. I love the future thinking. I love the requirement to have the houses be properly wired for future development for all electric. I'm all for that. I'm just not for requiring some of the things that are required otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Side microphone.
Hi, Martha Tucker, 38 South Acton Road, and I just have a question about what is new construction? Are we talking a completely undeveloped piece of land? Or are we talking like my next door neighbors tore their house down and built a brand new house on the old foundation? And so I'm just wondering what is new construction versus renovation in that context?
Mr. Epstein, did you get the question?
Yes, I did. So any, certainly new construction on new land would, fall under this specialized energy code. Additions and renovations to homes or buildings do not. I would expect if your neighbor who raised the home maybe used the existing foundation, I don't know, that would be considered an addition or renovation to an existing home. So this code would not apply. I'd just like to quickly respond to previous comment. This code, even with new construction, is not dictating that electricity be used. We hope that that's the case in most areas, but what it is doing is attempting to future-proof these homes. So this pre-wiring for future conversion, if the builder chooses to use fossil fuels, that's really the primary requirement, plus the use of rooftop solar, again, if the builder chooses to use fossil fuels to offset the additional emissions from the use of fossil fuels. So I hope that's clear.
Thank you. I think I was at front microphone.
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive, 9 White Pond Road. I've got a comment and a couple of questions. My first comment is, I don't agree with the presenter that the electric part of the conversion is less money than what an oil furnace or gas furnace would be. I think it's a considerable amount more for heat pumps and things like this. My question is, if we vote yes on this today, when does this take place? Is it initiated as of today?
So the effective date for the specialized energy code, if it's adopted today, would be January 1st of 2024.
2024?
Yes.
Okay, so
Mr. Forgas, I'm going to warn you, this is your one follow-up.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
My question is that we have 179 houses coming on to Stow Acres. We got 144 proposal for Athens Lane. If the building permits aren't pulled before this date of 2024, do they have to comply with this new code? Or how does that work with these new houses that are coming on into developments of today?
So it depends on when the building permit is pulled. It's whatever energy code is in effect at that time. So if building permits are pulled, before the end of this calendar year, then the specialized energy code wouldn't apply. If they're pulled after beginning of 2024 and specialized energy code is adopted today, then it would apply.
Very good. Thank you.
I just want, thank you, Mr. Forgas. I hear some speaker. Oh, All right. Side microphone.
Yes, Adam Wagman, 115 North Shore Drive. One thing I just want to say in general is I think that being more green friendly is consistent with what Stow has done in many other ways, and I think it would be unfortunate if we didn't do this. I'd also like to say that, again, as it has been said, this is an option for builders that just makes them future-proof it. We have went to the expense of putting in a ground source heat pump, which was on the order of $60,000, but 35 after a bunch of incentives. And we estimate that it's cut our annual expenditures on energy by a factor of 3. And we estimate a 7 to 10 year return on investment. And it is way cheaper for a builder to just put this in the beginning, rather than having homeowners who want to cut their carbon footprint to do it themselves later. So I really think this will improve things. And in terms of being private versus public, I tend to prefer not to regulate private building, but really majority of our carbon footprint is going to be our private residences and not just public buildings. So this is really needed, I think, to make us efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to interrupt for a second. I have a feeling that the issues have been aired. I do see a balance of opinions. I'm going to ask those in line to please ask yourselves honestly whether what you have to offer is something unique that your fellow residents must hear before they take a vote. I'm going to ask those of you who have already spoken to let those who have not spoken go ahead. Front microphone.
Hi, Lee Hildebrand, 196 Great Road. I work in a town office in another town that does have this code in place. And we have had some issues come up that I thought people might want to be aware of. The utility companies in several towns are having trouble keeping up with the growth for electric power. There are supply chain issues for electricians to get the parts they need for new construction. Heat pumps are allowed on the external side of them. So if you live close to your neighbors, you may find that the decibel level is actually higher from the output than what the town allows for a noise ordinance. Also, electricity, though our rates are low currently in Stow, that is not the case in other towns. And I don't believe we have a rate lock with Hudson Power and Light. We have a lot of growth happening in this town, and so does Hudson. I do have a concern as a resident that eventually we might outgrow their abilities, and we might be left being without a power supply company. And I do want to remind people that electricity does actually come from fossil fuels and nuclear power, depending upon where you live. So it's not completely fossil fuel free. Thank you.
Thank you. Side microphone.
First of all, we retrofitted our house with heat pumps, and just to that last comment, I dare anybody to come near our house and notice heat pumps are on. You just can't hear them, inside or outside. The comment I wanted to make was related to, some of you may have seen a program on Stow TV we did about 18 months ago, where we went over with Jonathan to Harvard, where there's a whole community, including affordable housing, built to the standards being proposed here and beyond. And those houses are affordable because they're affordable. Some of them are affordable housing. They're easily maintained. They're great. So, I mean, that is the new standard where we're going. And I recommend that if you haven't watched that program on Stow TV, you look it up and do give it a watch. Thank you.
Thank you. Side microphone. Well, I'm sorry, front microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Debbie Woods, Great Road. I think we need to be very careful. I mean, I'm all for the environment and all that great stuff, but I think we need to be very careful about pricing people out of homes. My daughter and son-in-law are building a house in Stow. They could not afford to go electric. It was going to add $50,000 to $75,000 to their 2,500 square foot house. So while it's a wonderful idea, and yes, I understand the new construction coming in, we're just going to continue to price people out of town.
Thank you. Of those remaining in line, who has not already spoken on this issue?
On this
Front microphone.
John Wundler, Cross Street. I saw the regulations for housing and thought that was wonderful. Where you lost me on this was a requirement for buildings over 4,000 square feet to be energy neutral. So if we think about buildings that are over 4,000 square feet, of course, we're first going to think about McMansions. Okay, I'm fine with those being energy neutral. But how about industrial and commercial spaces? Think about the supermarket up at Stow. I realize this is not a retrofit, but you have a lot of refrigeration that's in that building, and you're going to need to balance that out and have it be net zero. So what size? Okay, you got my point.
Yeah, I need to apologize. I didn't make myself clear. The 4,000 square foot net zero requirement applies only to new residential homes.
Thank you very much. You ended my worries.
Thank you. Who on this side has not had a chance to speak? Is that Mr. Eckel? You can go forward. Yes, go forward. And you have not?
I have not spoken.
Please do, yes.
I am Karen Gray, Pine Point. I support this in the major, but I'm concerned the issues of costs. I'm concerned. I believe, and this is more a question, that you're requiring people to put on solar collectors on their houses, whether they're not going to use them or not.
No.
Okay, that is important.
Thank you.
But consider who you're excluding from the community.
Thank you. Front microphone.
Yeah, Mike Jordan, 166 Packard Road in Stow. Look, I really support the environment. I'm a committed environmentalist, but I really doubt whether this is the way to go. We're told it's going to be better, cheaper to build, cheaper to run, better for the homeowner. But if that was really the case, we wouldn't need to mandate it. The market would just do it. Right. So the fact that we're having to legislate it tells me there's a bit of a flaw in that argument. We have cheap energy here in Stow, for sure, because of our contracts through Hudson Light with Seabrook. Well, Seabrook managed to get themselves relicensed a few years ago under a business-friendly administration, let's say, despite the fact that they've got a lot of problems with the concrete in that building. I mean, the environmentalists wanted to get it shut down because they've got concrete problems. So those problems could easily shut Seabrook down fairly soon. So yes, we have much cheaper electricity in Stow than many places in New England, and we should be grateful for that. But it's not going to last. And certainly we can't rely on it lasting. So some of these economic arguments don't really run for the long term. Okay, our electricity rates could jump by a factor of 2 or 3 if anything happened to Seabrook. The other thing that worries me is the fact that, as people have pointed out, electricity is clean at the point of use. It's not clean at the point of generation. 80% of our power, electric power, is generated through fossil fuels anyway. Okay, and if we start putting more and more electric houses, electric cars on the road, we're going to need a lot more electricity.
30 seconds, sir.
All right. That's going to come from fossil fuels. Nobody's building new nuclear plants, and all the hydro has been tapped out. It's going to be more fossil fuel plants. You can't rely on solar for this. Think about it. When you want to charge your electric car at night, when is it coldest? At night, in the winter, when it's cloudy. You need those fossil plants to make electricity during the day. I'm sorry, I'm not convinced it's going to be either cheaper or better for the planet.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Epstein, I'll allow you to respond.
Yeah, just quickly, I just want to remind everybody that this is not we're not dictating this specialized energy code. Does not dictate the use of electricity in new construction. The builder or developer still has the option to use fossil fuels. The only thing this specialized energy code does is if the builder does choose to use fossil fuels, then they are required to what we call future-proof that new construction. And that is the pre-wiring for eventual conversion to all electric and the rooftop solar to offset some of the emissions from the use of fossil fuels.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein. I thought I heard an attempt to call the question. Anyone who wants to call the question has to go to the microphone, but I will let you cut the line. You have to go to the microphone. You don't do it for.
Not everybody's spoken. And just let people speak.
I'm sorry. I see people pointing. I don't know what's going on. So I'll just say that. Mr. Eckel.
Very briefly, Richard Eckel, 53 Adams Drive. I generally think this is a great idea. I would say, first of all, we generate most of our electricity through natural gas now that's produced domestically. So that's a national security concern. So that's great. The question I have is, how much is this going to move the ball? So we have some goal that the state set for us, right? Where are we in terms of hitting that goal? So, I think this is a good idea anyway, but if we're 95% the way there, adding like an electric truck marginally isn't going to make that big a difference, in my opinion. I think if the chief wants it and he thinks it works operationally, let's do it. But I think that's really my question is, where are we in terms of that goal?
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Epstein, can you give an answer to that?
Okay. Yeah, so in terms of Stow aligning itself with the statewide goals, one of the things I didn't say, but should have said, this specialized energy code is one component of a number of components that the state as a whole and Stow as a community would need to achieve to meet the 2030 targets and beyond. So in addition to this specialized energy code, which we think will have a significant impact on new construction, we obviously also have targets for adopting electric vehicles. We need to continue to maintain and enhance our open spaces and forests. We need to make significant progress in terms of retrofitting some of our existing homes. So this is one component of a multifaceted problem to achieve this overall target. I think as a previous speaker said, energy, particularly electricity, needs to come from clean sources. One thing I didn't mention.
Mr. Epstein, I need to go to some residents.
So could I follow up?
No, you may not.
He didn't answer my question. He did not answer my question. I asked how far we did in the goal. So are we at like 95%?
Mr. Eckel, front microphone. Thank you. Withdraw from the microphone, please.
Why don't we just answer the questions that are presented here, Mr. Salvi? I understand you want to keep things moving.
Yes.
I asked a question. It was not answered. Just
Mr.
let me
Eckel,
answer. Yes.
Sit down. Front microphone. Now.
Let him answer the question.
Chief, can you come to the front?
Guy Washburn, 35 Red Acre Road.
Rich, what do you want to do? Thank you, Chief. Never mind. Front microphone.
Guy Washburn, 35 Red Acre Road. I move we call the question.
Thank you. A motion has been made to call the question that is not debatable. It does require 2/3. We will use our clickers and our cards in the cafeteria for that. To call the question requires 2/3. Yeah. Voting will be open for 20 seconds. The vote is on whether to call the question, which means to end debate. This is not a vote on Article 61. This is a vote on whether you have heard enough and want to go to a vote on Article 61, or if you want to hear more debate. You vote yes if you're done listening to things and you want to vote on the main motion. You vote no if you want to continue to hear the debate. With that in mind, clickers, 20 seconds. Voting is open. Oh, he has to set it up. Voting is open now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. Alice, what is the vote in the cafeteria?
Mr. Moderator, it was 11 in favor, 0 opposed.
11 in favor. So here in the auditorium is 170 in favor, 18 opposed. So the total is 181 in favor and 18 opposed. The motion passes. We will go to a vote on Article 61. Again, we will use the clickers on Article 61 and cards in the cafeteria. Voting will be open for 20 seconds. You ready, Ron? Yep. Hold up. Bear with us for 61. Voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. Alice, what is the vote in the cafeteria?
11 in favor, 1 opposed.
11 in favor, 1 opposed. The auditorium, so the total vote is 153 in favor, 46 opposed. This required a simple majority. The motion passes. Thank you. That does not mean the muffins are done. That was our 30-minute timer on Article 61. We're up to Article 62. I want to take a straw poll. It is now 2:05. We have arguably well, certainly all the meaty zoning articles to go. I want to just take a straw poll. How many people want to soldier on and just finish up today as opposed to coming back on Monday night? Please raise your cards. How many people would prefer to call it quits today and come back 7 o'clock Monday night? All right, I will say that is mostly in favor of soldiering on, though not unanimous. And Alice, what was in the cafeteria?
We're still trying to get to vote. Hold on.
Well, that was just a straw vote. I'm going to conclude that most people here want to soldier on. So I will take a main motion on Article 62.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to A, authorize the select board to acquire by purchase, gift, and/or eminent domain the fee and/or permanent and/or temporary easements for public way purposes, including, without limitation, for the construction, alteration, installation, maintenance, improvement, repair, replacement, and/or relocation of rights-of-ways, sidewalks, bridges, drainage, utilities, driveways, guardrails.
We have 9 people who want to soldier on it, 2 who want to go to Monday night here.
Okay, that's all right. Thank you, Alice.
Mr. Moderator, can I waive the reading of this article?
You may not. It's the
I may
motion.
not. Motion. I can't? All right, I'll continue. Let's see, and other appurtenances and/or facilities to enable the town to undertake the Box Mill Road Bridge project and for any and all purposes incidental or related thereto in, on, or under certain parcels of land located. Y'all following this? On plans entitled Massachusetts Department of Transportation Highway Division Plan and Profile of Box Mill Road over Elizabeth Brook Bridge, number S-29-011 in the town of Stow, Middlesex County, prepared by Green International Associates, Inc., on file with the town clerk, as said plans may be amended and/or incorporated into an easement plan, and land within 200 feet of said parcels. Subsection B, raise and appropriate the sum of money the sum of $92,000 to fund the foregoing and any and all costs incidental or related thereto, including without limitation the cost of any land/easement acquisitions, appraisals, and surveys, and further, subsection C, authorize the select board to enter into all agreements and take any and all actions as may be necessary to or appropriate to effectuate the foregoing purposes.
Very nice job, Ms. Hegeman Clark. Thank you. Motion been made and seconded on Article 62. Your Finance Committee recommendation is in the warrant. We need a capital planning recommendation, Ms. Sturgis.
Yes, so the Capital Planning Committee unanimously supports this request. It's the full cost of the project is over $3.3 million, of which the state and feds are paying the bulk of it. The $92,000 is only for the portion to get the easements in order to do the bridge project. We own the bridge. It's required work that we have to do. There's been an enormous amount of work put into this project starting back in 2016. We have to pay assessed value. We don't have a choice about negotiating. And I don't know if is there going to be a presentation, but there's a lot of different easements that we have to get. So it's spread around a number of parcels. But we do feel it's a good use of funds, and we will get a new historically accurate bridge out of the project.
Thank you, Ms. Sturgis. There is no presentation. Give me a sense of whether you want somebody to stand up and give a 2-sentence explanation of what this is. I'm getting a lot of shaking of the head. Okay, that's great. Is there any debate? Side microphone.
John Haberly from Indian Ridge Road. I hate to sound repetitious, but has there been any estimate on the amounts of tax abatements or easements that is going to be made and what additional annual costs are going to be run from this?
Can the town administrator answer that?
So there are no ongoing annual costs. And there shouldn't be any abatements because the folks are being compensated for the easements.
Thank you.
Further debate?
Ed Pavelchuk, 102 Old Bolton Road. There's no limit. Am I misreading that? But there's no limit on what we can spend in this motion?
Town administrator?
No, so the motion that was read, that was put up on the screen, it's $92,000 is being appropriated for these easements.
I think it was the part in red.
And the sentence beyond that? Or the clause beyond that?
No, that's including without the limitation. It includes everything. The $92,000 is for the town's cost for this.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Is there any further debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote on the main motion on Article 62. This requires a 2/3 majority because it involves bonding, so we'll use our clickers in the auditorium. So voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. Alice, what is the vote in the cafeteria?
8 in favor, 1 opposed.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
8 in favor, 1 opposed.
8 in favor, 1 opposed. So the total vote is 161 in favor. I'm sorry, what did you say opposed? 1. 12 opposed. The motion passes. Thank you. That brings us to Article 63.
The moment most have been waiting for. Mr. Moderator, I
Yes.
move that the town approve Article 63 as printed in the warrant, including to amend the zoning map to add the Lower Village Business District as shown on Appendix C of the warrant, and by amending Section 1.3, Section 2.1.1, Section 2.2, and Section 3.3 to add a new Section 3.3.5 of the zoning bylaw as printed in the warrant, by amending Sections 3.10, 4.4, and 6.3 of the zoning bylaw as printed in the warrant, by adding the text in bold, underlined, and italics, and by amending Section 7.3 of the zoning bylaw as printed in the warrant by deleting the strike-through text and adding the text in bold, underlined, and italics.
Thank you. Just to make Ms. Hegeman-Clark feel better, I will entertain a motion to make Hector read the entire warrant article. Motion's been made and seconded on Article 63. I need a recommendation from the Finance Committee. Ms. Benedict.
Finance Committee recommends favorable action on this motion. It was not unanimous.
Thank you. There's a recommendation from the Select Board in your warrant. Does the Select Board want to add anything? No, they don't. And we have a presentation from the Planning Board. Ms. Ortiz.
Hello again. Thank you all so much for sticking around. I'm glad that there's a lot of interest in zoning today, so I'll try to make this brief. So why I'm here today is to introduce the Lower Village Business District. The Lower Village is approximately the space in town from Bradley Lane on the west to Red Acre Road on the east. This is where Shaw's is. This is where the post office is, Stow Cafe. Right now, it looks like this. Large swaths of asphalt, big boxy buildings situated around those parking lots, very little landscaping. But what could it look like? What do you want to feel like when you are there? That's why I'm here. We're at a very critical moment right now. We have a lot of vacancies in the district. There are a lot of parcels that are up for sale. Change could come, but what is it going to look like? Any development that comes forward right now would come through the current regime, the current zoning. So what we're proposing is a new blueprint for the village. This Lower Village Business District is going to create and enable a vibrant, walkable village center. So just as a background here, zoning bylaws are long-term planning tools that shape the future development, that shape the built environment. So the town can't control the market. We can't control when development is going to happen, but we do have zoning in as these guardrails, this framework for deciding what can be done when that change might come. The purpose of the bylaw is to direct the long-term revitalization of Lower Village. We know this won't happen overnight. This is going to take years, a decade, 15 years. But the bylaw does give greater control to you, the residents, over the look and feel of the district and what kind of development will go in there. And so I want to pause here. I know there's been a couple of questions, even just tonight, about water. So to hit that point, there's a lot in this bylaw that can be enacted without any water infrastructure coming into the district. We are not reliant on that. There is a lot of uses that can still come in, even if there's no change. So on the north side of town of Great Road, the Linear Shopping Plaza does have water. On the south side, like many of you, they're on private wells. So there are some limitations to those uses, but there's still a lot in this bylaw that can be enacted. Here's a brief history of the Lower Village planning efforts. We've been working for decades to come to this moment, to this point here today. So what I want you to see from this is that over the years, we have done a lot of outreach to residents, property owners, businesses. We've worked with technical experts, consultants that have provided us information relative to economic development, zoning, landscape design, and we've incorporated all of that into the bylaw that we're presenting tonight. The Lower Village Revitalization Final Report synthesized years of data, outreach, and research, and put forth a vision for Lower Village, which is the basis for this bylaw. Lower Village will be an attractive gateway where you can shop, dine, recreate, meet and convene with your neighbors, your friends, your family. It's going to be accessible for all users of all forms of transportation. This is what planners talk about with traditional village design. So what came from you lines up perfectly here. So this is exemplified in 5 main ways: walkability, a strong mix of uses, housing opportunities, so small-scale mixed-use development, a district that is accessible by car, foot, and by bike, with a distinct sense of place. which means that when you're in Lower Village, we want you to feel like you're in Stow. Like you can feel that you're in nearby all those recreational amenities that make Stow a very strong community. So it looks like the residential neighborhoods that you know and love. So why do this now? I'll go into each of these terms in a little greater detail in the coming slides, but we have a very auto-dominated district. We have persistent vacancies. There's an unsatisfactory mix of uses. The area lacks a sense of place, and time is of the essence. We need to get the zoning in place before any water may come in the future. You know, zoning does not talk about water infrastructure, but just in case, we want to get the zoning in place so that we have those guardrails before more development comes in. So here's an image of our auto-dominated district on the north and south side of Great Road. This is what our current zoning gets you. Lots of parking lots, big boxy buildings, sparse landscaping. The solution here is a pedestrian-oriented neighborhood. We're going to lower those parking requirements, decentralize parking so that we have parking spots scattered throughout sites, both behind and to the side of buildings. We'll focus a lot on landscaping, sidewalks, and accessibility. We've heard a lot of concerns from our business owners, and it's very important that we allow the businesses that are in Stow to thrive. They're concerned about the vacancies, about the small specialized market in Stow, and the lack of opportunities for redevelopment. The solution is to allow more new uses, allow specialty retail centers, allow craft breweries, food trucks, pop-up markets. Increase foot traffic by having that small-scale mixed-use development so that you have, let's say, some storefronts on the first floor, and on the second floor you have a couple of two-bedroom apartments to drive that foot traffic into those businesses. We've also heard resident concerns. We know that you don't like the current business mix, there's issues with the aesthetics of the district, and there are limited opportunities for gathering. The solution, again, is added flexibility and design. So new allowed uses, incorporation of architectural and site design standards, and to provide opportunities for outdoor gathering. Again, we have a lack of a sense of place. I'm not sure if any of you have been to off of Route 27 in Maynard Crossing. You don't really feel like you're in Maynard when you're there. We don't want that in Stow. What we're really looking for is something that does have that compatibility with the architecture and landscape that you see in other parts of town that you love. So currently, the Lower Common offers the only space for any sort of outdoor gathering. Our solution is connection and design. Play, stay, and shop in Stow. This is the gateway to Stow. The proposed zoning amendments are very design forward. We trade those strict design standards, those dimensional requirements, for architectural and site design standards. We still have the same public hearing process that allows staff to work with applicants to make sure that their vision is aligned with the town's, so that we can hear from you, the residents, hear from the neighbors of Lower Village, what's working with a specific application. So one thing that is not changing that I know folks are also interested about tonight is our stance on drive-thrus. So drive-through food establishments are currently not allowed, and that's not intended to change in the future. Lower Village is a very small business district, and we need to make good use of the space, the amount of land that we have. Drive-thrus are not destinations. We're planning for a village, for a neighborhood, not a commuter corridor. So this image on the right shows what we are aiming for, the ability to meet and connect with your neighbors while you get your cup of coffee. I will say the planning board has heard this recent interest in drive-thrus, and so we've clarified in this bylaw that you are able to get curbside delivery, so that you may park in front of a store and have staff come out to you to deliver your goods and services. So again, this is the vision of traditional village design. Walkability, housing uses, strong mix of uses that's accessible by car, bike, and foot with a distinct sense of place. Thank you.
Ms. Ortiz, before we proceed with debate, could you answer a question that I'm sure people are going to want to know? If Article 63 were to pass as it is, what would the effect be on the petition article in Article 67?
So if Article 63 passes and Article 67 also passes, this means that drive-throughs would not be allowed within Lower Village. However, they would be allowed in the other business district zone parcels in town, which are around the intersection of Hudson Road and Great Road and at Harvest Drive and Great Road. If Article 63 fails and Article 67 passes, this means there'll be an unlimited number of drive-throughs throughout the business district, including Lower Village. I do want to note that there is much more in this bylaw than simply this one sentence on drive-throughs.
Thank you. If anyone needs that repeated at some point, please just let us know. We can begin debate. I want to say that I've already received one written motion to amend. I appreciate the moving party going through the trouble of filling out the form. They did so well. When that party wishes to make their amendment, and they can do it at whatever time is convenient for them, just say, I move to amend as I have indicated, and then either you can explain it or I can read what you have here. Thank you, and we'll begin in the front.
Mark Forbes, 39. Mark Forbes. Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive and 9 White Pond Road. I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself first, is that I'm on a butter of the Lower Village. I've been there about 10 years now and been coming to Stow for about 20 years. I go to all the planning board meetings. I'd be their thorn in their side, I would think they would call me. I believe this Lower Village amendment this bylaw is going to be a thorn in the side of the town. It's going to make businesses not want to come into town. It's going to allow mixed use housing, which could be up to six housing units per acre. So a property where a car lot is, for argument's sake, would be allowed to have 27 housing units there, along with whatever businesses are there. They're eliminating all the setbacks, 0 setbacks on all the lot. I feel like I'm back in the caveman days when nothing really counted. There was no setback requirements. These setbacks were made in towns for a reason, and it was to protect how many people get close together. I'd like to ask a question to the planning board, is that if a property like on where the car lot is now, it's 4.5 acres. If they were to put buildings in that area, how much buildings could they put in? They've taken away the 50% open space law, and they've made it 5% open space. I'd like to know how many buildings they could put on that property if they maximized how many buildings they could put in there to get the 27 housing units and the businesses there. How many buildings could they actually put on that piece of property?
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Ortiz, can you respond?
I'd like one of the planning board to respond rather than Valerie. Valerie's relatively new here for the.
Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, I think it's fine if Ms. Ortiz responds. Alice, did you have something to say?
Yes, we have a request to raise the volume. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Ms. Ortiz, go ahead.
Sure. Well, for some reasons, we have not done site planning on each individual parcel. Of course, that would not be the best use of taxpayer funds. And also the idea here is that we are increasing flexibility for business owners and business property owners because they know better than we do how they want to orient their site and what is going to work for the business uses that they are going to bring to us. So we have added a lot of increased flexibility so that they can be creative and come up with the design plans for us. So I don't know exactly how many buildings could be at that one parcel. I will say they'll have to work out, of course, issues of water and sewer infrastructure. They'll have to still have functional open space on site. They'll need to have sidewalks. They'll need to figure out their layout for parking. So there's a lot that goes into this.
Okay, so that's kind of, I got my rebuttal.
Yes, you do.
Okay, so that was kind of what I thought I was going to get for an answer, was that it was going to be vague and not very accurate. And basically they're saying, they don't know, but I've been doing this for 10 years. It's been a rush at this last moment to get this zoning change into the warrant. It was last minute. It was hurry, hurry, hurry. Even think they delayed the printing of it. But someone that's been doing this for 10 years, they should have these answers at the top of their head. I believe this zoning article is bad for the town. It's going to cost taxpayers money for water and for everything, and sewers and everything else, because they can't do it without water and sewer. They just can't do it. It doesn't allow for 27 units per, 6 units per acre. It just can't be done.
Thank you, Mr. Forgas. Side microphone.
My name is Ingeborg Clark, and I'm on Carrington Way, and I'm very much in support of this article. In addition to the excellent points that Valerie has identified and that the planning board has been working so hard, I just want to identify 4 more. That at present, all the pavement and rooftops creates quite a heat island, and to create this kind of broken pattern with more landscapes reduces the heat island impact associated with climate change. Also, that part of Stow just happens to be one of the most functional aquifers in town. It's all on a sandy glacial outwash plain. A lot of recharge could occur under the new proposed zoning. The entrance to Stow from that, this is my 3rd point, the entrance to Stow from that location is not a Stow picture. You drive in and you don't really, it just doesn't fit. The design brings everything to scale to the town, the rest of the town. And lastly, I'd just like to say that there seems to be, I do have heard that there's some concerns about how this might limit the future development. In point of fact, this provides greater flexibility to the current landowner and to any future landowner on how to redevelop that parcel. And I think we can all agree that that parcel is not viable in its current condition and ultimately does need to be redeveloped. I would encourage a positive vote for this.
Thank you. Front microphone.
Go ahead. Hi. My name is Dorothy Granite, and I live on.
Closer to the microphone, please.
Because you're short, Dorothy. Okay. My name is Dorothy Granite, and I live on White Pond Road. I've lived here since 1998. I've attended about 3 years' worth of the planning board meetings. I would say 80 to 90% of the time. I appreciate the work they do. I have great respect. But I do ask or put forward the motion to strike the last sentence from Article 63, Section 3.3.5.17. That sentence allows the planning board to lower the buffer from 50 feet to 30 feet if they feel necessary to conservation and from business district. There are 3 other business, commercial, and compact business. They have the protection of just 50 feet. I don't feel there should be a difference because you live near the lower village.
So,
and
Ms. Flood-Gurnett, let me stop you.
Okay.
As I said at the beginning, I'd like you to make your motion, and then if it gets a second, I'll let you explain why.
Okay.
And I want to first make sure that everyone understands your motion. Okay. So Ms. Flood-Gurnett has essentially made a motion to amend the bylaw, correct?
Yes.
Amend the proposed bylaw, I should say. She has filled out the form that we asked her to fill out. She's even attached an interlineated copy of the warrant. I appreciate her preparation. Her proposed amendment is within scope. I've tried to get a copy of this to the planning board. I hope that succeeded, and that after she makes her motion, someone from the planning board, probably the board itself, will have to offer a response. Specifically, what Ms. Flood-Gurnett is proposing is, if you turn to page 69 in your warrant, and go to section 3.3.5.17. So this is the upper part of that page. Go to little a under that. 3.3.5.17a. She is proposing essentially to delete the very last sentence, the sentence that begins, the planning board may reduce the buffer to no fewer than 30 feet. Is there a second? Motion's been made and seconded. The motion to amend is now what we are discussing on the floor. Ms. Flood-Gurnett, do you want to talk about what your motion does, what the amendment does?
Yes, the motion actually won't change. It would just keep the same type of buffer that exist there now, but also exist in the business, commercial, and compact business districts. I don't feel that it's right that because you live in the lower business districts, the conservation land and residences don't get the same protection. It will not stop businesses from trying to have less of a buffer. They can go through the process of variance through the ZBA. The planning board has talked about how they have the special permit, so they will make these decisions. But the members that are on there now won't be on there forever. This planning board is very approachable and listens. We can't guarantee that. So I put forward that that's struck. It still gives the businesses a reason a place to go if they would like less of a buffer. But I feel businesses most of the time are in a better position to fight something rather than the conservation land or residences.
Thank you. We're now debating the motion to amend and only the motion to amend. Does the planning board want to respond? Keeping in mind that you have not, I don't think, had a chance to consider this as a body.
Hi, Lori Clark, current chair of the planning board. Clearly, I cannot speak on behalf of the planning board because we have not discussed and voted. That line in the bylaw was added to give planning board some flexibility for certain situations that may arise on site plans where we found that there was a benefit in doing so. That's the explanation of why the sentence is in there. I completely understand. Thank you, Dorothy, for acknowledging the current board. I completely understand there would be concern from a long-term standpoint, meaning that striking it would certainly give more definitive guidance to our future planning board. So I'm simply explaining why it was put in there.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Is there any further debate on this proposed amendment concerning the buffer zone? Only the amendment. Mr. Jones, you can move forward.
Excuse me? Yes, I'm Mark Jones. I'm the chair of the ZBA. The proponent of the amendment is in error. The capability to get a variance for the setbacks is extremely unlikely in any of the parcels in the district. There are several requirements necessary for a zoning board to reach in order to offer a variance. And in general, all of the parcels in that area lack those several standards that the statute indicates.
Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I actually didn't see your hand, maybe because he's taller.
I know I'm short. I'm Kathleen Fisher, 1 White Pond Road. I am a direct abutter to the automobile dealership. Right now, there's a 50-foot buffer required from a residential district. The new zoning allows for a 35-foot building. If you look at the screen right now, that could be within 30 feet of my property line, the way this is written. I think there should be a variance requirement if someone is going to go closer than 50 feet. So I do agree with this amendment. I think the village should be a small village on things that aren't developed yet. And I think if we have large buildings that are that close to the property lines, they could have a large number of buildings that are really, really close. And there's a lot of residences within the business district proposal. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone on this side who wants to speak on the amendment? Seeing none. Mr. Forgas.
Mark Forge, 39 Adams Drive, 9 White Pond Road. The thing I wanted to point out is in 2004, a zoning change was created, was allowed by this town right here, by the town meeting, to change the car dealership lot from residential to business district, which abuts the neighborhood. In that presentation by the planning board, it showed a 50-foot buffer that went all around all the property that has not been enforced in all the years that it's been enacted. The zoning bylaws over there are not being enacted in any way, shape, or form. So I don't know why we'd want to make this lower by going into a 30-foot buffer rather than a 50-foot buffer. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further debate on the amendment, correct? Correct. So we will go to a vote on the
Mr.
amendment.
Moderator, could we have a repetition of the wording of the amendment, please?
I don't know that I can give you the exact wording. In 3.3.5.17A, Ms. Flood-Granat is proposing to delete the last sentence. That is all. It concerns a 30-foot buffer. We'll go to a vote. This requires a simple majority. This vote is on the amendment. This is not on Article 63. This is on whether to amend Article 63 to take that sentence about the buffer out. If it passes, then we go back to debating Article 63 as amended. If it doesn't, we go back to debating Article 63 as not amended. We'll use our clickers here in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria, and voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. Simple majority. Five seconds. 5 seconds. And voting is closed. Alice, what is the vote in the cafeteria?
Sorry, we're still getting there. Hang on.
The vote in the auditorium is 109 in favor to 69 against. Alice?
There's still some confusion, Mr. Moderator. Removing the 30-foot buffer goes
So,
back to the.
Alice, at this point, confusion or not, people either vote or not. What is the vote?
We have 2 in favor, 2 opposed, 2 abstaining.
The motion passes.
Due to some confusion. Thank you.
The motion passes 111 to 71. So Article 63 is amended. And we are now back to debate on the main motion on Article 63. I should have said this earlier, well, I guess not. Anybody who comes to the microphone from now on, let's say in favor of Article 63 at that microphone, against at this one. You don't have to switch your position if you're already in line. Forget it. It's okay. Side microphone.
Okay. I have a bad heart. I don't feel that good right now, so give me a few more minutes.
Sure.
On this. I'm not kidding. Okay. Nancy Arsenault, Red Acre Road. I'm on the planning board. Rather than just taking it in like you saw it, I have researched some facts. Listen to these facts. 11 strip malls are currently for sale in Massachusetts. On April 23rd, Westford put up their strip mall for sale, those landlords. In Sudbury, at the Sudbury Farms Plaza, there are 6 vacancies. At the Stop and Shop Plaza in Acton, there are 2 vacancies. And I could go on and on. I attended a seminar called Revitalizing the Small Town Strip Mall. That is us. And it was presented by the state through an economic development committee saying if you don't put things in place to re-envision a rebirth to these strip malls, they will become ghost towns just like large malls. Has anyone been to Solomon Pond lately? No, it's a ghost town. And these are happening to strip malls. In Mansfield, the landlord basically left the property, stopped looking for tenants, didn't do maintenance, and it was left up to the town to bulldoze it. And what did they put in there? Mixed-use retail, mixed-use small housing, green space, walkability, and a place to hold other events. Stow is behind the times. In this seminar, I found out that Stow was in the very small list of towns who had yet to implement these ideas. It's everywhere.
Just this spring, Yarmouth on the Cape and Chatham voted it in. Yarmouth, Maine is doing it. It's everywhere because they are seeing what the future will look like. I know people are saying it all depends on water. It doesn't. The water system at Linear is paid for and developed by them with capacity to put a restaurant in every single location there if that's what they choose to do. It has nothing to do with Stow. They can do it, but not everyone needs water. The reflective designer just left the plaza and moved across the street
Ms.
to a
Archibald,
building closer to the street.
I need you to start wrapping up.
Okay, so I'm just saying, before zoning is when this plaza was made, and that was when everything created suburban sprawl. So let's think differently in the modern times and follow what's laid out in this plan, a really well thought out and researched plan.
Thank you. Side microphone.
Guy Washburn, 35 Red Acre Road. I wanted to take the opportunity to really applaud the hard work of the Planning Commission. This is a brilliant design. As somebody who's lived on Red Acre Road and sort of cringed every time he's moved from 117, it's just a very, very low quality area of town that was, sort of the only argument against moving here. I mean, to be so close to that was something that we fought with for a long time. Having the planning board have the vision and the courage to say it's time to bring the quality of Lower Village up to the vision that we all have for Stow is just really heartening. My one fear is that it's only one small piece of the puzzle, that the big issue that we're going to have to think about as a region is 117 is a commuting artery for many, many towns upstream. And I think we have to kind of take this as a first step and move to working with the state. It's unfortunately a state road of figuring out other corridors to get commuters off that so we can make it a real honest to God neighborhood that people want to walk in. Thanks so much.
Side microphone.
Hello, Matt Sonicson, 101 Packard Road. There are many pieces of this that I support. I believe we desperately need more mixed zoning in Stow, and we desperately need third spaces for people to gather. My opposition comes in several parts. The first part is in all the designs I've seen, it moves the parking significantly further from the business entrances. And as someone with an elderly relative with limited mobility, and as someone who knows multiple other people with limited mobility, moving the parking and handicap spaces further from the business entrances will not work for some people in town. My main opposition, there's another piece has to do with on accepted uses on page 76. Down near the bottom, private schools, colleges, dances, and music studios would not be accepted. I think that would exclude all like after-school for-profit education, like after-school coding programs or after-school math and reading. And as soon as I saw no dancing, my first thought in my brain was, what are we in, Footloose? My final point has to do with the water. I know that people have
30 seconds, sir.
I know people have said that water is not an issue. Even if we could find water for the input at 6 units per acre with the current revisions that the state is looking to do under Title V, it simply would not work because you require at least 1 acre per housing unit. And lastly, at the end, it says it would exclude all other uses not named. That would eliminate all future possible businesses that we haven't thought of. So no full-body haptic VR pods, no sales and service for flying cars.
I think I got to ask you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to respond?
Yes, I do.
All right. Can you do it briefly?
I can, yes. The The first question was about accessibility. The planning board has certainly thought about this quite a lot. So I do want to assure you that the location of parking lots will still be relatively nearby the storefronts so that you can still easily, accessibly, conveniently navigate from your car, even if you're in an ADA spot, into a store. There's also going to be accessibility simply for pedestrians, right? So if you're walking along a sidewalk, you're able to enter a storefront. I'll also say that zoning is fluid. You know, we can't always come back and talk about allowed uses at future town meetings. If there certainly is a use or that we're looking to add into the district, that's absolutely up for future conversation. I know that zoning is complex, and we don't want to not allow things that would be beneficial to residents. So understood.
Thank you. Front microphone.
Kathleen Fisher, 1 White Pond Road. Closer? I moved to the Lower Village 19 years ago. I've been a resident since 1979. I bought 1 White Pond Road to save it, to keep the rural atmosphere. Very important to me. I like the idea of mixed use. I don't like the way this is written. If we were doing something similar to West Acton, where they didn't, if we were doing something similar to West Acton, where they have mixed use, but they allow both, they have setback requirements between the different businesses. The way this is written, there's no regulations other than you can't have more than 6 housing units per acre. As a realtor, I'd love to have 6 condos I could sell in each one of these acres. That's not why I'm standing here. Residential mix is great. This is going to create burden for the businesses. I opted out of switching my house to business zoning for the Lower Village because it restricts me tremendously on what I could do in the building. Also, parking, handicap parking is a good example. There's minimal parking. You allow pickup for deliveries in the district. You don't allow drive-throughs. That makes no sense because it takes more space. There's people in the streets, and it limits the parking for handicapped people or people with kids trying to get in and out of the stores. It's very limiting. It's not well designed. I'm in favor of going forward with this type of proposal, just not this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Side microphone.
Hi, last name Hollister, 87 Dunster Drive. I just have questions. I don't have an opinion to give. I'm just wondering, I'm just gonna make it real simple, left and right. On the left-hand side is all owned by Linear, is that correct?
On the north side, there's a 13-acre parcel that has the Shaw's Plaza. That's what's owned.
Do we happen to know, are they on board with the design that you have presented as far as what the buildings are gonna look like?
Well, they did come to one of our public hearings. I'll say that they've been one of the business owners that we've worked with over the years to develop this bylaw. So we have worked with other staff of theirs other than their CEO in order to come out with these plans. I don't know that Linear is going to be the owner that is going to act on these plans.
Okay, so my question to that would be, who is going to pay to change the structure of those buildings? Will it fall on the town to make them look like what you want, or will it fall on the owner, whoever it may be at that time?
Exactly. It will fall on the owner. So again, we can't control the market. So this is why this is a long-term vision. It's going to take many years. We have to wait for properties to turn over.
So it's possible that that side won't change for years.
Ma'am, I got to move on. Don't bother answering that. Thank you. Valerie, I know you're going to want to respond to a lot of what's been said, but I can't have you responding after every speaker. So just make a list. Okay. Front microphone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator. Mark Bobrowski, I'm legal counsel to Linear Retail, and I'd like to speak on their behalf with regard to this proposal in Article 63.
You may.
Thank you. I congratulate the planning board for its vision. I think your idea, when you frame it in the context that you just did, makes sense. If the mall is an empty field again, then this is a beautiful proposal that will certainly bring some life and vitality to the center of Stow. On the other hand, there is an active owner today, and there is an active plaza today. So the consequences of this for Linear Retail are that the entire thing will become a non-conforming structure. And as a result, there are practicalities that have to be dealt with. For example, as a non-conforming structure, the alteration of the structure and the change of the uses within the structure to a substantially different purpose are governed by Chapter 48, Section 6, which says no ordinance or bylaw shall apply to a use of structure in existence. So that's essentially where the law puts you. With regard to the change from one use to another within the building, that will require a special permit for re-tenanting if the use is going from a service to a retail or a retail to an office. All of those are governed by state law. These are consequences that, in fact, might have been brought out by Linear in more consultative steps taken by the town that were not. Just as an example, the CEO of Linear has never spoken to the chief consultant. The chief of Linear's operations have not spoken other than 2 meetings that I was present at with the former town planner or the current town planner. There's a 12% vacancy rate in the plaza today. There's another 11% teetering on the brink. You're under a challenge here from Maynard and Market Basket. Like it or not, that mall is brand new and it's driving you to Maynard. So we propose that we take a shorter term solution by synergizing the existing plaza with more drive-through traffic in Article 67, which I'll speak to if it survives.
Thank you, sir. Who on this side has not spoken?
We deferred to her going first.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Deferred to her going ahead of us.
So you're just standing there for moral support? You don't want? Oh, I see. Ms. Clark.
I didn't ask.
Okay.
So Lori Clark, again, Chair of the Planning Board. I'm sorry if the Linear CEO does not feel like he was consulted, but that doesn't mean that Linear Retail wasn't involved over the years. So I just wanted to make that clear. The fact is, we're not dictating that any business owner, a property owner, do anything right now. If they don't want to change, they don't have to change. The zoning bylaws are for long-term planning. We're not dictating any property owner do anything right now. If they want to keep it the same, they can keep it the same. So I just want to make it clear that there was a previous question. The plans that we're putting forth are not site plans. They're frameworks for redevelopment when redevelopment comes. Thank you.
So you 2 gentlemen have spoken, correct?
Not on this article. Yes.
Not you, right? Okay, so Ms. Ortiz, first of all, I will give you last word, so make a list of what you want to say. Front microphone.
Yeah, Mike Jordan, 166 Packard Road. In contrast to a previous speaker, my wife and I came to Stow. We were happy to live here specifically because of the shopping centre. Okay, at that point, we were spending a lot of time in our cars every week driving to work. We didn't want to have to drive half an hour to a grocery. All right, so we looked for a town where we could do our weekly shopping in Stow or in whatever town we lived in. All right, so the fact that we had a decent grocery, a hardware store, a bank, a bowling alley, at those points, all within the town was absolutely great. We still have, not the bowling alley, but we have the other things. So we can still do our weekly shopping inside Stow. This bylaw seeks to change that, all right? And I don't really take the statements that we're increasing flexibility here seriously because, you know, we're making some things easier, but some things more difficult / non-conforming, as we've already heard. That means the grocery and the hardware store, which are big box stores, they're not viable as small stores. A grocery has to be big. So does a hardware store to be viable. Okay, they will become non-conforming, basically under sentence of death. All right. We should be going to the owners of the grocery store, grocery and the hardware, sort of begging them, saying, what can we do to keep you in Stow so we don't have to spend time and gasoline going to Maynard or Hudson to do our grocery shopping?
Address your comments to me.
Yes, sir. But what we've been offered instead is some kind of like a Disney Epcot village full of fancy jewelry and craft beer and expensive clothing and Rolex watches and stuff like that. I'm not going to shop there. I'm sorry, that's not what I want to do my grocery shopping. But that's not the worst of it. The worst of it is the mixed use stuff. All right.
30 seconds.
All right. We've got 13 acres there. All right. By my math, that's over 70 condos that could be built there. If I owned the plaza, I don't want to give Mr. Linear ideas, but if I owned that plaza and I looked between stores that were teetering on the brink or getting the profit off 70 condos, I'd be calling a developer. So if this goes through, that's what's going to happen to that plaza. Because that's the most money he can get out of it.
Thank you, sir. Side microphone.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Nerbs.
Excuse me, hold on. Who hasn't spoken over here? Okay, sorry.
No worries. I'm Kirsten Nerbs. I live at 20 Sudbury Road. My husband and I moved to Stow in 2013. I was delighted that we had a grocery store nearby and a hardware store nearby. But I have watched the plaza over the past 10 years deteriorate. I have watched us have to go to Hudson, go to Maynard, go to other locations to go have dinner, go shopping. There is no place, or very few places, there's Dan's of course, there's very few places in town that you can go sit down, have a meal with your family. There's not gathering places in town. The other piece is if you are a cyclist who is trying to commute, it is incredibly unsafe for you to get anywhere within Lower Village. There's no stoplights, and your ability to navigate the traffic, even just getting out as a driver, is very interesting. The other piece is my husband and I moved here because it was one of the places that had taxes that we could afford. I work in a school district that is probably 95% funded by property taxes. Anytime we need any type of any increase, we are begging our taxpayers as the residents over and over. We have no industry there. I see Stow going that route, and it scares me because we have fabulous schools that we as a town have supported, and we need industry in our town to be able to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker over here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Debbie Woods, Great Road. I'd like to call the question, please.
Thank you. So the 30-minute alarm that you just heard a moment ago was the 30-minute alarm. It did include time for the amendment, but did I hear a second for the motion for second? This is non-debatable, and so we will go straight to a vote. Are we ready to do this by clickers? Oh, I'll have them do that. Yes. Before we go to a vote on any of this, could I get the planning board chair to officially, for the record, make the planning board's recommendation?
Well, just to be clear, it has been amended, but I will say that, yes, the planning board voted to recommend passage of this article before it was amended. I can't speak to the amendment, but that's what I can speak to.
I think that's fair enough. Thank you. So we will go to a vote on the motion to end debate. Once again, what we are about to vote on is whether or not to end debate, not on Article 63. So a yes means I've heard enough, I want to vote on Article 63. A no means I want to hear more and then vote.
Cafeteria was 9-0 on calling the question.
I'm hoping those of us in the auditorium are not, led by our leaders in the cafeteria. Thank you, Alice. In the auditorium, we're going to use the clickers, and voting will be open for 20 seconds. Are we ready to begin? No, this is 2/3.
Clarify the vote, please.
Yes, this is 2/3. Sure, I'll clarify once again. We are about to vote on the motion to end debate. So we're not voting on Article 63 itself. We are voting on whether or not you have heard enough and want to go to a vote on Article 63. A yes means I've heard enough, I want to vote on Article 63. A no means I want to hear a little bit more and then vote on Article 63. Okay? This requires 2/3 to end debate. Voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. And we already know what the cafeteria thinks. In the auditorium, it is 174 in favor of closing debate and 17 against. So if I recall, it was 9 in the cafeteria, 183 to 17. Thank you. We'll now go to a vote on the main motion, the main amended motion on Article 63. This requires a 2/3 vote. Clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria. Voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. Alice, what is the vote in the cafeteria?
Mr. Moderator, we had 12 in favor, 0 opposed.
And in the auditorium, we have 151 in favor and 30 opposed. So the total in favor is 163 to 30. The motion passes. No applause, please. Not a sporting event. Thank you. You can applaud when we're done. I will join you. I need a main motion on Article 64.
Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town amend the zoning bylaw and the zoning map as follows. Amend section 2.3.12 of the zoning bylaw as printed in the warrant by deleting the strike-through text and adding the text in bold, underlined, and italics. Amend section 3.10 table of uses of the zoning bylaw only to change active adult neighborhood in the residential district from N to Y10, consistent with how that change is shown in the warrant by deleting the strike-through text and adding the text in bold, underlined, and italics. Delete section 5.4.10.5 of the zoning bylaw as printed in the warrant by deleting the strike-through text. Second.
A motion has been made and seconded under Article 64. Your Finance Committee recommendation is in the warrant. I do need a member of the Planning Board, to give a formal recommendation to state formally for the record what the board's position is on this article.
Hi, yes, Mr. Moderator, the planning board voted to recommend support of this article.
Thank you. Ms. Ortiz, brief presentation.
Yes. All right, so this amendment of the active adult neighborhood overlay district is intended to correct two errors. The first is a long-standing map error that was recently brought to our attention by the assessors. We believed that a specific parcel of land was included in the overlay district. It is not. And the second is to allow active adult neighborhoods to include detached garages. 2 years ago, when the planning board brought forth amendments to this bylaw, we had believed that the detached garage allowance was included in that final bylaw. Apparently, we missed it. I want to add that this will not impact the number of units that are proposed at the active adult neighborhood titled Cottages at Wandering Pond along Athens Lane off of Hudson Road in the southwest quadrant of town. So again, this will only create a less desirable site plan, as it would require homes to be constructed closer to the Hale Corzine property and therefore eliminate a wooded buffer. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. The question is the main motion under Article 64. Again, because it's a zoning amendment, requires a 2/3 majority. We'll use our clickers in the auditorium, and voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. Alice, what's the vote in the cafeteria?
You have eight in favor, none opposed.
I had a hard time hearing that. Was that 8 in favor?
Yes.
8 in favor. In the auditorium, it's 131 in favor, so that's 139 total in favor, 5 opposed. The motion passes. I will take a motion on Article 65. Ms. Sturgis.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 65 as printed in the warrant by deleting the strike-through text.
Motion's been made and seconded on Article 65. Finance Committee recommendation in the warrant. Again, Ms. Clark, anticipating my request for a member of the Planning Board to make a recommendation. Thank you.
Yes, yes, the planning board voted to support this article.
Thank you. Ms. Ortiz, brief presentation.
All right. So the planning is proposing to eliminate the phasing of growth bylaw for 3 reasons. The first is that we know that it would not stand up to legal review. The second is that it's been in place since December 1988 and has never been triggered. The third is that having it on the books disqualifies us. It disqualifies us from certain capital grants that we could get from the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Do we have any debate? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. The question is the main motion under Article 65. It's zoning, so it requires 2/3. We'll use clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria. Voting will be open. I'm sorry, did you want to say something, Mr. Forgas? We haven't done anything? I didn't see you.
No worries. It's like always. Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive, 9 White Pond Road. Okay, Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive, 9 White Pond Road. My questions are, if we eliminate this, you're going to get a development like Stow Acres that could develop all their properties within the first year or two, which is 179 properties. Same thing with the project on Athens Lane, which is 144 units. They could do that right away, or would they have to phase that after a period of time? When the builders of Athens Lane said they would take 6, 7, 8 years to develop all the area, now this law would allow them to do it right away. Is that correct?
Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, I think I heard that question. So to clarify, there are some large developments that are coming forward in town. So currently the planning board is reviewing the cottages at Wandering Pond, which is a 140-unit development. That is actually exempt from this bylaw as stated because it is an active adult neighborhood. So it would not be triggered. The Stow Acres North Course Comprehensive Permit is 190 units as proposed. Again, that developer would be well within their right to request a waiver from this bylaw. In fact, I spoke with the developer before town meeting, and he informed me that he would plan for a 3-year construction timeline. Even if he were to go through with the phasing of growth bylaw, he could receive 62 building permits per year, which would allow construction in just over 3 years. So again, if he is not given that waiver that he would reasonably request, it would not really change his timeline.
Okay, so what you said was that the active adult neighborhood on the Athens Lane project is an active adult neighborhood. But in all actuality, it's a neighborhood that allows children and everybody else. So I'm not sure why they get the waiver or not have to be compliant to that law. But I take your word for it, Valerie. But I believe that it's going to be adding a lot more kids to the school systems and everything else. So I think they shouldn't be building it in 1 or 2 years.
Thank you. Any further debate? And seeing none, we will go to a vote. The vote again is on the main motion under Article 65. Requires a 2/3 passage. Clickers in the auditorium, cards in the cafeteria. Voting open for 20 seconds, beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. Alice, what's the vote in the cafeteria?
7-0.
So by a total vote of 114 to 15, the motion passes. Article 65 passes. I'm ready for a main motion on Article 66.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 66 as printed in the warrant with the following amendment: to amend Section 3.10 of the zoning bylaw to add a column for the Lower Village Business District and to indicate that a retail store as part of a Medical Marijuana Treatment Center is SPP 112.
Do I have a second? Motion's been made and seconded on Article 66. Ms. Clark.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, the planning board supports this article.
And your Finance Committee recommendation is in the warrant. Ms. Ortiz, a brief presentation.
These changes proposed to the recreational marijuana bylaw are non-substantive. They're administrative. They don't change the allowed uses in town. They're simply meant to align with the state's numbering system and the state's definitions in terms of recreational and medicinal marijuana. In addition, we want to make sure that the allowed and prohibited uses through the 2018 special town election and subsequent, or in the town meeting and subsequent election, are made very clear in our bylaw. So again, no substantive changes, just trying to clean it up.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Do we have any debate? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. The question is the main motion under Article 66. Again, it requires 2/3 clickers in the auditorium and cards in the cafeteria. Voting will be open for 20 seconds beginning now. Five seconds. And voting is closed. Alice, what's the,
You have 8 in favor and none opposed.
so by a total vote of 148 to 4, the motion on Article 66 passes. Article 67, do I have a motion? I heard something. Do I have a motion, Ms. Hageman Clark? Oh, I'm sorry.
I move to motion.
Name.
Carolyn
Name, address.
Flynn, 143 Taylor Road. I move to motion, Article 47. I'm sorry, Article 67,
As written?
as written.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion has been made and seconded to move Article 67 as written. I need a recommendation from the Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee recommends favorable action on this motion. It was not unanimous.
And I need a recommendation from the Planning Board.
Yes, the planning board strongly does not support this article as it is in direct conflict with our vision of Lower Village, and in fact is broad in allowing drive-throughs in across business all of town. So not site-specific, just a broad statement that the food service drive-throughs would be allowed in anywhere in the business district.
Do I have any other debate? I would like someone to address the effect on this petition from the fact that Article 63 has already passed. If that can be council or anyone. Ms. Ortiz.
Sure. So again, because Article 63 passed, this would allow drive-throughs in business district parcels, which are now only those along the intersection of Hudson Road and Great Road, and then just west of that at Harvest Drive and Great Road.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Side microphone.
Kevin Gross, Lowell Drive. I personally don't have an opinion pro or con the drive-throughs, but I know that in reading the Stow Independent and listening to other sources, there have been concerns raised by many people about the effect of drive-throughs on traffic on 117. And what I would request is the town undertake a study of those effects using generally accepted traffic engineering professionals and standards and processes for that work before we come to conclusions about you know, whether there would be a serious detriment to traffic.
Thank you. I do see further debate.
Just one more comment. I'm sorry, I completely forgot the disconnect between 63 passing and this. So just one point I wanted to make is that if the town seriously wants drive-throughs, then I think there should be more thought put into a bylaw. Because the planning board did not bring this bylaw forth, just simply stating they're allowed and not having any thought through any other conditions of how they would be allowed or what considerations should be taken, to me is not appropriate. So if the town is serious about drive-throughs, I would say we should put more thought into the bylaw rather than changing one sentence, just blanketly allowing them.
Side microphone.
Karen Meyer, 9 Wedgewood Road. I would echo the comments immediately before me. I would oppose drive-throughs being generally allowed in business districts along Great Road. I am familiar with the intersection of 117 and Hudson Road, and the number of people who are and are anticipated living and using that intersection. It is not well designed for drive-throughs, and I would hope that a more comprehensive and specific bylaw would appear if that's what folks want to do, but a general authority would be ill-advised. Thank you.
Thank you. And front microphone, but I will say that at this point, I have a feeling that the issues have been fairly well aired. I'm happy to hear from you, Mr. Forgas, but again, anyone who wants to speak after this, please ask yourself whether what you want to say is crucial for your fellow residents to know before they vote. Mr. Forgas.
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive, 9 White Pond Road. What I'd like to share is that I really don't have an issue with a drive-through either way. I'm not lazy enough I can get out of the, they cut me off. They're really tired of hearing me, I guess.
I didn't do it.
Okay, so my point is, it doesn't matter to me whether it's a drive-through or not a drive-through. 'Cause I'm not lazy. I can get out of my car and go get my coffee if I choose to drink coffee. My point is that Dunkin' Donuts now has a approved site, or there's a site where the old Beef and Ale was that Dunkin' Donuts is going to be in, or proposed to be in. I'd be fearful that if this got approved, that Dunkin' Donuts would then move their business site over to the Hudson Road 117 corner. We're already in conflict with putting a light up there. I believe there's probably a better thing to not allow this than to allow it. Thank you.
Thank you. Front microphone.
Guy Washburn, 35 Red Acre Road. I call the question.
Thank you. I think you're the last speaker, so
Mr. Moderator, could you just clarify what a yes vote and a no vote will mean with regard to this article when you come to that?
well, first of all, I'm going to not entertain the gentleman's call for the question because we're at the question. We're about to vote on the main motion on Article 67, which has been moved as printed in the warrant. Even though it's a citizen's petition, it affects zoning, so it still requires 2/3 to pass. We'll use clickers in the auditorium and cards in the cafeteria. Alice, does that address the question for anybody in the cafeteria?
Just a point of clarification, a yes vote would allow drive-throughs in the business districts, a no vote would not allow them, correct?
A yes vote would allow drive-throughs in the business district, and a no vote would not. Am I correct, Ms. Orpheus?
Someone wasn't paying attention.
Well,
sorry.
Shame on you for not paying attention, but extreme kudos for admitting it. A yes vote is that it allows drive-throughs in the business district. A no vote doesn't.
Hey, yes.
Yes. We're ready to go for a vote. Again, this requires 2/3. We'll use clickers. Voting will be open for 20 seconds starting now. 5 seconds. And voting is closed. Alice, what's the vote in the cafeteria?
2 in favor, 5 opposed.
2 in favor, 5 opposed. That makes the total 34 in favor, 119 opposed, and the motion fails. Our last article, Article 68. Do I have a motion, Mr. Constanzos? So Hector's holding us up. He's the only.
Bueller, thank you. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town, consistent with Article 68, amend the zoning bylaws and zoning map with an effective date of May 13th, 2023, to rezone the property located at 196 Great Road from its current zoning district to the residential district.
A motion has been made and seconded on Article 68. The Finance Committee will make a recommendation. Ms. Benedict?
The Finance Committee recommends favorable action on this motion.
And Ms. Clark?
The planning board voted in support of this article, though not unanimous.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
It wasn't unanimous.
Though not unanimous. We voted to support the article,
I'm
but
sorry.
not everybody did.
Got it. It's late, folks. Ms. Hildebrandt has a brief presentation. You can, I'll let you.
Doing it there or here?
You can do whatever you want. You can-
I'll do it here.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm Lee Hildebrandt. I am the owner of 196 Great Road. It is, if nobody can recognize that house, it is the house that's immediately west of the parking lot of the Stow House of Pizza and across from Elm Ridge Lane. As you can see from the maps, it is, the left map is the blue box. On the middle map, it's the green box, and on the right map, it's the little red box. Currently, as it's zoned, it is zoned in the business district, but it has been a residential property for over 300 years. The house that is next door to me was built by the same owners and owned by the same families from the 1700s to the mid 1800s, and they are zoned for residential. So are my abutting neighbors to the rear and to the southwest. The only business property is to my east. It is a 784 square foot lot, or square foot home on a 0.23 acre lot. It's really too small to build any kind of business on when you take into account the well and the septic. Rezoning will match the home's continued use, the neighbors' residential neighbors' zoning, and will be a more clear district line, if you notice the red line. It also is a small home, so it's an affordable housing. And it will cause no impact to the business district because of the size, its location, and the fact that it has never been a business. The business district would not be losing a business if it's rezoned. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Thank you, Ms. Hildebrandt. Is this on? Thank you, Ms. Hildebrandt. Seeing and hearing none, we will go to a vote. Mr. Fortas.
Really?
Once again, I'm in favor of this article.
Thank you. We will go to a vote on the main motion on Article 68. This requires 2/3 because it also affects zoning, and we'll use clickers here. Actually, we'll just use cards. All those in favor of Article 68, please signify by raising your cards. Thank you. You can lower them. Those against, thank you. Alice, how's it look in the cafeteria?
8 in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you.
Okay, clearly passes in the auditorium, so the motion passes. And it clearly passes by 2/3 in the auditorium and in the cafeteria. I promised the folks who ran Kids Town Meeting that I would jointly close our meeting with the Kids Town Meeting moderator,
Went home 2 years ago.
but I'm pretty sure they all went home. We have one.
We have one more motion.
ask you to wait for my motion. I want them to make a motion first. Yes, that's the one Ellen's going to make when I ask for it. So I can have the kids' town meeting moderator come on up. What's your name? Claire, come on up. Do you want to stand back here? It's the thrill of a lifetime, I guarantee you.
This is the one I think Ellen's doing.
How'd your meeting go?
Yeah, I think they were gonna.
Yeah, so did mine. Come on up. Do you have anybody left to make a motion to adjourn your meeting? Anybody who was in the meeting? Well, then why don't you just declare the kids' town meeting adjourned?
The kids' town meeting is adjourned. Oh, yeah. Hi, Amelia.
Oh, so why is Amelia? Amelia, you just say, I move to adjourn. Okay,
I'm translating. She moves to adjourn.
okay. And just say, motion carries, we stand adjourned.
Motion carries. We stand adjourned.
And now I will take a motion for Ms. Sturgis.
That's what the wording says. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Moderator, I move to adjourn the meeting to the town election on May 20th, 2023, commencing at 10 a.m. at Center School in said town of Stow, and then and there to act on Article 69 for such election of officers as listed in the warrant, and thereafter, at the close of the polls, to dissolve this meeting.
Motion made and seconded to adjourn and dissolve parts. All in favor? Thank you. Give yourselves a hand.
I just want to remind everybody that the polls will be open 10 to 4 on the 20th at Center School, and we do early voting at the town building on Monday, 9 to 3, Tuesday, 9 to 8, and Wednesday, 9 to 3. So look to see you all there.
Happy birthday.